ambition, it's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I realized that men were celebrated being ambitious, and when women were ambitious, it was a negative.
My parents, they migrated from Egypt to America. My dad would always just remind me, like, this is your life now, but having ambition, it can help the entire country back home.
To me, ambition has to have purpose.
Because you never know. One little thing that you say can affect someone in this gigantic way.
I can change lives of other people who didn't get the chance that I did.
You know, I often hear people say, oh, they're just one person and they can't create change, and I totally disagree with that.
Your character is how you treat someone that can do nothing for you.
It just takes one person.
I believe in that ripple effect.
Embracing ambition means standing by your ideas.
Showing others what's possible.
And including men in the conversation.
Embracing ambition means being confident.
Embracing ambition means empowering other women.
How do you embrace ambition?
Please welcome to the stage Robert Eisen.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I have served as the chairman of the Tory Burch Foundation for the past 8 years. But who's counting? My longest tenured role, however, has been Tory's much older big brother. Our mother, Riva, of the eponymous Riva Ballet Flat, taught our family to challenge the world around us, to not accept the status quo, and to speak up and act when faced with unfairness. She also expected that my brothers, father, and me not sit on the sidelines in the fight for women's equality. Thankfully, my beautiful, shy, and indomitable tomboy sister was paying very close attention. Tory epitomizes all of our family's beliefs and aspirations. The work she does in building and leading the foundation represents a dream of the world we could all build together. I could not be more proud, and it is with immense pleasure and love that I introduce Tory Burch.
Thank you, Robert. I'm sure it's much easier for me to work with you than it is for you to work with me. This company would not exist without you. Thank you for being the most incredible brother and the most extraordinary leader. As my brother just demonstrated, feminists come in all shapes and sizes. Good morning to everyone here in the room and to those joining us from around the world on live stream. Welcome to our foundation's second annual Embrace Ambition Summit. This week, we launched a campaign called Walk the Walk. The campaign is the first in our company's history to expressly state the values at the core of Tory Burch. Women's empowerment. It has taken me 15 years to say that. The Tory Burch Foundation was part of my original business plan. After 5 years, once the business had grown, we established the foundation. That was more than 10 years ago, but it is only recently, when I finally felt we had achieved true impact and scale, that I knew we were ready to talk about the work we are doing. That's what Walk the Walk means to me. Be who you say you are, not only with words, but with actions. Today, I am proud to communicate for the first time that over the past decade, our company has contributed more than $20 million to create and finance the Tory Burch Foundation. Thank you. Our customers, through their loyalty and buying our products, have helped to make this possible. I want to thank all of them, and some of you are sitting in this room today. I want to thank you. Thank you. Really, Riva, my mom, and inspiration, has always walked the walk. She made women's rights one of the topics at our family dinner table. One evening, she proudly showed us her first credit card with her name on it. It was 1974, and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act had just been passed. Women were finally able to get credit in their own name. Even as a newborn, sort of, I remember feeling appalled that my mother, this fearless, talented, entrepreneurial woman, had been denied that simple dignity. My grandmother also walked the walk. She was a concert violinist and one of the first women to lead a full orchestra and travel throughout the world in the 1920s and 30s, and she even played here in New York City at Carnegie Hall. But the strong matriarchs in my family gave me something even better. It is the conviction that women can be whatever we dream of becoming. Becoming an entrepreneur was a dream, is a dream, but my true ambition has always been to help other women. I started a company so I could create a foundation that gives women entrepreneurs what I have found invaluable in my career: the confidence to dream, the capital to build, and the community to grow. And I'm happy to say that is just what our foundation has been doing since it launched in 2009. Through our capital program with Bank of America, we have provided over $57 million in loans to 3,500 women entrepreneurs. Thank you. More than 10,000 women have created business plans on our website. And every year, 50 fellows receive mentoring and grants through our Signature Fellows program. Thank you. Many of our entrepreneurs are here with us today, so please join me in recognizing all of them and celebrating the new generation of women business owners and leaders. When you grow up with a strong father, 3 brothers, and build a family with an incredible husband and 6 sons, you learn a lot about boys. You learn about what they like, how they eat, the limitations of the frontal lobe, and most of all, what it means to have the support of men in your life. Equality will only become our reality when men become involved. Men have what I'd call a vested interest, not only as brothers, sons, husbands, fathers, but as human beings. When you empower women, everyone benefits. To all the men in the audience and watching on live stream, we are so happy you're here with us today, and thank you for your commitment to furthering equality for women. True equality is also understanding that raising people up does not diminish anyone's position. To put it simply, when you make other people shine, you shine. I always say, if it doesn't scare you, you're not dreaming big enough. And I have to admit, getting ready for this summit, our second, was daunting. There is so much we want to accomplish, and it is all vitally important. Change does not happen overnight. It is slow, often frustrating, and yes, sometimes very painful. It is measured in moments: a woman getting her first credit card in her name, deciding to start a business, refusing to give up her seat on a bus, challenging an abuser, or simply just asking for a promotion. All it takes is a single person, a single action, and this is how change begins. Today, we want you to be inspired, challenged, and to see, hear, and meet people that you might not otherwise. We want you to share what you experienced today with your friends and communities. To make this summit possible, it was essential that no one have to pay to attend, and that anyone can watch it live stream. And what makes that possible is the generosity of our sponsors. It is with immense gratitude that I thank our presenting sponsor, Bank of America. Bank of America is our longtime collaborator, and we could not be more proud and appreciative of our partnership. Thank you. I also would like to thank our generous, ambitious sponsors, Simone, our visionary sponsors, BDT and the Trott Family Foundation, Fossil, SAP, and Shiseido, our new partners. And I want to thank all the other people and partners that contributed. Thank you. Thank you to all of our employees at Tory Burch, and especially to Lori Fabiano, the fearless leader of our extraordinary and very small foundation team. Think about who inspires you. Who inspires you to be your best, the most confident, the most ambitious? For me, it has always been and will always be my mother, Riva, my brothers, my husband, my 3 boys, my 3 stepdaughters, my 3 stepsons, and the rest of my family. There is nothing more powerful than seeing a woman determined to rise. With the exception of maybe a room with 1,000 people of women and men that are also determined to rise together. That's what we have here at the summit. What you do beyond today will help make sure that this moment becomes part of a larger movement for all women. It is time to embrace ambition. It is also time to wear exactly what you want. And that's what our first guest did. She became the first celebrated model to wear hijab, and by doing so, she shattered preconceived notions about women of color, refugees, and the fashion industry. She is a UNICEF ambassador and a fierce advocate for the rights of children. She is changing the idea of what is possible for so many girls and women all over the world. And she is only 22 years old. Please welcome Halima Adin. Oh. I mean, 22, okay. Halima and I have become friends, and it has been such a pleasure, Halima, getting to know you. You were born in Kakuma refugee camp. You lived there until you were 7 years old. What was it like growing up in a refugee camp, and what was the community like?
Tori. Well, hello, everyone.
Yeah, let's start with that, something light.
Yeah. So, story time. We love a good story time.
Yes.
I grew up in Kenya, and actually one of the largest refugee camps in the world. So very far removed from fashion and the runway. But those 7 years, really, I think, for me, it showed me, like, you know, like our families, for example, like they were stripped of everything. My mom, she had a normal life. They are from Somalia, grew up in Kismayo, a port city, and she always explains the story how one day we're all sitting here like this, and a bomb goes off, violence erupts, your country is not the same, everything is demolished within the same week, and now you have to flee for your life. And that's the, you know, predicament a lot of refugees find themselves in. And so for her to leave that world behind, come to Kenya, it was night and day to our childhood, because she came with the lens of an adult, and I grew up in this camp, and so for me, it was like nurturing, actually, and a good childhood, despite it being a refugee camp.
How many people were in the camp?
Oh my goodness. When my family was there, it was 65,000 refugees, And today it's like tripled.
Wow.
So the camp has grown tremendously since my family has left.
And in Swahili, Kakuma means in the middle of nowhere.
Middle of nowhere.
What did that feel like to move to the United States and to Minnesota? How? No offense.
Guys, when I tell you, okay, first of all, Minnesota. Don't get me started on Minnesota, because we'll be here all day, all night. You know I rep my state. I still live in Minnesota. New York is like, will you move? No.
She has no interest.
I'm good, beloved. I'm gonna stay in Minnesota.
I don't blame you. I love
New York is like the real refugee camp, honest to God.
By the way, I completely agree with that.
No shade, but tremendous shade.
I'm not disagreeing.
But you know, you don't get a say. That's, I think, something a lot of people don't know is like refugees, you don't get a say in where you're relocated. And my family won the $1 billion lottery ticket. You know, we have this board outside of the camp, and it's like, I'm not even kidding, guys. It's like a scene from the Hunger Games where they come and like every so months, like 6 months, they stamp the names of all the refugees and what country accepted them. It's 1%. 1% of refugees get to come to a place like America or England. Majority stay.
That's a small percentage. Wow.
It's nothing. It's like, you know, I went back 1.5 years ago, and it's still, there's people who are there the day that I was born who will never leave.
So I'm curious about your mom. She's always worn a hijab. It's very important to you. You had it written into the contracts, in all of your modeling contracts, which is you're a pioneer.
No, thank you.
And thank you for doing that. Tell me about that, and how did you approach it?
You know, okay, so I think we need to, okay, I should explain. I got scouted in like, maybe not a so traditional way.
You told me this. You have to tell. How did you get scouted?
I competed for Miss Minnesota USA in 2016. I was like, I've always wanted to do that. I'm like, toddlers, tiaras.
It was the wave.
And of course I get there, nobody's doing the wave. But I competed, and you know, I think honestly, it does not matter what you look like, how you choose to dress, and it was for me a choice to stand on that stage with a woman wearing a two-piece bikini, and I feel more comfortable, confident in a burkini. But why shouldn't we coexist? Why can't we come together as women and still be each other's biggest cheerleaders, despite what we dress like, what we look like?
Of course. With the U.S. travel ban currently in place, many refugees will not have the same opportunities. And what do people need to understand about refugees seeking asylum today?
It's simple. I think when you put politics aside, and actually one of my favorite UNICEF quotes is, "A child in need knows no politics." And if you think about it, what's the difference between a child in Minnesota, in Wisconsin, in New York, a child in Uganda, in Tanzania, Somalia? At the end of the day, what do all kids need? They need a safe place to stay, food, clean drinking water. I mean, they need a lot of stuff, but those are things that they have the right to have, you know?
So what do you say to other refugees, and I'm sure you have friends that are having difficult situations?
I mean, I have an entire family that I've never met. People don't know that about me. I've never publicly shared, but I have a sister that I've never met, you know, because after the war, my family got split up, and I have a whole sibling that I will probably never get to meet because Somalia's on the ban.
Do you know where she is, or?
Oh, thank God for FaceTime. I'd be like, sis, goodbye. I'm doing Tory Burch.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. I'm going to have to call you later. Okay, bye. I'm kidding, but.
No, I think it's like. But so you think you'll never meet her?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, it's dangerous. And like the country, it's so sad. But, you know, I have so much hope, and I know we're going to get past it, and Somalia is one day going to be rebuilt because, you know, it is a beautiful country. We have the largest coastline. Somalia was the first country in Africa to have a female pilot. All these incredible stories came from that country. So, yes, today it's heartbreaking to see the famine, to see the displacement, to see the hurt and pain and my people, you know, like, and in the country. But all you could do is have hope and pray that we're raising kids who hopefully will be the future leaders, you know?
Wow, and you went back to do a TED Talk at the camp. What was that like? Was it everything you remembered? And I mean, I saw your TED, you guys should all see her TED Talk. It's really fantastic.
It was incredible, but it was like so okay, first of all, a TED Talk is a TED Talk, and they don't tell you, but you have to memorize it word for word, people. and
if right, I think yours was 8 minutes.
Yeah, ADD. I was like, we're gonna have to condense, guys. But it was in a refugee camp, so imagine that, you know, you can't talk about refugees without refugees. And I thought it was just genius that TED Talk decided to do it was the first time that they went to a refugee camp, and it took 4 days to bring in everything, all the equipment. They had it so the refugees could, you know, hear the speakers. And for me, it was like probably the best trip of my life because I got to go home. I got to see like the place I grew up in. The kids, they're the happiest.
Did you remember it? I mean, it all came back.
I mean, my school is still there. I was like, okay, it's grown.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about some of the questions this morning, and one of the, I mean, we're experiencing the worst refugee crisis since World War II. And you're a brand ambassador for UNICEF.
Yeah.
How are you using your platform to look at this issue and help start to combat it?
I think by, you know, like even today, coming, sharing my story, it's a room full of, everybody looks like from New York.
No. In fact, very few New Yorkers. Everyone is from all over.
Yeah, from all over the world, literally.
Over.
And then you guys hopefully will spread my story. And if you don't, how many of you have a friend who's a refugee? Well, actually, put your hands down.
A lot.
We're gonna do a little game. Raise your hand if you've ever been a first in anything. First in your family to graduate, first to buy a car, first to rent a home, first to own property. That's me. How many of, okay, we need to have a question that everybody is gonna raise their hand. What do you think?
Where are you going with this? I'm happy to help.
Okay. It was a fun social experiment, but I guess whatever.
But when you think about that, you were first of a lot, right, in your family, and still. But how are you? Tell me about like how, as a UNICEF ambassador, tell me about the work that you do.
Okay, so you know, it's crazy because for me, what was like mind-boggling this year was looking at the numbers and like, okay, every 2 seconds a person is displaced from their home. So that means before I even finish, a person is like homeless, and it could be due to famine, due to, you know, war, due to so many things. And so I'm like, okay, what can I be doing to share what UNICEF is doing on the ground? They're in over 196 countries and territories. Every year I go on a field visit with them. I'm actually planning my fourth.
Where are you going? What's your next trip?
Where do you suggest?
I don't know. Where have you been with them?
Mexico. I've been to Kenya. I've been to Italy. So I'm still like figuring out where I want to go next. But
I mean, I was in Myanmar, which was actually, I'm not sure how that's now. There's so many places that it's endless. But I think it's great. I mean, I was thinking about you also, and the fact that you are just breaking stereotype after stereotype through the work, being a model, through your advocate for refugees. But things get tough, and what helps you keep going when things are hard? How do you motivate yourself, and where did that grit come from? You must have a strong mother.
Well, like you said, I almost got tearful over there when I was like hearing you talk about your mom, because I so resonate with that, and I feel like if you have that presence of a strong woman in your life, whether it's a mom, a grandma, an aunt, a sister, it changes your life, it impacts your life, and for me, it's just given me the confidence to walk into rooms and not be afraid to be the first. And I think for women, there's like that pressure to be small, to not follow or pursue your dreams, but you know, we don't tell our sons the same things. Like we tell our boys, you can be anything you want. You could be a doctor, a CEO, you could be an NFL player, even though you can't do a push-up. Like all these things, we hype them up, and we need to hype our daughters up. Like, yes, you could be Beyonce, you could be the CEO, you could be a Tory Burch, having her foundation.
Maybe one day. I feel like I was lucky because my mother was that mother who, regardless of whether she actually thought so or not, had me believing I could do anything as long as I worked very hard to achieve that. Another thing, when you sign these contracts with your hijab, and she's one of the most important models today in fashion. Tell me about how did they perceive that? Because I always love your creativity and how beautiful you wear your hijab as well.
Thank you.
But you are dead set on never changing
Yeah,
that. And that's very impressive.
Boundaries, okay? Boundaries and also standards. You know, I was coming 19 years old, straight out of high school. I flew in. It was my first time. I competed in the pageant Saturday, Sunday. And no kidding, guys, that following Monday, my life just changed. Fenty, like Rihanna called, and I was like, oh my God. Let me,
I guess I understand why.
I was like, can I talk about this? And of course, you can't talk about campaigns until like 6 months. So I'm like, did I make the cut? Did I not?
Say the client.
But I was like, in my little group chat.
Talk to us about British Vogue.
102-year history. They've never had a hijab-wearing model. So to be that person was like, yeah. But here's the thing, right? Because a lot of you guys look so young, and here's the thing.
Not everyone, no.
Well, I see your husband is right there.
That's why I'm kidding.
Everybody is under 25, okay? Including us.
Yeah, of course.
But so, you know, it's okay to say no, and it's okay to walk away, and it's okay to do things a little differently. Like, I walked into that meeting, and I talked to my mom right before I went into IMG's offices, and I was so excited. What's a hijab-wearing model? At the time, that didn't exist, so I was like, okay, let me do my research. Like, what is this gonna look like? And it is a little bit more complicated because, you know, backstage dressing space, you know, a man can't dress me. That doesn't make sense. So all these little stuff that are very easy to work, but it requires to talk about. So in that meeting, it was 4 hours, and I was like, I don't want to move to New York. Imagine the shock. I'm going to stay in Minnesota. They're like, ma'am, there are 0 jobs in Minnesota. And fair, I still have yet to do anything in Minnesota, so.
Be it first.
Well, I want to be on their tourism board. Somebody call them. I don't know why I didn't get the invite.
We can shoot in Minnesota. I'm open to that. And then I was just thinking also when you just talked about bikini versus, tell me about that. And when you're on a beach, do you ever feel discriminated?
I don't know how to swim.
No, but you're still wearing something very different than what other people are wearing, right? And so do people feel comfortable around that? Is that something that you feel? Yeah.
It's like, okay, because you guys know, like, we're living in an interesting time because there's some countries that have banned the burkini, and the burkini is literally just a more modest cover-up swimsuit.
And what countries are those?
France. Shout out to Paris. I'm kidding.
Okay, she's come down on New York and Paris. Where else?
Oh my God, after this, I'm never gonna be booked. Okay, we need to hit Milan. Okay, we have to say something about Milan and London. Make it official.
I wasn't gonna mention the coronavirus, so. Go ahead. So where else has banned it?
France, and like public beaches, public swimming pools. And I think it's just so sad if like, it's just another swimsuit. And I think as women, why doesn't, we have so many other problems.
So is that on your agenda to change? That would be a good one.
That and learning how to swim, believe it or not.
But I just to work with the French government.
Yeah, let people wear whatever they want to make them feel comfortable.
Of course they should, and I think it's beautiful. You are, and we were just talking about it, working on a movie.
I am.
So, and you're I said, are you in it? Are you producing it?
I know, if it was up to me, I would have been starring in it, co-starring in it, doing the music for it.
So can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so it's called I Am You, and I worked with Sanya Nasri-Cole on it, and she's a woman filmmaker. So talk about how rare that is in her industry. So she went to all 5 countries.
It's getting more and more, thankfully.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But we still have to like break that glass ceiling.
Yes. And so tell us about it.
So it's about this journey of 5 refugees, and it like just follows them from Afghanistan, and you see what brought their family, because that's like the biggest misconception is refugees are coming here for a better job, for a better opportunity, to be close with friends, and that's not the case. For a lot of the refugees, it's a matter of life or death. And if you think about it, no mom or dad, like think of how much you love your sons. Like you would never put them on a boat and risk their lives. She looks at you and she's like, do I? How much? But you know, like you wouldn't risk his life if it wasn't a matter of life or death. So it just gives you the chance to be empathetic. And I think, you know, if there's anything that you could do for refugees, just have an open heart and have empathy. That costs you $0.
Yeah.
You have the best crowd.
We have the best crowd, and I have to say, a lot of people in the audience wrote essays about why they wanted to be here, and we're going to hear some of the speakers from the audience.
Yeah,
some of their
my
stories.
best friend is here, Sakina, and she's going to be speaking later.
So I can't wait to hear some of those stories. But you know, with this summit, I like action. What can you tell all of us to help with this situation? How can we start to really think of refugees differently and different people differently and embrace them rather than...
Yeah, I think it's simple things, you know, having an ear, listening, you know, sometimes it's just a matter of like sitting across the table from somebody, tell me about your life, like what brought you, and that's why I love coming to your dinner so much, because I feel like I learned so much that I can apply into my life, into my everyday, just from that time that you spent having an intimate conversation. So get to know your neighbors, get to know, and that's the other thing too, it's like once you learn why people are refugees, you start to see that it impacts your life, you know? And so just being more educated, doing your research, supporting organizations like Tory Burch Foundation or UNICEF, there's so many things, big or small, that we could all be doing.
Oh, you're amazing, Halima. And just one more, what's next for you?
What's next? We're going to the Met Ball!
That was hysterical. Why don't you tell them? You have to tell them how that happened.
Tori's like, I didn't know that.
That was so funny.
Wait. It's a funny story.
Yeah, tell them. You have to. No, go.
Okay, you tell them.
No.
I need to hear her say. It needs to come from her mouth.
No, I was laughing so hard because we spoke on a panel together and for Glamour magazine, and when someone, Samantha in the room, the editor of Glamour, brought up the Met, and I said, of course, I have never in my life seen a reaction like Halima. Look at her. I mean, how could I not invite her to the Met?
I straight up was like, be ambitious. See, ladies, if you don't ask, you don't get. So
On that, all right, let's go. We're ending.
You're taking it.
That was a perfect ending. You're amazing.
Sorry.
Ambition in women is a good thing, but because of a lifetime of cultural stereotypes, we react negatively. That's unconscious bias. But can unconscious bias really limit women's success? Well, when asked to draw a leader, the vast majority of people, both men and women, draw a man. When we imagine positions of power, we erase women from the picture. Today, only 5% of CEOs are women. It's time to challenge cultural stereotypes and outmoded mindsets. The world is a better place when we support one another's ambitions, whatever they may be. Together, let's question the biases that hold people back. Voice our ambition proudly, without apology. Model ambition for our sons and daughters. Our ambition is to challenge double standards to help achieve women's equality. What's yours? I'm Mindy Kaling, and I embrace ambition.
Good morning. First of all, thank you to Warner Brothers Animation for donating our new animated video. And it was an all-women team that created it. And our thanks to our good friend Mindy Kaling for narrating it. So we've been waiting for this day, this moment, since the last summit ended in 2018. This time, however, in the face of the coronavirus epidemic, we are suggesting networking without hugs and handshakes and sticking with smiles and waves. But on a serious note, please stay safe in the coming weeks and months, and we're thrilled that you're all here. Our Embrace Ambition campaign is now become emblematic of a much larger story. How has bias and stereotypes impacted women's equality? There's an old riddle. A father and a son are in a car accident. The father dies instantly, and the boy is taken to the hospital. The doctor comes in and exclaims, "I can't operate on him. He's my son." Who is the doctor? Okay, so for those of you, I heard the right answer there, but for those of you that might not have heard it before, surprise, the doctor was his mother. So here's the embarrassing thing I'm going to confess today, and that it's taken me many decades to admit. As a young, ardent feminist, when I first heard that riddle, I couldn't figure it out. That is the power of unconscious bias. In the decades since I was stumped, there has been progress, but not in the way you might expect. Today, when asked that same riddle, people are just as likely to say he has two dads than to say his doctor was his mother. And that is the enduring power of unconscious bias when it comes to women. So how is it possible that most people can't solve this riddle? And why? The simple answer is the world's default is male. For thousands of years, women just haven't been in the picture. In a world made by men and for men, women have been made invisible. And when we are seen, it's almost always through the male gaze. The history of humanity is man's history, and by that, I don't mean the collective meaning of man, I mean man. But history told from only one perspective is the fertilizer of bias. It's at the root of all bias. There's this great West African proverb, and it's, hunters would no longer be heroes if lions could tell their own stories. So what has been the impact of women being left out of our history books until fairly recently? There's the brilliance bias, for starters. When you think of brilliant people in history, women don't come to mind easily because they've been left out. As a result, even today, few women are called brilliant. Think about it. And that impacts our sense of self. Not surprisingly, recent research shows women tend to assess their intellect accurately, while men of average intelligence think they are more intelligent than 2/3 of other people. Just gonna let that sit there. When women aren't seen in history, there's the if you can't see it, you can't be it bias. In grade school, I went on a class trip to the Guggenheim Museum and came home to excitedly tell my mother that the museum was filled with the work of this amazing woman artist, Joan Moreau. My mother had to break it to me that Jean Moreau was a Frenchman. I still remember my dejection. There wasn't a woman artist written about in Janssen's History of Art until 1987. Yet today, we're learning that the majority of the cave painters were probably women, not to mention the hundreds of master artists whose works and stories have been resurrected in every genre and every era. History is not objective, and it's often carefully curated, as we'll hear later this morning. It's why your personal stories and family stories are so important. Write your stories. I did about my great-grandmother, Giovanna, and I felt like I was reclaiming history. To be here today, we asked people to answer the question, how have you overcome stereotypes and embraced ambition? Nearly 2,500 people took the time to reply, and we thank everyone who did. But we were only able to accept 500 applicants, and it was hell, seriously. Yet we heard the most amazing stories in the process. You told us about being the only woman in the room, about being treated as second string when you got pregnant. You wrote about opening doors for your daughters and educating your sons, not only for the world as it is, but what you imagine it could be. You have overcome great stereotypes, barriers, and assaults on your bodies, your identity, and your dreams. But damn, did you persevere. We were so taken with your statements that we asked 9 women to share their stories today throughout today's program. Their introduction cards will say audience speaker, and I am seriously so excited for you to meet them. Women make history when we become the heroes of our own lives and the authors of our own stories. Thank you to the many women who have shared their stories, because these are the stories I hope we never lose again. Your stories, our stories. At the first summit, I talked about my beloved son who is transgender, and how in coming to terms with that, I realized that my bias had nothing to do with him being trans. My bias was he was male. I had to accept the ugly reality that I was biased against men. Here's when I knew I had made progress. This ridiculously adorable baby is my grandchild. When our daughter told us she was pregnant, I wasn't secretly hoping it was a girl. All that mattered was that my daughter and son-in-law had the opportunity to raise a brilliant, ambitious, empathetic human being. With the many changes facing all of us today, we see you, celebrate each of you, we hear your stories, and we have hope. I'm more optimistic than ever before that my granddaughter, yes, it's a girl, for now, that she will grow up in a world where women, look at that, you can't make that up, where women will be truly visible. Thank you.
Hi there. I am going to start with 1978. I'm 22 years old. I live in South India, and I am an avid reader of Ms. Magazine. In one of the issues in 1978, Gloria Steinem wrote a column that taught me about humor, that humor can be a powerful way to lay bare that which is fully visible right in front of us and yet completely hidden from our conscious awareness. And the essay that she wrote that I laughed out loud reading was titled, "If Men Could Menstruate." And she asked us to consider in this essay the simple question, what would happen if magically, suddenly, men could menstruate and women could not? Quite simply, and apropos to today's word of the day, menstruation would become, she said, the object of admiration. Okay? Men would brag about how long and how many pints, right? Sanitary supplies would be federally funded and free, of course. And for the status-conscious men, there would be John Wayne tampons and Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope pads. For the young people in this room, just replace these guys with Brad Pitt and whoever else you like. All right, so the question, more here. Guys would say, you know, I'm a 3-pad man, or I'm on the rag. Men would try to persuade women that intercourse is more pleasurable at that time of the month. And here was the important thing, that they would see this as an ability, like intelligence or something, right? A natural male prerogative, God-given. That's why it's called menstruation. If God intended otherwise, he would have called it womanstruation, duh. So she also told us, Gloria Steinem, that is, that women, not some, but maybe even many women, would participate in this charade themselves, okay? That they might say things like, we don't want to pass the Equal Rights Amendment because if women are now equal to men, they're going to feel compelled to wound themselves every month in order to be just like men. And this is a message, however funnily she told it, that I want us to grasp today because our data show this. But the most important thing, the humor aside, the message that she gave me in that little column was something that I had never thought about before. I thought there were really inherently good things and inherently bad things. And what she said is, no, the characteristics of the powerful, whatever they may be, okay, are thought to be better than the characteristics of the powerless. And as if that were not enough of a message for me to deal with at 22, She then gave me this kicker. Logic has nothing to do with this, right? And I have spent the last many years, because I chose the path of science. And so, to me, this has been the deep question of the lack of logic of much of this, and how can we understand how our brains are wired that produce these kinds of errors in our judgments, and how can we demonstrate them with hard numbers by looking at the working of the human brain and be able to share these data with everybody, with police departments and judges and lawyers and healthcare providers and social workers and teachers and business people and so on. So there are many others before me who have led the path, and I'm going to give you a very quick little set of questions that you will answer by just raising your hands that will tell you a little bit about one particular kind of way in which all of our brains work. I'm going to ask you to do something very simple. Just tell me which of these two events takes more lives, and because they vary across the world, let's stick with the US for the first one. So in the United States, do more people die, for example, because they've been in a car accident or with abdominal cancer? Raise your hand if you think abdominal cancer. And don't raise your hand if you think car accidents. Okay, I can see how many. Now let's go to the whole world. There are many ways in which we die, and being eaten up by sharks is one such way, and being hit by a falling plane part. Believe me, these are events that do take lives. They're just very, very few of them, but one of them is much more common than the other. So you will tell me, raise your hand if you think the more frequent one is being hit by a falling plane part. Okay? And then let's come back to the US, because we have good data for the US. Death because of an opioid overdose or death by being in a car accident. Raise your hand if you think car accident. Okay. And this is just for fun. Which is more common? A CEO named David or a female CEO? Raise your hand if you think a CEO named David. It's nice that you got one of them right. Okay. So it turns out that if you wanted to get all of the others right, you should have raised your hand all 3 times, okay? Abdominal cancer takes more lives, plane parts, and car accidents, and very few of us get all of them right. And this is a bias. It's called an availability bias, and the best way to understand it is that there is a world out there where things are really happening. There are real frequencies, but our brain cannot represent them accurately. For us, what we believe depends on not only big things like education and our teachers and our parents, but what's happening in our neighborhood. What media are we consuming? What is it telling us? And so there is a disparity here between what actually goes on in the world and how our minds are representing it. And how we represent it is, as Gloria Steinem taught us, something that defies logic, because even when we're given good data, our brains don't always know what to do with it. So I'm going to give you a very quick little example of how much our world is affected by what we see, and this is a very sweet little experiment that a teacher of 8-year-olds did in the state of Illinois. On day 1, she asked her students to simply draw a picture of a scientist and write a little paragraph on what do you think a scientist does? And that's the one that this one kid, 8 years old, a boy, drew on the left-hand side. Clearly, his jacket was not designed by Tory Burch, because you can look at that. So now the teacher takes these kids to Fermilab, a high-energy physics lab in their town. They meet with the scientists, they do some experiments, they come back to the lab, and then the next day the teacher says to them exactly the same thing. New sheet of paper, draw for me a picture of a scientist, and tell me, what do scientists do? And I want you to look at the shift after just one instance, okay? All of a sudden, it's the kind of thing Tory Burch might produce. Okay, so I'm going to show you 4 more instances. In each case, the picture on the left is what the kid drew first, and then the one on the right is the one that they drew after they had visited a physics lab and met with some scientists. This is my all-time favorite one. I don't know what's with these lab coats. I think there is a market here for Ms. Burch to design better lab coats. Okay, here's another one. Okay, here's a third one. Ooh, a different style jacket. Here's one that I think could be in her Winter of 2020 collection. And look what happens. Her arms become a little short, but with some ambition, she can pick up the beakers, okay? And then they say the most amazing things about this. My picture of a scientist is completely different than what it used to be. The scientists I saw didn't wear a lab coat. They used good vocabulary, and they spoke like they knew what they were talking about. Like, what did they think we did? But that's what Beth at age 8. So here I am to tell you what a single instance of exposure can do. Now, of course, I don't want you to leave here thinking that they thought scientists were men, and then they thought scientists are all women. There were 30 kids in this class. 26 of them drew a man as scientist on day 1, and 26 of them drew a man as scientist on day 2. 4 kids changed, okay? And the only thing I can see about them is that the 4 who shifted were girls, okay? So I want you to take away, it matters. Identity matters. We look at the same world, we take different things away, but exposures and what we see out there has a fundamental effect on what we can imagine, not only about the world, but perhaps even about ourselves. 20 years after I read the Steinem piece, it's 1998, and I am fortunate enough to be on the front lines of a science that is making a revolution. We are beginning to understand something called implicit bias. My colleagues and I give it that name. We don't think anybody outside our lab is going to care about it. And then we were stunned in 2016 when presidential candidates Trump and Clinton were asked by one of the interviewers, what are you going to do about implicit bias? And we were just stunned that people outside our little lab knew this word, right? So what I'm going to do now is to tell you, let's just see if we can, many of you have suffered through this test called the IAT, which tells you about the associations that are in your mind, but not all of you have taken the test. So are you ready to take one now? Okay, all right, so we're going to get out of here. I'm going to tell you what you're going to have to do for this test, and it's very simple. You're going to see words that will appear on a screen, in the middle of the screen, and your job is going to be very simple. All you have to say is this name male or female? If it's a name like John or David, you will very quickly and rapidly and loudly, you will say left, because that's on the left. And if you see a name like Susan or Lori, you will say right, okay? Easy enough to do, but I want you to do this super fast. Faster than a second an item, okay? So you need to do it at about 700 milliseconds per item. You need to say this very fast. And to do it fast, you will make some mistakes. That's okay. Don't be too competitive for a few minutes, okay? Just do it as fast as you can, and if you do make a mistake, if you say left instead of right or right instead of left, just pick up the next item and keep going. Don't become quiet because you made a mistake. So let's go. We'll see how well you do. Computer will give you a little score, and if that number is around 700, you're great. But if the number is bigger than 700, it means you're going too slow. So we'll see. All right, so left for anything male, a name that's male, right for female, go fast, go loud, go. Excellent. So this is a fantastic speed. Usually people are slow, and I have to get them to this stage, but you are already there. All right, now we're going to do categorizations, but of something different. There are words that represent these two worlds that we care about. We care about our professions and our careers. We care about our life at home. If you see a word like job, profession, desk, briefcase, boardroom, manager, leader, director, anything like that that belongs to the world of work, rapidly, just like you did, and making a few errors, it's okay, say left for career words or work-related words. And on the other side are home words, words like garden, house, home, cooking, kitchen, what else do we have? Oh, children, marriage, anything like that that belongs to the world of home, say right. So you got it? Left for career, right for home. Go fast, go loud. Let's see. Excellent. Woo! Look at what a little practice does to your brain. Okay. All right. And now you just put them together. If it's a male name or a career word, you will say left. If it's a female name or a house-related word, you will say right. Ready? Let's go. Excellent. Okay. So 688 is a tremendous score. Your brain should have taken a lot longer to do this than it did. So I want you to remember this number, 688, because it's going to represent half of your gender stereotype, and we are going to come back and compare it to a different number. Now that you've done this so well, we can skip over the next one and just move on. We're going to now just practice a little switch. Now you'll say left for female names and right for male names. Ah, the light bulb is going off. Okay, all right. So now do this one. This is really important. There are people over here who are just watching the others do it. I want you guys to like do it really loudly. Okay, all right. So teachers have this sense of who's doing their homework. Okay, all right. So say left for a woman's name, say right for a man's name, loud, fast. This will be super easy. Go. Fantastic. You are beating the speed of sound here. This is wonderful. And now for the last round, we'll just put these together. What's all the O and A for? Okay. Well, you know what I like about human beings is that they can tell before they're going to screw up that they're going to screw up. So let's see how pathetic you are in this round. Okay. Left for female or career, right for male or home. Go fast, go loud, go. Yeah. All right. So this test, so 600 and whatever it was, 88 or 668 compared to this is a massive statistically significant effect, okay? And it's not because you want to show this bias. I certainly show this bias, and I do not wish to show it. If you ask me what would you like to show, Mahzarin, I would say I wish to be neutral. I want to go just as fast when I have to associate male and career as I do when I have to associate female and career. And I cannot do that because whatever my conscious aspirations are, to be fair, to be egalitarian, to be able to represent people in all categories and imagine them equally, the thumbprint of the culture on my brain is not something I can deny, okay? Nor can I excuse it, right? So first of all, we have to say it's there, and then we have to ask ourselves, do I like having that bias? And I think most modern humans, not even the evolved humans who are sitting in this room, really believe that they do not wish to have this bias, and they do. And so we put these tests up in 1998 on a website, and we thought, why should we suffer alone, knowing how biased we are? Let's involve everybody in this. And we were unprepared for the response from you. In the first month, we had thought we'd get 500 people in the first year. Remember, that's 1998. The web is not very well developed at all, and there's no such thing like an experiment sitting out there. So we put it there, and in the first month, we have 45,000 completed tests. Just word of mouth, no advertising. It went viral then, and it has remained viral for the last 21 years. We now have complete data from over 22 million people, many different countries, special sites for them, and so on. So there's a lot of data that I can tell you about, or that we've accumulated, that can teach you about this thing called implicit bias, that many of us have it, and I'll just give you the numbers. 75% of men in the world show this bias, okay? At least in the Western world, show the bias. It's easier for them to associate male with career and female with home, but a good 25% of men are not showing the bias. Who are they? Why does that happen? These are interesting questions for scientists to pose. If 75% of men show the bias, what percent of women do you think show it? 80%, okay? And here is my understanding of why women, like many of you, like me, who work outside the home, why is it that we show this bias? I think what this test is telling us is that it's actually not that hard for people like you and me to make the female career association. We can do that. We can even do that part faster than men because it is a part of our lived identity. What slows us down on this test, I think, is the other categorization. Male and home. Those two have not been put together in our minds. David and kitchen, no. That is not an association I'm able to make easily, okay? And I think that's where we have to learn about just how much women who work outside the home and who take their careers seriously, the fact that we are women who live in a culture where the association to home is so paramount. In some ways, I think this is healthy. I think it's great that women have these two identities, both with work and with home. We can talk a lot about the value to mental health, but we should also understand that that's where the issue might lie. So we know a great deal about these biases. I did not have a chance to tell you today about many other tests. Just like the test you took, I could have shown you faces of dark and light-skinned people, and I could have asked you to associate them with words like love and peace and joy, or bad things like devil and war and vomit or something awful like that. And the question is, how fast can we do that? Okay? And that's a difficult test to take. It was the most transformative day of my life to take that test and to know what was going on. So I'm going to run through this because I have only a minute, and to tell you that we are seeing something encouraging in one sense. Anti-gay bias at the implicit level in this test, not just what people say, but what they show, is dropping off. It's dropping off by 33%. Race bias and skin tone bias are also dropping, but at much smaller levels. And then there are other biases, like age bias or disability or body weight bias, that are not changing at all. So we need to know this, okay? I'm going to skip over this because in the interest of time, and just tell you that these changes that we are seeing in the data remind me of that very famous sentence that you know from Martin Luther King Jr. That came to him from Theodore Parker, a fierce abolitionist and a Unitarian minister from my neck of the woods in Boston. And the sentence, of course, that you know so well is that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And when I see data like this, and I see those little bends going in the direction of neutrality, I know we're heading there. And in spite of the depressing data in the bottom panel, I do want to tell you that I am optimistic. Why? Because nobody I know, no scientist I know who knew this way the brain thinks, ever thought that change would happen on the scale on which we're seeing it. So we know it is possible. And now the only question left for us, of course, is, do we have the ambition to do something about this? Okay? And I urge you to visit Outsmarting Human Minds. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Vanessa Anderson Goldwire.
I went into the military right after high school graduation because I wanted to serve my country, especially after seeing Vasquez in the movie Aliens talk about breaking stereotypes. I went from an enlisted airman to a commissioned officer by acquiring a competitive acceptance and graduating from the United States Air Force Academy. I started as a ground intelligence officer, but despite several leaders telling me no, I finally was granted the opportunity to attend airborne intelligence training, and I went on to deploy and accrue over 600 combat hours. I later attained an MBA. At the same time, I was pregnant with and gave birth to my beautiful daughter, Melicia. My parents are from Panama. Sadly, immigrants and their families are frowned upon by some people who think they do not contribute to our society. But I have served my country and worked tirelessly to protect our freedom for over 20 years. And when I retire, I am determined to continue to work for the greater good. Thankfully, God has blessed me with the strength and ambition to continue on this journey, as it hasn't been easy. My greatest challenge came 9 months ago with the sudden loss of my beautiful 15-month-old son, Wakilo. It was my daughter who named him Wakilo. My husband is in the Army, and we were both stationed in Hawaii when he was born. We came to know later that Wakilo means stargazer. We are all on journeys and look to identify our North Star. I have mine. His name is Wakilo, and I aim to make my stargazer and my beautiful daughter, Melicia, proud.
This concludes our session. Please take your belongings as you cannot reserve seats.
Child, find me by a stream. Kiss my petals, weave me through a dream. For all of these separate things and much more, a flower was born. It blooms to spread love and joy, faith and more to people forlorn inside every man.
rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
for our daughters
and our sons.
I will help women around the world,
the whole world,
to succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough,
strong,
powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word.
I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them.
Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office.
Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives.
Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition.
Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams.
Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition.
Will you?
Please welcome to the stage, Tony Chan.
A letter to my daughters. Dearest Lexi and Stella, to your future selves. This is a letter of reflection and hope. Reflection from what you grow so beautifully over these 10 years, and over that same decade, lessons I've learned from backing women founders daring to dream big. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." Please dream big. When you read this, you'll be graduating from college, and here's my hope. A major shift in gender attitudes. May you live your 20s in a watershed era as big as democracy itself. Tiananmen was just 30 years ago, showing how democracy can open economies and lift 1 billion out of poverty. But we've left our own Berlin Wall standing, the one separating genders. Economic liberation has a second coming waiting to happen. I've learned 3 lessons that might help get us there. First, have purpose and patience. Women are more patient. Studies show it, but you already know this dealing with me versus mom. Purpose takes time. Be resilient in pursuing it and take something out of each mile of life. It's a marathon, not a sprint. The perfect salt is made with just seawater, sun, wind, and a bit of time. Too many long-term opportunities are marred by short-term actions. VCs say they care about purpose and patience, yet ask, what's your exit strategy when we don't even know the entry? Microwave capitalism abounds. Avoid it. Things microwave just don't taste good. They're better simmered, slow roasted, or even baked by the sun. 2, it's not philanthropy. We conflate purpose with philanthropy. When Dad co-founded his clean beauty nail care business and started funding women ventures, many asked if it was philanthropy. This offended me, but even more so the women we backed. Who would have thought that Dad would become best known as the only VC that started as a nail salon? Purpose and profit can and should coexist. Less than 3% of venture dollars today go to women-owned businesses. That's massive systemic bias, but equally massive opportunity. So call me a capitalist, call me an advocate, absolutely call me a warrior for inclusionary entrepreneurship, but don't call it philanthropy. Backing women is not a charity. 50% is not a minority. Lesson 3, we're in it together. I love underdogs. I want women to win. I want minorities to win. But our highest purpose has to let humanity win. Celebrate your constitutional inherent diversity, but have openness and courage to embrace the diversity of others around you. It'll lead to better ideas, and it'll make you a better human. Verna Myers said, diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Do the asking. Men need to be part of this conversation, even though I've loved being the TSCM, token straight Chinese male. Last year, I asked a Tory Burch Fellow about things women do to protect themselves. Our normal is horrible. Sorry for all the times you crossed that street or needlessly ducked into a store while walking home. Sorry for when you hand-covered that bar drink or took it to the restroom. Sorry for not always wearing what you want. And sorry for not always knowing these things. We can all be better and need more holistic leadership and cultures, loving and learning from each other. We're in it together. So why my optimism? Because of the women behind these lessons. See yourself in their narratives. Because of the C.J. Walkers, the Sotomayors, the Maya Angelos, the Malalas, and legends here today, from Tory Burch to Sylvia Earle to DVF to Gloria Steinem. These aren't great women leaders. They're great leaders, period. Don't let people tell you you're the best girl, best woman, best Asian minority doing X, Y, Z. You're just the best. No qualifiers needed. For the first time, women have more college degrees in the workforce than men, and 35% now make more than their husbands. What might happen when women reach or even exceed parity? I really hope in your lifetimes. It's not about who pays that restaurant check. It's about transforming our default mental image of what a leader, innovator, or hero looks like. Your generation is on the cusp of a great economic watershed, unshackling that potential behind that wall of biases. Go forward as a force for that change, on a shared path towards common values and common standards, not defined by religion, shape, face, or race, heteronormative or heterodiverse, male nor female, but as simply human. Yes, Lexi and Stella, you reflect that hope and optimism. I'll always be there, but just embrace your truest ambition, and you'll be great at whatever you do, because you already are great. No qualifiers needed. Love, Dad.
Please welcome to the stage Kirsten Green and Moira Forbes.
Good morning.
Hi.
So much amazing energy in this room. And what a fabulous, how great Tony was. I love the energy. We need more men like Tony, but we also need more women like Kirsten. Kirsten's in a really interesting intersection in the entrepreneurial arena. She's someone who started a venture fund and has backed some of the most formidable consumer brands like Warby Parker and Glossier, but she's also someone who's deeply committed to closing gaps, especially through an organization like All Raise, which is dedicated to getting more women within the funding arena, because we know there are so many systemic barriers that we have to overcome. So we all know that the statistics are really bleak in terms of access to funding. Less than 3% of all funding goes to women, even bleaker for women of color. 65% of venture firms still don't have a female partner. Talk a little bit about where we are today and why having more women write checks and lead deals can have such a seismic impact in changing the landscape of business as we know it.
Yeah, thanks for the tee up, Moira. And what an amazing day this is, and what an amazing title this day is, Embracing Ambition, because that is a theme that we have been really working on really earnestly in Silicon Valley, particularly as it relates to women and diverse founders. In Silicon Valley, as venture capitalists, our job and our role is hopefully to be part of ushering in new companies that are thinking about the world as it's moving and changing and building businesses for the future that hopefully over time have positive impacts on everybody. And when you think about kind of what everybody means, that's men, women, that's people of all colors, races, genders, and the businesses need to be designed to suit those audiences. And if it's kind of obvious if you think about what it takes to be in touch with those audiences. It's about having diverse teams. And for too long, in venture capital in particular, which is the earliest stages of funding those kind of businesses, it's been dominated by men, and it's been dominated by men of a certain kind of class or kind. And so as we think about kind of bringing the diversified energy into the companies of the future, it's vital to have people of diversity as part part of the constituents. So that means more female and diverse founders founding the companies, more founders in general having an awareness for the value of diverse teams and structuring their leadership teams all the way down to the junior people contributing to kind of look like the audience they're serving and be diverse. And a big part of bringing those companies to life, or a part of bringing those companies to life in the early days, is the funding sources. And you know, when you're investing in an early stage business, you are looking for that game-changing company that can break out. You are trying to understand where the markets are moving and look for things in that opportunity. But you're also about to go on a journey with a founder, with an entrepreneur for a decade. Or more, and in that respect, like the relationship, the ability to kind of forge a partnership and trust with each other is really important. And I think one part of that ingredient is the personal connection. Another part about it is, I think about this too, like I don't want to impart too much of my own wishes or desires into companies, but I can't help it if I can relate to the problem, if I understand the audience that they're going after, the opportunity to have an affinity for that or feel more passionate about it and be more engaged. It's a real factor. And so you need people that are of that broader audience to be part of the check writing ecosystem too. And so those stats you said are unacceptable. You mentioned AllRaise, which is a group about empowering diverse founders, female and diversity founders, and funders. And we wanted to raise the bar. We wanted to say we want more venture capital dollars to go to ambitious female entrepreneurs, and we want more female check writers. And we think if that's a starting point, we'll end up with more companies that have diverse leadership teams, that have diversity all the way down the spectrum. And while the numbers are still low, they have gone from 2 years ago where 9% of the general partners, which are kind of the check writers or the board members at venture capital firms, up to 13%. So we've got a ways to go. Our goal is to get much beyond that, but it's some good progress. And the dollars going to women are still not what they were, but we had a handful of women this year raise record amounts of money for companies that have built value already and are continuing to grow. So it's an important moment. The attention is on us. The conversation is live. It's happening in the investment community. It's happening in other communities. And I think that there's results being shown, which is obviously the important driver of it, to show companies that have that type of makeup are outperforming and they're better. And those results are starting to come in. And I think it's just the beginning of a tidal wave movement.
You talk about you're at a stage when entrepreneurs are getting to the venture table. I think we all agree that we need more women, raising their hands to strike out on their own and start their own businesses. Tori's been such a big proponent of entrepreneurs. How many female founders are in this room today? Which is amazing.
Yay.
Amazing.
Good for you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is in this moment in time, even if you aren't an entrepreneur, you have to really embrace sort of this entrepreneurial mindset to be able to thrive in business today. You're someone who sees so many entrepreneurs. And one of the things that I hear from aspiring female founders, they feel they don't have the right skill sets or the right background, given that there sometimes is a narrative around what it takes. What are the common threads that unite the entrepreneurs you've seen that have achieved such uncommon success? And how should others think about, if they've had an untraditional background or one that doesn't seem like the stereotypical background to become an entrepreneur, how do you think they should think about translating different types of experiences in the context of still being able to be a viable and successful founder?
Yeah. So I think there are some common traits of successful founders. I don't think there are necessarily common backgrounds of people who are successful founders. At our firm, Forerunner Ventures, we've invested in almost 100 different early stage businesses, and founders have a wide makeup. We have 40% or close to it that are female versus male. Some people went to maybe what people think of as kind of a more common path, college, grad school, had a job in the particular industry, maybe a seat at the leadership table, and then wanted to translate and take that further. We have some of those. We have people who didn't go to college. We have people that dropped out of college. We have people that had careers in an entirely different field but couldn't get this idea and this opportunity out of their mind and wanted to bring it to life, which I think a common thread around founders is that notion, is that they have an idea, they have a desire, they have a vision for something, and they can't get it out of their head. I think, really having an idea about like, what is the problem you're solving, who is the audience you're serving, how are they going to determine value, and what is it going to take to bring that to life are like the critical kind of, foundational things to have in mind as you think about building a business. There is all kinds of ways to be an entrepreneur and start a business. I work in venture capital. I mentioned earlier, like we are trying to kind of really aim for businesses that are in the path of changing the landscape of business, and generic word, but it's relevant disruptor. Not every business is that. There's a lot of good businesses that start every day that have an incredible service or an incredible product that has a place in the market and that has real opportunity, and they could be funded in different ways. But in all cases, I think, what I've come to notice is some common traits of founders that are successful is that they have real interest in what they're doing. They're doing it, yes, they want to be successful, yes, they want to make money, they want to make a living in that regard, success, but they also really believe the product needs to be there and the service needs to be there, and they feel like and I think it's important because starting a business is hard, and it's going to be lonely, and there's going to be challenges, but if you have that deep conviction that there's a place in the world for it, and the world is going to be better because you have it, it gets you through that time period. Building a business is going to mean also building a community and getting a whole bunch of different resources around the table. I play a role in the context of money and hopefully being a supportive partner, but there are employees you need to hire, and there are consumers and users you need to get. And it does start with the founder, and it does start with the energy that they put forward to begin attracting those other people, which will become the culture, which will become the collective, which will stand for kind of moving the engine forward. And you do have to have a vision about where you're going, but be able to also tie it back to practicality and understand that like you can't do everything. You have to think about priorities and sort of pace yourself and think about where you can kind of drive the most value by selecting fewer things.
Yeah, I want to sort of tie back to the theme of the summit, which is embrace ambition. When we were sitting down together last summer, we were talking about your insights for entrepreneurs, and you said to me, quote, the advice that you would give, you would say to aspiring entrepreneurs, quote, put all of your ambition out there and really own it. Own what you know, own what you don't know, and be okay with that. And never be afraid to dream big. Share how you have learned to embrace your own ambition and any advice for others around doing the same, because it's much easier said than done when it comes to your own life.
It's really true, and I think I can speak to it from my own perspective because I really went on a journey to start Forerunner. It wasn't it was a path that I kind of led to that place, and along the way, while I was while I was headed that direction, a lot of people kind of tell me why it was hard, why I couldn't do it, why I should maybe join a firm here or do that, or maybe I was just kind of nuts for thinking about doing it. And I think in every moment I took those comments seriously and I thought about it, but I found myself translating it into kind of more motivation, maybe more rigor around my process too, to really challenge whether it was a good idea, whether it was the right idea. But at some point, it became like a calling as much as anything. And, and then it's about putting something out into the world and intention and manifesting it. And part of doing that is all the things we talked about earlier, but it is not being afraid to embrace your ambition and owning that and knowing that, like, if you fail, everybody fails. We all have failures. It's par for the course in life. I think if you're not failing at some point, you're not trying hard enough, and you can recover. I see it happen every day. One of the most incredible honors of working side by side with entrepreneurs is obviously seeing them grow and develop into leaders of bigger companies and their businesses flourish. But that doesn't happen all the time. And a lot of times it's really, really hard and really, really humbling. And sometimes it's defeating. But every single time I've seen those people be able to pick themselves back up. So I don't think you should get stuck in fear or worry, because there's a new day on the other side of it. And that's one of the most amazing things about careers today. I feel like when I started working, people were much more kind of like programmatic about how a career unfolded and how you needed to get kind of promotions. There's a lot more chance to be free and take liberties with it today. So don't hold back.
Well, I love that. We're grateful to you for having embraced your ambition because you're helping to change the face of an industry and ultimately sort of change the face of business and opportunity as we know it. So thank you. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Have a good day.
Please welcome to the stage Becky Fawcett.
I am infertile. I did 5 rounds of IVF. I got pregnant 3 times. I had 3 miscarriages. And then I adopted my 2 children. No one wanted to talk about any of this, so I started to talk about it loudly. 12 years ago, I founded helpusadopt.org. 80% of those adopting are failed infertility patients. And since our launch in 2007, we have helped to build 342 families by awarding over $3 million in adoption grants. "12 years ago, there were no inclusive adoption grant programs that help single women or lesbians adopt. helpusadopt.org changed that landscape. Every day, I advocate for others to become parents through adoption. It's so not easy, but it is incredibly rewarding. And believe it or not, people still don't want to talk about infertility, IVF, miscarriage, adoption, and the evolving definition of family. So I will continue to lead the way because that's who I am. Kids need homes, and homes need kids. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Lauren Smith Brody.
I was lucky. For me, getting pregnant was the easy part. Giving birth was the easy part. Even making it through what I learned was called the 4th trimester, those first 3 months of newborn haze and cracked nipples and anxiously checking the car seat buckle 5 times before starting the car, was the easy part. The hard part for me came next at 12 weeks when I went back to work. For the first time in my life, I looked in the mirror and saw someone who was completely incompetent. For months, I thought that was my fault, that I'd failed at being the mother, worker, juggler that I'd always thought I could be. Then one day, a colleague walked up to my desk and saw my breast pump sitting there. "Thank you," she said, "for being so open about this working mom thing." I didn't know what to say back. I was a young manager. Had I been unprofessional? Had I yawned one too many times? Did my cardigan smell like spit up? But she went on to say, "Because you've shown me I can do it one day too. That it's hard, but it's worth it. Because I'll have to, and it'll be okay." That's when I realized there's actually a 5th trimester too. And it's an opportunity for those of us who are in it to fix it. It took me several years and a second son to start doing the research. I knew that my experience, while hard, had been privileged. I knew that America's 12 weeks of unpaid maternity leave was the worst in the developed world. But did you know that nearly half of workers don't have access to it? That women are more likely to be hourly wage workers? Or that 25% of American mothers go back to work when their babies are under 2 weeks old? Quick history lesson for you that I learned too. When FMLA was signed into law in 1993, it was meant to be a compromise, a temporary compromise. It was originally supposed to be 26 weeks paid. That's what the research showed us, even back then, protects mom's health, mom's mental health, baby's physical health, dad's bond with the baby, mom's ability to maintain her career. But very quickly, we had normalized here 12 weeks as generous. No wonder that new mom in my bathroom mirror didn't look okay yet. She wasn't. I decided to survey women nationally, hundreds of working moms with every approach to motherhood and career I could find. Hourly wage working moms and single moms, adoptive moms, C-level moms, same-sex partner moms. The data shows we're racked with guilt, struggling, unsupported, discriminated against, underslept, and underpaid. But also, we are doing it anyway. And we are more motivated than ever to change that false norm, one outraged, capable, exhausted new mom at a time. It shouldn't have to be on the private sector to fix a national wrong. It shouldn't have to be on moms who are in the mess of it to speak up. But we can't fix problems we can't see. Instead of placing blame inward and writing off our struggle as mom guilt like I had done, we need to change the system visibly. So, what's that look like? Leaders in this room, if you want more women in leadership, where, by the way, we are proven to increase your profits, you have to keep them from leaving. Make your family leave gender neutral, lead by example, and take it all. Protect your employees from the motherhood penalty, a very real phenomenon, which accounts for 80% of the gender wage gap. And educate your organization about implicit bias of all kinds. Often, a big pregnant belly is the most visible personal life need we see in the workplace, but everyone's got something, but not everyone's got a voice. Mothers, that's a lot of you, know your strength. The motherhood penalty to our wages and status is based entirely in bias. The research proves it. Mothers are proven to be more efficient, more decisive, more creative, and better leaders and more valuable to their employers than ever. Know that when you ask for something for you in your personal life, it's not just for you. It's for everyone. It's for all of us to change that norm. Most of all, use every ounce of your privilege and maternal drive for justice, I know you have it, I do, to do some good. Our kids are counting on it. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Shazi Visram, Damali Peterman, and Piera Gilardi.
It's so great to be here today with some fellow entrepreneurs who have scaled their businesses with purpose and passion. Today, I'm here with Shazi Visram, the founder of Happy Family and the soon-to-be-launched Healthy Nest, and Damali Peterman, the founder of Breakthrough ADR. Yeah, that's right. So entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs are really known for creating solutions to the problems that they see around them in the world. I would love to hear from both of you what problem you saw that you're solving and what your why is behind your businesses. Shazi.
All right. Happy to go. So, I mean, this was about 15 years ago, and the problem I saw in the world was that our children were getting sick, and too many of them were getting too sick in an area where it just should never happen. And I realized that the heart of it is that we were starting our babies out on foods that were laden with chemicals and pesticides, and I knew we needed better. So I set out to change children's health, but with baby food. And I believe that you could change the whole world by focusing on the health of our babies, and so that was the problem that I set out to solve.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. As a mom of two, I appreciate that, so thank you very much. The problem that I saw was, as a lawyer and a mediator, I was oftentimes being called in to help resolve conflicts. And I realized time and time again that if people had some tools for communicating and problem solving, that they could have de-escalated their conflicts before they rose to the level of needing someone like me to intervene. I'm kind of like the Olivia Pope, if you will, of fixing things. And so for me, the problem was, how do we empower people to feel confident in resolving their own problems? How do we give them those tools? And I started my company to do that.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I think as a result, earlier we heard about the fact that there are more CEOs named David than there are women CEOs. And I think something that I struggled with as I was growing as a leader of my own company was the fact that I didn't have a lot of examples of leaders that, had the style and character attributes that I do. And what I've learned over time is that really there are so many different kinds of leaders and there are so many different strengths that can really propel you forward. I would love if you could each tell us a little bit about what in your personal background or what character strengths you feel like have helped you to grow and scale your companies.
Sure. So I have kind of a crazy background. I grew up in Alabama in a motel room when my parents immigrated here almost 40 years ago, and I watched them struggle as immigrants and entrepreneurs, and I watched them deal with 1,000,001 crazy challenges, and I always saw them figure it out. And so I had these really incredible role models in this very strange environment, and we navigated our way into life here and to making it work. And I think having strong role models like that has been probably even more valuable to me than an MBA, which I have, but it's like nothing like starting your own business, and it's nothing like seeing people before you show you that no matter how huge the challenge is ahead of you, like you can do it. And it's one step in front of the other. You don't lose heart, and you just are constantly thinking, like, how can I be creative to make this better, or to, solve a challenge that seems insurmountable, but the truth is everything's possible. And so that's been kind of my guiding light, is just knowing that regardless, we as humans are so creative. And I trust in everyone's ability to figure out a way to make it better.
Thanks. So I'm from Washington, D.C., and my parents were just, yes, shout out to Washington, D.C. Great things happening in our capital right now. And my parents were very encouraging and inspirational my entire life. I'm the oldest of 7, which meant that I was the person who had to forge a lot of the path for those behind me. And so my mom always told me, like Tori's mom told her, that I can do anything that I wanted to do. And with that kind of power, I felt like I could do and be anything that I wanted to be. And so for me, characteristics that I think have really helped me as an entrepreneur would be being creative, as Shazi said, and also being flexible. Because you have to have some sort of agility to kind of, one, decide you want to go into entrepreneurship. It's not for the faint of heart. And you also have to kind of be able to shift courses, because different things will arise and you have to be flexible. So definitely flexibility.
Absolutely. I mean, I think about when we were first starting Refinery, actually we were 3 days into launching the business when we realized the idea that we launched the business with wasn't going to work. So yeah, 3 days in and we had to rethink everything. So I think that problem solving, that growth mindset is so critical. And every entrepreneur faces those challenges, those kind of moments where you have to rethink everything. Can you tell us about a moment where you've faced a challenge in your business that has been actually pivotal to how it's grown?
Do you want to go?
Sure.
Give me a second.
Well, I'll say that I have 2 businesses, and the first one I thought when I started my first company, I left corporate America working in a big law firm, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to start this alternative dispute resolution company, and I'm going to teach everyone how to do conflict resolution, and go. And so I opened the doors and I waited, but everyone knew me as an M&A lawyer. They wanted to hire me for what they knew me best for. And so I had to shift. I had to say, okay, follow the market. This is what the market wants. And then it wasn't until a few years later that I could actually start Breakthrough and do what I really, really wanted to do, which is create this global community of problem solvers to empower people to take the tools into their own hands and resolve problems. And so that kind of growth mindset, the agility and creativity we're talking about is huge, and being able to listen to what people say they want, as opposed to saying, hey, I sell widgets, buy these widgets, is really an important tool for all entrepreneurs.
That is so true. I feel like sometimes it is a challenge to find the the space between having vision and having determination, but also listening and being teachable as you sort of realize what the market or consumers want. And that, straddling that balance can be an interesting challenge.
I have one of those stories too. So it took me almost 2 years to get launched, and I had this whole dream that organic baby food is going to change the world that I shared with you, and now it has. But think about like 14 years ago, and my whole thing was, okay, we're going to think outside the jar, and we're going to make frozen baby food, and it's just like what you would make at home. And so it's these little ice cube trays, and you pop out what you need, and it's like super beautiful and fresh and alive. And it took almost 2 years to get the money together and put it out and really make it special. And I did all the demos in the beginning. So I'm standing in a Whole Foods and the freezer line with a table doing demos. This is also like a week after launch.
Right.
And it's like nobody was coming to the table. And then I tried to like grab someone and be like, would you like to taste this? And they're like, oh, baby food? No. And I was like, but it's actually just delicious food. If you think about it, babies should eat really great food the very first bite. I mean, you should try it. It's really good. And then, but you can't convince somebody to buy into your business if they don't want the products. I mean, it's cute to have a conversation in a store. After I had like 3 of them, I realized this was not going to work. And I needed to get out of the freezer because the moms weren't coming down the freezer aisle, and even when they weren't looking for frozen baby food. And while I had this dream to change the world with organic baby food and create kind of a more sustainable solution for all of us, it wasn't going to start there, and I had to rethink it. And so we started innovating in the actual baby food aisle, creating enlightened versions of things that were already selling well in mass. And it took a few years to get where I needed to be, to finally think, oh, now we have the solution, now we have the alternative to the jar. And it ended up being this pouch that kind of revolutionized the category. But sometimes, as much as you're dedicated to the mission, that's why you need to stay in it. But it's not like the creative solution and the answer comes sequentially month after month. It was like 4 years of struggling and killing ourselves to get to that place where we actually found what would be that disruption that allowed us to now now the beautiful thing is it used to be about 3% of all baby food was organic. If you think about that, and this when I first started, and now it's almost 40%. And thank you. And why that's special is it's millions of pounds of pesticides and toxins that aren't going into our babies' bodies and into our soil. And so, but sometimes you got to stay the course, and it takes a while to get to the place where you're really making the change you first imagined.
That's powerful. I mean, I think the why is fixed and the how is flexible. So, Damali, you are a Tory Burch Fellow.
Woo!
Woo!
Wow.
How has the fellowship changed your business?
The fellowship has been phenomenal. Any Tory Burch Fellows watching here, listening, my sisters?
Oh, a lot of hands.
It's a wonderful, I will say, community. Tory Burch is so amazing. You've seen her speak, you've listened to her. She is completely a real person, meaning she walks the walk, she talks the talk. And with that type of person at the helm of leading this movement of embracing ambition, it's just a wonderful place to be as a fellow at this time. And so 3 things that happen for us who are in the program and for those of you considering the program is education, access, and community. We receive an education grant that's phenomenal for furthering our education as entrepreneurs. I've already taken courses at Cornell and Stanford, and I'm looking for a writing course to take somewhere fun when we can travel again. And for access, as you've heard, to capital, access to programs, and the community is just incredible. From the foundation to the fellows to everyone who's here with us today embracing ambition. It's a wonderful community to have.
That's fantastic.
So I'm a proud Tory Burch Fellow.
Shazi, I would love to hear, backstage we were talking a little bit about funding, and I think everyone in this room knows that while women control the vast majority of consumer spending in the US, funding to women is less than 2% of venture, and that's far less for women of color. I would love to hear a little bit about, how you've worked through that and some of the people that have helped support your business.
Yeah, so when I first started with Happy, I was an unproven entrepreneur. I did have an MBA, which actually I at the time, I felt that I needed to give me the credibility so that when I had that kind of big idea moment, I could go big and not run my business. Not that I had any disdain for what my parents did. I learned so much, but I was also like, I don't want to be a mom and pop. I want to go big. And so, but it was really, really hard. I think the hardest challenges in my business life, well, besides my personal life, interfering and being my business life, because it's all literally the same, has been always asking for money. And for money that I believed would create a really huge return one day, but it's really hard to quantify. And so in the beginning, we raised $550,000 from, I don't know, like 40-something people. Like the checks were as small as $2,500. Wow. I mean, I got turned down by women's seed funding organizations, because even back then, this was, it's a little bit ago. I think today the access is getting stronger and better because we're so proven. But it was such a journey to learn how to take the no's, turn it into a positive, and move on to the next yes. And it has been a character build for me along the way, and especially to be in an industry that's like pretty capital intensive, so you're constantly raising money as you grow because you're funding working capital, and it's like this whole different game. And I can tell you that with my second venture, it took me like less than 3 weeks to raise all the money that we needed, because I had a win under my belt. So yeah. I can tell you that it gets easier. Yeah. And there are a lot more of us now as comps for success. So I think we all need to go out there and be proud of our big wins. Absolutely. Because it helps people believe in the next generation of us that haven't yet had their first one. But yeah, I think fundraising is, regardless of who you are, male or female, it's not going to be easy. You have to do it, and you got to keep going until you get what you need to make your business happen.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I think we can all agree that elevating women's businesses, investing in women's business, has the potential to change the world. And thank you both for being such incredible role models to us all.
Please welcome to the stage, Mia Parton.
Hello. I'm the owner of Aparmi Engineering, based out of Austin, Texas. Our goal is to lead in designing the next generation's infrastructure of smart cities. Today, I want to dive into what most of entrepreneurs keep to ourselves. We are known to work hard, achieve to succeed. That's all true. But no one talks about the battle we have with fear. Fear of failure, of negative cash flow, of the next recession. Breaking down these walls built up by fear is key to moving forward. That's the main battle for me, at least. I always remind myself that fear is my only hurdle. I am blessed for my ambition and passion for what I do. I want to get you inside the heart of entrepreneur for a second, though, and want you to feel your heartbeat go boom, boom. Imagine you are watching your cash draining on your monthly reports, waiting on clients' payment that are overdue to make your next payroll. Imagine your major project gets delayed and you're so small and don't have many other projects to rely on. There are no financial resources to support you. Okay, now feel your heartbeat. It's moving faster, right? That's the journey of a disadvantaged new small business. Imagine praying in private, hoping that a potential client judges you on your qualifications and skills, not your gender, race, or sexual orientation, because you have been discriminated against before. The only way to keep breaking through the walls of fear is to keep on believing in yourself, in your community, keep moving forward, solving problems, making decisions, and seek the support that may be available to you. This is why we're all here. As a woman, a minority, and a member of the LGBT community, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish what I have without the support of mentors or resources like the Tory Burch Capital Program, powered by the Bank of America. So thank you for being here, and thank you all for your support.
Please welcome to the stage Steve Case, Dina Powell-McCormick, Tom Montag, and Tory Burch.
Musical chairs, however we do it. So first we had Anne Finucane was supposed to be here, and unfortunately she had a funeral. Anne is such a great partner and colleague of Tom's, and how lucky are we to have you, Tom, so as well. We miss Anne, but thank you for filling in. And I'm so excited to talk about a topic with you three, a topic I'm passionate about. Business is leading with purpose. I am here with three visionaries, three great friends, but thank you all for coming. Tom Montag, you are the COO of Bank of America and President of Global Banking and Markets. Dina Powell, my dear friend McCormick, Managing Director at Goldman Sachs. And Steve Case, I always love saying this, the co-founder of AOL, and now the CEO of Revolution. So my first question is for all three of you. I've always said that doing good is good for business, and clearly you all agree with that. There's now new evidence that show that companies today, if they don't have social impact baked into the core of who they are not doing as well. Where are you three? I'm going to start with Dina on this one, but then I want you all to weigh in.
Sure. Well, first I have to say how thrilled I am to be here today. I am so in awe of all that Tory and the amazing team at the Tory Burch Foundation have created in 10 years. And I have to say, Robert Eisen, huge shout out for the amazing Robert, who chairs the board that I was honored to serve on for so many years. Tory, as much as is starting to really talk about the pride that we all have in this work, doesn't ever want to take enough credit. And I have to tell you that in the past 10 years, the Tory Burch Foundation has empowered more female entrepreneurs in the United States than any other foundation. And at Goldman Sachs, we have been so proud to partner with the foundation. There are many graduates of the 10,000 Small Business Program that we partnered with Tory on in the audience. There they are. And Disha Farid is even here, who was a social entrepreneur from Afghanistan. But Tory, as you know, in 2007, when we launched 10,000 Women, which was, at that time, the largest global program to economically empower women, we really just used data. A study called Womenomics showed that greater labor force participation by women in developed and developing economies would hugely increase global GDP. And I have to say, it was the great men of Goldman at the time who we put out there, and we wanted them to say, at Goldman Sachs, we found our best investment, the investment in females in the workforce and female entrepreneurs. And the reason I think that was so important is because I really believe that that was a tipping point moment on this issue. For so long, we rightly have talked about the protection of women and girls, the empowerment of females all around the world as a human rights issue, which it is, as a justice issue, which it is, but it's really, we began to see that the needle was moving when we said this is just smart economics. And I think that that's really an important message delivered by these two amazing business leaders as well.
So, Tom, thank you, Dina, very much.
Well, we also work with you at Bank of America, so we're very proud of that and the effort that we've done with women entrepreneurs in the U.S. So we thank you for that. But to the specific question, Savita, our head of research, Savita Subramanian, has done a lot of work on what you asked about, which was the value of sustainable finance and ESG to companies. And she has found some real correlation between how companies are performing and that effort. Part of it is just the mindset of the people that run an organization, that if you're thinking that way, that means you're thinking about your employees, that you're developing a culture like your employees, that you're thinking about the constituents that you serve, and so you're aware of your surroundings and what you should do in a way that other firms would not be. Part is investors want to do that more these days, but the other part is just the people that work for you want to be that. They want to be proud of where they work and what they do, and they want to make things happen in that way. So we've seen our clients want to talk about this now, and they want us to come in and talk about what they can do, what they should do, and what's going on, and it's making a big difference in the corporates in the world, not just America.
That's great. And do you see it, Steve? I mean, what are you thinking, Steve?
No, I think it's critically important as we think about the next wave of companies to recognize that the playbook for entrepreneurs is going to change because the nature of the problems you're addressing, the opportunities you're seizing is changing. As you mentioned, I was part of the first wave of the internet trying to get everybody online, and we started only 3% of people were online, now everybody's online. That set the stage for the last 20 years, sort of the second wave, building software apps on top of the internet, Facebook, Google, et cetera. The third wave is really integrating the internet in everyday life and transforming some of the largest industries, but also improving how we live our lives, how we stay healthier, how we move around, how we think about food systems and so forth. So they're very fundamental challenges. So having more purpose-driven businesses where you really lead with the impact you're trying to solve is going to be critical to attract the right employees, attract the right partners, attract the right customers. And so trying to figure out ways to unleash that next wave of companies and do it in a more leveling the playing field kind of way, whether it be female founders or founders in other parts of the country, that's going to be critical if we're really going to continue to lead the way as a country.
Which is good news. One thing I think about, Tom, is that Bank of America doesn't get enough credit for everything you do. You, as I said before, you have
If you watched the stock lately, you would agree with me.
You've pioneered nationally in terms of minimum wage, entrepreneurship, women in leadership roles. One thing that I didn't know that I found out is that you are investing $445 billion in financing and other business activities to help accelerate the transition to a low-carbon, sustainable economy. And that is super exciting. Can you tell all of us why that is such a big, important initiative to Bank of America?
Well, and we started, by the way, in 2007 with goals, and so this has been a rolling one of those.
I should have known about
this.
Those,
no, I'm just saying. No, but the goal wasn't almost $500 billion. The goal was there, and then it's been okay. Growing over those 20 years. So by 2030, our goal is to done almost $500 billion in financing and other things with people all over the world. We are now carbon neutral ourselves, so we are right now carbon neutral.
So for some people, I'd love to just hear what carbon neutral means from a bank. Yep. What does that mean for you?
Well, I mean, I tried to understand.
Some people and me.
Yeah, I always thought, well, can you just buy a bunch of forests in someplace and you're carbon neutral? But no, I don't have all the standards, but it's all about the energy you use, how you use it, your footprint. So it's not just is your emissions the same as this, but in every aspect of your business, and there's a group that comes around and tests you to make sure you are meeting those things. So it isn't just did you buy offsets, but also how you run your business and what do you do.
Amazing. And Steve, I keep saying you're the founder of AOL. I was saying it, and we were at our table last night, and there was a young man there, and I said, do you know what AOL is? Of course. I was so happy and relieved.
I was so happy as well. I was less confident when Tori was asking the question.
And I'm not I'm going to date me and you. Do people actually come up to you and say, you've got mail?
I do get all kinds, or welcome too. There's a lot of things I get.
But aside from that, all kidding aside, you have always been ahead of the curve. And now you're at an investment firm, Revolution, and you've started Rise of the Rest. And I loved when I first learned about Rise of the Rest, which is revolutionary. Tell us about the fund and why you think it's so necessary and why so needed.
Well, it ties in actually with the first part of your question. It was exciting to me 35 years ago when we started AOL and the internet was getting going, was sort of leveling the playing field around information, education, commerce, just those fundamental aspects of people's lives. And we've largely achieved that. Now the focus with Revolution and Rise of the Rest is how do you level the playing field in terms of opportunity? And the data, as you know, and
will you tell everyone what Rise of the Rest is?
Rise of the Rest is basically we have seed funds, and that both Dina and Tori, thankfully, are investors in the fund, along with a lot of dozens of other people: Jeff Bezos, Howard Schultz, Meg Whitman, Ray Dalio, a really great group of investors who believe that some of the most interesting companies in this next wave are not going to come just from Silicon Valley. They're going to come from all over the country. And so it's a fund explicitly focused on backing entrepreneurs in those other places. One of the things that's interesting is if you're in those other places and looking at some of these third wave opportunities and you have a approach that is designed to be inclusive, you find some of the best entrepreneurs are women. The best entrepreneurs are people of color. So far, we've backed 130 companies in 70 cities. 40% are either women or people of color. So we're starting to make some progress in terms of leveling the playing field. But there's still a lot of work to do to really make sure these companies can scale to the next level. So to me, it's shifted from leveling the playing field about creating the internet and now leveling the playing field in terms of opportunity, because entrepreneurs change the world and we really want to make sure everybody has a shot. And the data is pretty scary, pretty sobering, pretty disappointing. Last year, over 75% of venture capital in this country went to just 3 states: California, New York, and Massachusetts. 75%. California alone, 50%. States like Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, less than 1%, Texas less than 2%, Florida less than 2%. So how do you get more capital to more of those places? And also, how do you get more capital to more people? Last year, there's different data depending on how you look at it, but all the data says less than 10% of venture capital went to women. Some data says it's 2 or 3%. Over 90% to men. Last year, less than 1% went to African Americans. So the reality is, even though it's a great entrepreneurial nation, we're proud of it. I'm certainly proud of it. It does matter where you live. It does matter what you look like. And it kind of doesn't matter who you know. If you have an idea, you really have a shot at the American dream. And we think that has to change, and Rise of the Rest is part of that.
And we're going to be posting his cell phone up here for anyone who has a business idea across America.
Just pitch Tori, and she'll forward Dina, forward them to us.
Dina, I always look at Dina, and here's a dear friend who gets it done. I mean, I am constantly amazed at your energy, your finesse. You are such a long-standing advocate for women's rights, a powerful businesswoman. How have you successfully melded those two concepts? That's not easy. Being an agent for change for women everywhere, including me, looking at what you do. As you said, you were very involved in 10,000 small businesses, 10,000 women. And you helped us also with the foundation from day one. I met with Patty Sellers. I know you're somewhere, Patty, but introduced me to Dina 11 years ago, and it was instantaneous and a big help aside from sitting on our board. But tell the audience about your journey and what you're most proud of, because I didn't even know where to begin.
Well, thank you so much, Tori. Well, like you, I'm most proud of my daughters. Dave and I have 6 daughters to match your 6 boys. But actually, I was listening earlier to some of the panels, and so many of our journeys really do just start very personally. I'm an immigrant from Cairo, Egypt, to this country. My parents believed that their daughters could reach their potential more fully in the United States. When we were growing up, they used to say, Dina, Dahlia, and Denise, my sisters, and we left our homeland so that you could pursue your dreams and be anything you want to be, as long as you're a lawyer, a doctor, or an engineer. So unlike Reva, they did not say do anything you want to do. But it was actually those family values and that belief that, frankly, I felt a sense of such fortune to be in the United States and to have a chance to do, something meaningful. And I have to say, This journey we've been on together has been the most meaningful professional work of my life. And I do believe, ladies and gentlemen that are in the audience, there's so much more work to be done and so much more urgency, but we have really made a lot of strides, and truly thanks to leaders like Tori, who are an inspiration to so many. And I want to turn it around on you because
Wait. She does this constantly. I'm asking you what you're proud of with your journey. We're not turning it around. Let's talk about. I want to hear Dina say.
Can't we all just get along?
Right, Tom?
I know, but I'll trade you. I'll trade you. Tell us why you started the foundation, because
okay. Are you kidding? I started a foundation because I wanted to help women. Women change their circumstances. Actually, and we've talked a lot about this, we don't look at it as a charity. We look at it as women having access to help themselves, and that's what is so incredible. And men, we need that. I mean, let me not understate how incredible it is to have you both on this stage, and the support you both give to women and women in leadership roles, which is a super important thing. I'm not going to talk about myself, but I do want to ask Tom one thing also, and then get back to you, Dina, if we have time. I'm looking at the time. As I mentioned, Tom, you've partnered with a lot of great nonprofits, and you've just raised your commitment to us to $100 million for women entrepreneurs. Thank you for that. We've given out 57 in the last 2 years. We talked about it last night. It took us a little time to figure this out. It was not as easy as we imagined to give money out. It has to be at the right cycle of the business and all these different requirements. But one thing that I'm amazed at is Bank of America took a big stand on minimum wage. Yeah. And you raised the minimum wage to $20. Yeah. When, in comparison, the highest minimum wage by state was $15. Yeah. So that's called leadership. Yeah. And tell me the results of that raise, and have other companies followed suit? I'm
going to tell you that. I just want to make one
Go
story.
back to Dina.
No, but just because we talk about the bank and you think all we do is big projects. We were talking about entrepreneurs and women, and you talked about Egypt. And I just today, I was opening an account for a woman from Israel named Sivan Yari, and you can look her up on YouTube, but she brings Israeli technology to Africa, solar and wells, and I was today with her opening a bank account at the bank to support her in that effort.
That's
so,
great.
We touch all kinds of things, and she's on YouTube, and you can see her talk about what she's doing. She's really great. On the $20 minimum wage, so we did that, and that is the minimum wage, so what we do is that other areas of the country, it's a higher minimum wage for us, because we look at what living wage is everywhere, and we want to make sure our employees that are a certain level versus there's a lot of indices out there that are calculated by different schools and things on what the living wage is. So we don't look at minimum wage, we look at living wages, and then we try to take people above that living wage wherever they live. And so we did that. We've kept those people's healthcare costs the same for nearly a decade now. So even though our costs, of course, have gone like this, we give them that, and then we have a shared success program. We've also increased maternity and paternity for these people. So, and we do that, why? Because we want them to love working with us, and many of these people are client-facing people. And so we want them happy and engaged and love working for us, and we think we get that, and then when you go into the branch, or you call the call center, or you do something else, that it benefits us. Because we fund 3.2 million small businesses in the United States.
Amazing. Wow.
And so it all leads to that.
Wow. That's amazing. Bravo. And I see 0, 0, 0, 0.
Just ignore it. You're in charge.
Can I? Just quickly, Lori's going to kill me. But Steve, before we finish, just quickly, why do you feel leveling the playing field for entrepreneurs is the way forward?
I think it's the only way forward. We can't continue to lead first of all, as I said before, there's a lot to be proud of around this country. 250 years ago, America itself was really just a startup, pretty fragile startup, almost didn't make it. The reason we're the leader of the free world is because we have the leading economy, because we led the way in the agricultural revolution and then led the way in the industrial revolution and then led the way more recently in the technology revolution. We're not going to lead the way in what's now much more global competition around entrepreneurship unless we have everybody on the playing field. So we need to get everybody's ideas, we need to back them and fund them and mentor them and connect them so they're part of the networks that are needed to scale. It's not just a fairness issue, but of course it's a fairness. I think it's an opportunity to invest. There's an arbitrage, but it's also essential to make sure we remain the leader of the leading country in the world. One final point is on the side, I also am chair of the Smithsonian, and we launched an initiative last year called American Women's History Initiative that Adina is on the advisory board, and Tori soon will be, even though she doesn't know it. But I just wanted you to all know that there's a hashtag because of her story, and the Smithsonian is trying to tell the stories of often hidden figures across all kinds of parts of our society and do a much better job of lifting up those stories. We hope everybody will participate. We had launched an open access initiative last week as well. We're trying to open up the Smithsonian and tell more stories to more people in more places.
That's amazing. And I'm ending with Dina. I'm sorry, everyone, but listen, Dina, just quickly, I mean, Goldman is doing so much to advance. You're being a senior leader at Goldman to advance women in C-suite and managerial roles. What can we do, women and men, to see this happen everywhere?
Well, I have to say this is an area where we work very collaboratively, and honestly, Bank of America has truly been an incredible leader. And this is, the more that we work together, I think, first of all, the better that we will all do together. Recently our CEO, David Solomon, announced 2 new initiatives that, have been on our long journey of supporting female entrepreneurs and women. The first is that we will no longer take a company public if it does not have a diverse board member. And that was something that we felt was really important. Steve and Jean Case have been saying this for many years, but we were proud to join those voices. And then the second is GS Launch, an initiative that is a $500 million initiative to actually invest in those entrepreneurs that are not getting that capital. Fund managers, small and medium-sized enterprises, Hispanic, African-American, and female entrepreneurs. And to your point, Tori, the list of business ideas and business plans are just extraordinary. And so we're excited to support it and certainly do more of what Rise of the Rest is doing.
Amazing.
And I want to say Lori Fabiano has done such an incredible job. And
I keep saying
I have to say another huge round to her.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
This concludes our session. This will be a quick stretch and bathroom break.
Ambition, it's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I realized that men were celebrated being ambitious, and when women were ambitious, it was a negative.
My parents, they migrated from Egypt to America. My dad would always just remind me, like, this is your life now, but having ambition, it can help the entire country back home.
To me, ambition has to have purpose.
Because you never know. One little thing that you say can affect someone in this gigantic way.
I can change lives of other people who didn't get the chance that I did.
You know, I often hear people say, oh, they're just one person and they can't create change, and I totally disagree with that.
Your character is how you treat someone that can do nothing for you.
It just takes one person.
I believe in that ripple effect.
Embracing ambition means standing by your ideas.
Showing others what's possible.
And including men in the conversation.
Embracing ambition means being confident.
Embracing ambition
means empowering other women.
How do you embrace ambition?
Why is ambition respected in men and criticized in women? We may think ambition in women is a good thing, but because of a lifetime of cultural stereotypes, we react negatively. That's unconscious bias. But can unconscious bias really limit women's success? Well, when asked to draw a leader, the vast majority of people, both men and women, draw a man. When we imagine positions of power, we erase women from the picture. Today, only 5% of CEOs are women. It's time to challenge cultural stereotypes and outmoded mindsets. The world is a better place when we support one another's ambitions, whatever they may be. Together, let's question the biases that hold people back. Voice our ambition proudly, without apology. Model ambition for our sons and daughters. Our ambition is to challenge double standards to help achieve women's equality. What's yours? I'm Mindy Kaling, and I embrace ambition.
I'm ambitious. I will not hide it.
We will not hide it.
We embrace ambition. Women are made to be ambitious.
I will dream big.
Big, without hesitation.
We will take risks, not live in fear.
We will rise together.
Rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
Be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
For our daughters.
And our sons.
I will help women around the world,
The whole world.
to succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough.
Strong.
Powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word.
I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them.
Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office. Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives. Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition.
Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams.
Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition.
Will you?
Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make them all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make them all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step
Who said that?
The lady at the store.
That is not a compliment.
It's an ugly, nasty word, and you are going to hear it. Nothing I can do about that. But you are not going to let that word hurt you.
You got your ID? Yeah. Okay, so stop it.
Okay. Now, when you get pulled over...
I'm a good driver, okay?
Baby,
don't worry.
This is not about you getting a ticket. This is about you not coming home.
I'm gonna be okay. Right? Okay.
You are not pretty for a black girl. You are beautiful, period. Okay? Don't ever forget that.
Please welcome to the stage, Melody Hobson.
One day, out of the blue, my friend Harold Ford gave me a call. It was 2006, and he was running for US Senate. And he said, Melody, I'm trying to get some national press. Do you have any ideas of how I can do that? So I got in touch with one of my friends who was a big deal at one of the media companies. And she said she was thrilled to help. She said, why don't I host an editorial board lunch for you and Harold? I will invite all of the editors, and it'll be really great. So Harold and I, of course, were thrilled. We both flew to the city for the party. We wore our best suits. We looked like shiny new pennies. We got to the building, and we told the receptionist that we were there for the lunch. We were not paying much attention as she walked us through a series of hallways and corridors. We were, quite frankly, just catching up with each other and talking. And all of a sudden, we arrive in this just stark room. And she looks at us, and she turns to us, and she says, where are your uniforms? Now, at this point, my friend runs into the room, the person who's hosting us. She sees what has happened. You can see the blood literally draining from her face. And I turned to her, and I said, now, isn't this proof that we need more than one black person in the US Senate? To this day, Harold Ford and I actually laugh about this story. And I'm sharing it with you because on some level, it did catch me off guard for a moment. But deep down inside, I have to tell you, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised because of a piece of advice that my mother gave me almost 30 years earlier. You see, my mother, she was what I call ruthlessly realistic. And one day, when I came home from a birthday party, where I was the only black kid at the party, her first question was not, did you have fun? Did you like the cake? What did you do? Instead, she asked me, how did they treat you? Now I have to tell you, at 7 years old, it never would have even crossed my mind that anyone would treat me differently, but she knew. My mother looked me in the eye, 7, and she told me point blank, they're not going to always treat you well. Race today is one of the most controversial and uncomfortable topics that you can discuss in America. Bring it up at a dinner table or in an office environment, and the effect is the conversational equivalent of touching the third rail. Silence, long pauses, people are very uncomfortable. On that point, I was actually warned by friends and family, colleagues, that me talking about race so openly, so often, was not a good idea. That I might be typecast as being a militant black woman. And as a result, I have to admit, there have been times when I put this subject on the table that I am even a little hesitant and afraid. But that's when I realized, and I continue to realize, that the first step to solving a problem is to stop hiding from it. The first step towards action is awareness. So, I'm here to talk about what I've seen, what I've lived, and what I hope we can discuss, where we can all feel a little less anxious and a little more bold when it comes to conversations about race. Now, I realize some would say the election of Barack Obama was supposed to signal the end of racial discrimination for all time, right? We see how that worked out. And the truth is, this country has made tremendous progress, of which we should all be proud. But as we say in the investment business, the numbers don't lie. And like those numbers that show that there are still significant, quantifiable racial differences in education, in healthcare, in income, household wealth, and job opportunities. Consider this example from my world of corporate America. Even though white men make up only 31% of the US population, they hold 60% of all corporate board seats. 6-0. Now, only 4 companies have black CEOs in the Fortune 500. 4 out of 500. And just in 2014, of the thousands of companies that were publicly traded that year, only 2 were chaired by black women. And you're listening to one of them right now. The one who was mistaken. The one who was mistaken for kitchen help not too long ago. Now, the company I chaired was sold, and the other black woman ended up retiring. So today, that number is 0. Now imagine if you walked into the boardroom of a major company, let's just pull one out of thin air, let's say ExxonMobil, and the only people you saw around the table were black, you would say, what is up with that, right? Well, the question is, when will we feel the same way when all of those Fortune 500 companies that currently have only white faces around the table, when will we look at that room and say, something is not right here, what is up with this? It is true, many of these disparities are due in a large part to a long legacy of institutionalized and one-time legalized discrimination in our country. But as I think about my own life experiences, my mother's question still lingers. How did they treat you? Now I realize I don't raise this topic today to complain or elicit any kind of sympathy. I have succeeded in life far beyond any dreams that I have, and I have been treated well by more people than I have not. I told the uniform story because it actually happened. I cited those numbers about corporate diversity, board diversity, because they're actually real. And I mentioned the existence of racial disparities because they threaten to rob a generation of the equal opportunity that all of us want for all of our children, no matter what they look like or where they come from. They also stand in the way of businesses reaching their highest potential. You see, researchers have coined this term, color blindness, to describe the learned behavior where some people pretend they don't see race. If they happen to surround themselves with people from their own race who look just like them, it's purely accidental. But colorblindness doesn't mean that we're exhibiting a lack of prejudice. Colorblindness to me means we're ignoring the problem. A recent study about corporate diversity concluded that rather than avoiding race, smart companies deal with it head on. And they recognize that embracing diversity means recognizing all races, including the majority one, to avoid showing preference or creating a backlash. Now, these conversations, I'm going to be the first to tell you, they can be hard and sometimes awkward, but that's kind of the point. In the spirit of breaking racial stereotypes, I'm specifically the one that black people don't swim. I'm going to tell you how much I love to swim. I love to swim so much that as an adult, I have a swim coach. One day, my coach assigned a drill, and the drill required swimming all the way to the end of the pool without taking a breath. It was really hard. Every single time I missed, he made me do it again. I was exhausted. I thought the exercise was about holding your breath. But at the end, he explained, that's not what it was about at all. I was stumped. Then what was it, I said? He said, the point of the drill was to make you feel comfortable being uncomfortable, because that's how most of us spend our day. The drill teaches you how to relax into your discomfort and get through it. It's time for us to all get comfortable with the uncomfortable conversation about race. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, male, female, all of us. If we truly believe in equal rights and equal opportunity, we can't afford to be colorblind. We must be color brave. We need to confront issues of race and diversity with courage, honesty, and understanding. We need to find ways, as entrepreneurs, teachers, scientists, parents, ways to proactively address race, not just because it's right, but because it's smart. Because our businesses, our products, our research, our communities will be stronger and better, more vibrant with greater diversity. My favorite example of color bravery comes from my friend John Skipper, the former CEO of ESPN. John is a Lexington, North Carolina native, the quintessential Southern gentleman when you meet him. When John took over the company, he demanded that every open position in the company have a diverse slate of candidates for consideration, mainly so that the network could capture the broadest possible audience. He often talks about how a few senior leaders would bristle at this requirement. Sometimes these executives would come to him and ask, do you want me to hire the minority or the most qualified person for the job? To which he always had one answer, yes. And today, because he said yes so many times, after years of saying yes to diversity, ESPN is one of the most valuable cable franchises in the world. Now, John ran a hiring process that emphasized diversity because he knew diversity isn't just about the color of the faces you hire. It's about the rich variety of viewpoints and life experiences that those faces bring to the table. In fact, studies show that corporate boards compiled of people with varied backgrounds and identities tend to outperform those without that diversity. In my line of work, sound investments require input and advice from a wide range of perspectives. So at my firm, Ariel Investments, we view our diversity as a competitive advantage. And this advantage can go well beyond the world of business. University of Michigan professor Scott Page wrote a book called The Difference. And in it, he argues that if you're trying to solve really hard problems, I mean hard, you want a diverse group of people with diverse perspectives, even, he would add, diverse intellects. And the example that he gives that I love so much, he talks about when smallpox was ravaging Europe. They brought together the most brilliant scientific minds to try to crack the code on what was happening. Think of it as being much like today, except lots and lots of people were dying. So these scientists were all there, they're stumped, they're trying to figure out a solution. And the person who led to the breakthrough solution for smallpox was a dairy farmer who noticed that the one group of people who were not getting smallpox were milkmaids. To this day, the smallpox vaccination is bovine-based because of the observations of that dairy farmer and noticing that the cows were actually inoculating the milkmaids. Now, maybe that dairy farmer was Mensa, we will never know, but we can be sure that because he had different experiences than the scientists, he was actually able to observe this environment in a different way, and they actually listened to him. Now, I realize many of you probably don't own your own sports network or your own investment firm, probably not even a dairy farm. And I know that the conversation around race is a challenge we've been grappling with as an American society for generations, since our founding. A challenge that calls for new policies and new initiatives and change on an institutional level. That is clear. However, each of us has chances to show color bravery in our own lives every single day. And even seemingly small acts of courage can add up to something really meaningful. If you ever have the opportunity to be involved in a hiring process or an admissions process, you can be color brave. If you have the responsibility to organize a brainstorming session or work at school or work, you can be color brave. If you're trying to solve a problem and you look around the table and you only see people that look like you and think like you, have the same background, you can speak up and be color brave. My challenge to you is simple. Observe your environment at work, at school, at home. And if you don't see any diversity, change it. Invite people in your life who don't look like you, who don't think like you, who don't come from where you come from. People who will challenge your assumptions and help you to grow as an individual. You might gain powerful new insights about the world, or you might, like my husband who happens to be white, learn that all Black people, men, women, and children, we use lotion every single day. And by the way, this challenge cuts both ways. This is important to know. It applies to people of color as well, because I have a lot of Black friends who only spend time with other Black people. We have a responsibility as people of color to stand up for diversity too. In fact, in the African American community, there's a concept known as first and only. What this means is there are a lot of bios that get written that talk about an African American being the first person to achieve some kind of milestone. And people brag about it. And there's a little bit of pride that people have with this, some people taking this distinction. But I actually think this is dangerous because it feeds some level of complacency to me. I think breaking these racial barriers should be the beginning, not the end of the discussion about diversity. First and only should be a start. When we're talking about 15 of many, that will signal true progress. And the more progress we make, the more hopeful message it sends to the next generation from whom we have an obligation to be role models. I owe everything I have to the fact that I had one of these role models in my life. I told you my mother was ruthlessly realistic, and she was. I remember one Christmas, I was 4 or 5 years old, and I was pondering out loud what present Santa would bring me. And my mother, I'll never forget her response. She just looked at me and she said, "Mommy is Santa." Now, it might be helpful to know how she came to be this way. My mother raised 6 kids in Chicago. She worked incredibly hard in the real estate business. Despite some Herculean efforts, she wasn't always able to make ends meet. So as a result of that, when I grew up, there were times when our lights would get cut off, our phone would get disconnected, and we got evicted a lot. When things got really tough, we would often move into unfinished apartments that she owned, where we would live in 1 or 2 rooms, cramped together. We would sometimes heat water on hot plates to take baths. And yet, against all of those odds and all of that backdrop, she never gave up hope, and she wouldn't allow us to give up hope either. Even as she instilled in us and me this brutal pragmatism about the world, she offered encouragement and unconditional love on a daily basis. I began by telling you the most realistic piece of advice my mother ever gave me, but what mattered most were the words that she spoke to me almost every day when she told me, Melody, you can be or do anything. Now, one caveat on that, I actually say that to my daughter now, but I also have changed it a little bit. In the spirit of her thinking about the world around her, I also want her to believe that that is true of anyone and everyone. It was because of my mother's words that I would wake up at the crack of dawn, still do, love school more than anything. It was because of those words that every day I would look out the window of my bus and I would dream the biggest dreams. And it was because of those words that I'm here today, full of passion, asking you to be brave for all the children out there today who have those same dreams. When they see a business executive or a CEO, I want them to say, I can be like her. She looks like me. And when a child in LA or Houston or Harlem or the south side of Chicago takes their bus to school, I want them to look out the window and believe she can be anything, that she can reach any height, that she can be welcome in any boardroom or any company. And this is not just about what we can contribute to those children. It's about what their diverse talents and experiences can contribute to our world. The idea of being the land of the free and the home of the brave is woven into the fabric of America. Because throughout history, as a people, we have never shrunk from any of the challenges we face. We show courage, we take action. So let's be bold. Let's make sure as business leaders, we're audacious enough not to leave anything on the table. Let's make sure as citizens, we're daring enough not to leave anyone out. And let's make sure we are not being colorblind, but being color brave enough so that every child has the belief that their future matters and that their dreams are possible. Thank you.
In 1955, 15-year-old Claudette Colvin was arrested for challenging Montgomery, Alabama bus segregation, refusing to give up her seat for a white woman. Her bravery only made local news. 9 months later, Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus in an organized act of civil disobedience. The action reverberated around the world. Claudette was too young to be the face of the movement, and in the interest of winning hearts and minds, Rosa Parks' brave act became the one we all know. Yet, it was Claudette and 3 other young women who also challenged segregation on buses who were the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, which went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decided that Montgomery's bus segregation was in violation of the 14th Amendment, and it is Claudette Colvin's name which is on the landmark victory for civil rights. Claudette Colvin's bravery at the age of 15 has been largely forgotten, but her impact in the civil rights movement was monumental.
Please welcome 15-year-old activist Marley Diaz to read Claudette Colvin's personal account.
The motorman stood over me and said, "Aren't you gonna get up?" I said, "No, sir." He shouted, "Get up!" again. I was scared, but I felt even more defiant. I kept saying over and over in my high-pitched voice, "It's my constitutional right to sit here just as much as that lady. I paid my fare." I knew I was talking back to a white policeman, but I had had enough. One cop grabbed one of my hands and his partner grabbed the other, and they pulled me straight up out of my seat. My books went flying everywhere. I went limp as a baby. I was too smart to fight back. They dragged me backwards off the bus. One of them kicked me. The cops put me in the back of a police car and shut the door. All ride long, they swore at me and ridiculed me. They took turns trying to guess my bra size and crack jokes about parts of my body. I was thinking, now I'm gonna be picking cotton, since that's how they punish juveniles. They took me to the adult jail. Someone led me straight to a cell without giving me any chance to make a phone call. I looked around me, 3 bare walls, a toilet, and a cot. Then I fell down on my knees in the middle of the cell and cried. I didn't know if anyone knew where I was or what had happened to me. I had no idea how long I would be there. I cried and put my hands together and prayed like I had never prayed before. Reverend Johnson bailed me out, and we drove home. By the time we got to King Hill, word had spread everywhere. All our neighbors came around, and they were just squeezing me to death. I felt happy and proud. But I was afraid that night, too. I had stood up to a white bus driver and 2 white cops. I had challenged the bus law. There had been lynchings and cross burnings for that kind of thing. Wetumpka Highway that led out of Montgomery ran right past our house. It would have been easy for the Klan to come up the hill that night. Dad sat up all night long with his shotgun. We all stayed up. The neighbors facing the highway kept watch. Probably nobody on King Hill slept that night. But worried or not, I felt proud. I had stood up for our rights. I had done something a lot of adults hadn't done. On the ride home from jail, Reverend Johnson had said something to me I'll never forget. "Claudette," he said, "I'm so proud of you. Everyone prays for freedom. We've all been praying and praying, but you're different. You want your answer the next morning. And I think you just brought the revolution to Montgomery." It is my honor to introduce civil rights hero and icon, Claudette Colvin.
Thank you. This is such an honor for all of us, but for me in particular. I can't tell you how much it means to be with you today. And to make sure that your story is heard and understood. And to think that you were just 15. Just 15. You decided to challenge a system that at that time seemed like it was written in stone. What were you reading and learning in school? What were you hearing at church that gave you the courage to challenge the system in that way?
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, whatever. Years ago, we were called colored and Negro, but I had always heard these stories of all our injustices that was, by neighbors, the minister, and just all African Americans was talking about all this injustice. But what gave me, let me go back up. It was an impulsive act. I did not.
So you didn't wake up that morning?
No, I did not wake up that morning and said, yes. Remember, February, at that time, I don't think we just celebrated it was just legal for a week. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a full month. But because I went to a segregated school, the faculty members said that we were going to celebrate it for the whole month. And that there was no books in the school library, only Britannica Encyclopedia, and I think there was only 2 African American, at that time we was called Negroes. There was Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver.
Okay.
And so my instructor, by the faculty, Mrs. Geraldine Nesby, and another faculty member, Mrs. Josephine Lawrence, the faculty members always said they was very unorthodox in their teaching methods. So Mrs. Nesby had us to write essays. And most of the essay was about Booker T. Washington, George Washington Carver. But my essay was about what was happening locally. Okay. And so that was one of the things. And so I said, that day when am I getting ahead of you? I don't know.
That's all right. We're right here with you.
That evening, we got out of school early, and so instead of staying on the school campus because nothing was happening, we decided to walk on downtown and browse around. But instead, we saw our bus coming, and so we decided we boarded it. And at that time, there wasn't many people on the bus. So they said, as the young lady read, there wasn't many people on the bus, and they asked for my seat. No, instead, they asked for the 4 seats for just one lady.
So they said, all of you get up so this one lady can sit down.
Yes. So I said, no, that wasn't right, because we had been discussing it in class about all our injustices. And so, but I just have to tell you this. The boys was more interested in Jackie Robinson because he was breaking the baseball barrier. But I was interested in what was happening in Montgomery, Alabama. One of my classmates, Jeremiah Reeves, was on death row for supposedly raping a white woman. And so another thing, we had to get up and give white people to see just not an elderly woman or an elderly man, just to show that they were superior and we was inferior. So that day I said, when the bus people asked me, said, why didn't you get up when the bus driver asked you to get up? I said, you know what? History had me glued to the seat. And so, and let me tell you, and he said, why, how is that? I said, well, it felt as though Harriet Tubman's hand will push me down on one shoulder, and Sojourner Truth's hand will push me down on another shoulder.
They kept you right there. All these years later, do you still remember what it felt like to say no?
Well, as a teenager, see, we was on the bus, and I wasn't breaking the law. The 3 other young ladies got up reluctantly. They just drove themselves back and stood up. So I said, well, it's my time, right, to say no. And so as a teenager of mine, I was only talking to the bus audience, those people that are saying, oh, you got to get up because it's the law, you got to get up. And one of the teenagers, one of my classmates that was on the bus, oh, she don't have to do nothing. The lady's name, I still recall the lady's name. Her name was Margaret Johnson. Margaret Johnson said, oh, she doesn't have to do nothing but stay black and die.
Okay.
And the students, the bus driver, well, make this long story short, approached the Court Square. That's like a little mini depot where you make the connecting buses, connecting bus going in your direction. So the traffic patrolman came on the bus to the back door and asked me to get up and give this one white lady a seat. And I said, no. And he said, and I said, repeat it. I paid my fare and it's my constitutional rights. And so he yelled to the bus driver, oh, I don't have any jurisdiction here. So by being a little mini depot, we thought that it was over. At least all of us thought it was over. And what happened that gave me the courage? The student knew, they had solved what the instructors said, what we had been talking about all of February. They didn't jump up and flee from the bus. They stood right there with me. And so that gave me the courage to sit there.
That is one of the strongest arguments for Black History Month that I have ever heard. And the importance of knowing your history and being inspired by your ancestors. And can I just make one observation?
Yes.
Isn't it amazing how she name-checked everybody? Like, you remembered every detail of the story. There are a lot of young people here, and frankly, some people who are up in years also, who don't fully understand what it was like to live in segregated Alabama. When Marley read the story and talked about lynchings and talked about a color line that was just impossible to penetrate, when is the first time that you understood as a young person? Because my family's from Alabama also, you get that lesson early from Birmingham, and you understand early that there are things that you can do and places that you can't go, and it doesn't feel natural. It goes against the natural law. When did you as a young person understand that the Bible told you one thing, the Constitution told you one thing, but the laws in Alabama said something that didn't make sense?
Well, it was first the lesson come from my parents. My parents, and okay, going back with my first experience, as much as I can recall as a child, well, back in Pine Level, I don't know whether it still exists nowadays or not, Pine Level, Alabama. The rural Pine Level, Alabama. I was at the general store. And at the general store, if you all don't know, you're in New York, a general store, everything. A general store, everything is there. The post office, where you get your ice, back in those days, people didn't have refrigerators, they had ice box. Well, that's where, I'm going way, way back. And you get your shoes, you get your groceries, that's everything. The bus depot, right there, the bus stop, right there. Everything is right there at that general store. So the little white children was running, well, we wasn't allowed at a very early age to learn from your parents all the do's and don'ts. So we wasn't allowed to run in and out of the store. So I had my little, I recall, I had my little pennies. I had 5 pennies tied up in the corner of a handkerchief. Because we didn't have purse, like little change purse like the kids nowadays, like in rural Pine Level. You tied them up at the end of the little handkerchief. I had 5 pennies. And I was going to take my little 5 pennies and go, I was just thinking about you could get 2 cookies for a penny. I was going to get a lollipop. I was going to get a Mary J. I was just naming the little things that I was going to get.
You knew what you were going to get.
For my little 5 pennies. So the little white boy and his little friend, they was older. They was laughing. And so the little white boy, he was about my age, he ran up to me and he looked at me and said to me, I knew the little white boy, but we wasn't allowed back then in those days. I don't even know the little white boy's name, but I know his parents' name because some of my mother's friends worked for them. But no, I didn't know the little white boy. I can remember he had a little sandy brown hair. That's all I remember. And he had little blue eyes. And he held his hands up. He said, let me see your hands. And I held my hands up against him. And he laughed and he pressed it up against mine. I believe my mother said those older children had told him something about my hands. But to this day, I don't know why that little boy asked to, and I had contact with that little boy's hand. And my mama gave me a backhand slap, pow, right in the forehead. And his mother didn't notice, she didn't notice it. And then she turned around and she said, oh, Mary, that's right. That's what she told my mother. And then I was crying. I ran out the store. I forgot all about what I was going to get. And I ran out the store crying. And I went home and told my father, I told my adopted father, Q.P. Carvin, I told him what Mama had did to me in the store. And they explained to me they explained to me all the things that I wasn't supposed to touch the little white kids. But, as little children, we had made eye contact and we had made eye contact but you wasn't supposed to touch a white child. So I learned that was my first lesson.
And isn't it amazing how a child knows when injustice exists? A child knows that in a very special way. You know, a lot of children today are learning about your story.
Yeah.
A lot of people in this room are learning about your story and your name for the first time. But it is a travesty that your name has not been exalted in history books, that it has not been lifted up. And we are so glad that we are able to tell your story today and claim your rightful place in history. And this is a difficult question to ask, but I wonder how you dealt with that for so many years, knowing that you helped shove society along through your courage, and yet your story was not told.
Well, it's a long story and I don't have time to, right here to explain to you. See, it's not just a one-day thing. That's what everybody don't understand. It's every day, every minute, every second. You're not going to change the complexion of my skin. And I have to deal with it. It's in different forms. You have the word for it when you know it, when you don't have to deal with it. I don't forgot now the word. But anyway, it's not direct. You know, you don't deal with it directly, but you deal with it. And when you confront it, you know, not to have so much anger. And for the one thing, they always say 9 months before Rosa Parks, but they never explain who was the person, you know, why was I Claudette Colvin 9 months before Rosa Parks. Lately, they had said that now. But I tell most of the people were my co-workers too. And I didn't even explain to them, because most of my co-workers are, I'm a level 99er. I have to plug that in. Majority of my co-workers was from the Caribbean. And I have to tell, that's why I have to go into this. And I didn't even let them know that I didn't even let them know that I had participated in that. We did a lot of protesting together. I remember Doris Turner, when we first got the nurses' aid into the union under the leadership of Doris Turner. And we did a lot of marching and protesting and going to Albany and all of that. So that was the economically part about it, you know. And when most of the people that do this kind of work are people of color, you know. We have a few Eastern European, but mostly people of color. So anyway.
But you dealt with this over years.
Years
in the fight.
Years and years of knowing. And one thing about it, I have to interject this. Rosa Parks was a friend of my biological mother. And so, you know, Mrs. Parks, in her very genteel way, she was very quiet. And long as Rosa was telling the story, it didn't bother me, because long as someone get out there and tell the story, you know, about our injustice.
That is incredibly gracious of you to say that, as long as someone is doing the work. But we're glad that we know that you were doing the work, and we're glad that we were able to tell your story. And I ask everybody in this room to use your networks and use this day to lift up her name. Use those devices that I know you have in your pockets and your purses to tell people about the story of Claudette Colvin and her place in history. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get it? Glory.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Leah Goldschmidt.
I believe that stereotypes are motivation to push us out from our comfort zones. No one likes to be placed in a box and labeled like everyone else. I'm an Orthodox Jewish woman who lives in a community where the norm is to focus on marriage at my age. Together, my friend and I created a gap year program where young religious girls can develop themselves personally and professionally. Our program, the Jean Schottenstein Aurea Institute, assists them in finding themselves through travel, charity, and self-discovery opportunities. As a 21-year-old single Orthodox woman, I strive to be a role model. Women in my community saw me, passionate to make a difference, and knew that they could be just as strong. My dream is that women find the strength and the tools to break through their limitations and follow their hearts.
Please welcome to the stage, Deja Fox, Jordan Reeves, and Samantha Barry.
We're all pretty emotional backstage after that last panel. Oh my God. We heard earlier the story just now of a teenager standing up and doing something, and we're telling her story many, many years later. I'm here with two very inspirational teenagers who make me feel like a massive underachiever on stage in the best possible way. They're 14 and 19. And if you don't know these two women, you're going to get to know them now. And I want to introduce Deja Fox, who Washington Post have called the new face of Planned Parenthood, the youngest staffer on a 2020 campaign. We might touch on politics a little bit. And also the founder of Gen Z Girl Gang, which is really about activating that young generation of women. And Jordan Reeves, at 14, is an amazing force of nature. And she is the inventor and the woman behind Born Just Right and Make Just Right, which we'll talk about as well. I think I want to start with both of you. One of the things I see is that I feel like this Gen Z audience have become much more the face of causes than maybe previous generations. You have Greta at climate change, you have the Parkland students around gun control. What do you think makes this younger generation different in that they feel they're more front and center of causes?
Yeah. I mean, we all just heard from Claudette, right? She is proof positive that young people have been at the forefront of our movements since day one. Young people are radical. We are change makers. We're the ones willing to take the risks. But I think now as we look at our generation, Gen Z, we are uniquely positioned. We are digital natives. We grew up with Instagram and Facebook, and we have this amazing superpower that is social media, and we know it. And we know how to use it best, and we're combining social media and social justice to really make that impact and redefine the way that we make change. And so I think that that's why you're seeing so many young people at the forefront. Even myself, I went viral the first time when I was 16, and it was because someone was at a town hall recording as I asked my senator why he, as a white man, got to make choices about me and my body. And if someone hadn't recorded it and put it on Twitter, the world wouldn't have heard my story. They wouldn't have seen me. I wouldn't have ended up in his office and the offices of congresspeople and senators lobbying on Capitol Hill later. And so Gen Z really does have this unique superpower of social media, and we know how to use it. But young people have always been at the forefront.
Let's talk about that. Jordan, you were teaching me backstage how to do a TikTok, and I messed up the dance. I didn't get it right, but I've got more practice on me. But how have you used social media? You've really been, everything in your 14 short years, you've been talking about inclusion and normalcy. How have you used social media for getting that message out?
Yeah, I think because we have social media, we see issues, and then we also, we have the platform in the fact that we can see issues, but we can also take action on those issues. And I've used social media for all sorts of things. I had a petition a while ago. I don't remember how old I was, but there's so many amazing things on the internet that we can use to push and make change because we see things and we feel inclined to make a change, and it's right in front of us how to make a change. No matter how viral it may get, you're making a change.
So talk to us a little bit about Make Just Right, which is working with design and everybody to make sure that they feel like they're including everybody in the conversation. Can you let everybody know about Make Just Right?
Okay, so I have two things. I have Born Just Right, which is a makerspace where kids with disabilities can design off of their difference. We decided to make it because I made a prosthetic arm that shoots glitter.
It is brilliant.
We love to see it. I saw the joy that it made and like the positive outlook it put on disability, because not all people see disability as this happy thing. They see it as a negative thing, and I'm trying to shine. I saw that as a way to shine light on a positive outlook. And then there's a lot of things like compact into this, but we saw it also was an opportunity to make maker spaces and design more inclusive. So if you have more workers with different outlooks, you can think about things a different way. Because in most places that have designs, they don't think, oh, will this work for everyone? And we want to change that with Make Just Right, which is a consultancy where we can consult people on their designs and have our outlook as kids and people with disabilities. And yeah.
And you've been working with and petitioning lots of, whether it's doll companies about including people with disabilities in their line. I just saw backstage you're a star of your own Marvel comic, which is pretty cool, right? Cool. How important is that in the seeing it? We talk often about if you can't be it if you can't see it. How important is the representation across lots of different media in design for you in terms of inclusion?
Yeah, I think that if you don't learn about disability as a kid, you might not have the greatest outlook on it. And I thought that if there were toys with disabilities, that more kids would they'd see things and they'd be like, oh yeah, my doll has that, so we're vibing. But also with the Marvel thing, I got the opportunity to be on a Disney Plus show, and that was a really cool opportunity. Yeah, that was cool.
Amazing.
That was a fun way to have another a possibility to share my work, and I thought that was really cool.
I'm trying to remember what I was doing at 14. It was not any of this. I'm sure you are too. Deja, you're one of the most politically active young women that I have come across in recent years. And if you want to show everybody what it says on your T-shirt.
Future president, baby, 2036.
I love that, and I love it, and it plays into exactly what we're talking about here and what Tory Burch and her team have been really good at advocating for, which is embrace ambition. For you as a young woman to stand up in here and say, future president, I love that. Yeah. This is a clip they might pull for the debates in 2026. So you were one of the youngest staffers on the campaign, the youngest staffer for the 2020 campaign for Kamala. Let's dip into politics for a little while.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the state of the 2020 race?
So I think first I want to double back. Me and Jordan have a lot in common, and one of the things that really connects us is representation. And when I was sitting, so back it up a little bit, I was homeless in high school. And I know, you're like, no way, true. And I worked at a gas station. So to give you context, when I was 16, I was living with my boyfriend. I was working at a gas station. I was living in Tucson, Arizona. So obviously my life is very different now. And I am the first in my family to go to college. I went to Columbia University. Thank you. And I tell you all this to let you know that I don't take my educational journey lightly. Education means a lot to me. Going to Columbia means a lot to me. But as I sat and looked at the 2020 election, I knew I couldn't sit by. And I picked up my life, and I moved to Baltimore, a city I'd never been to before, and started work on the Kamala Harris campaign. I worked in a position as the influencer and surrogate strategist on her digital team as a junior staffer, and it was a position that had never existed before, right? When we think about the scope of presidential campaigns, digital teams haven't even been around that long. And so I picked up, moved to a city I'd never been to, worked in a job that had never existed, and was the youngest in my headquarters and the youngest across any of the campaigns at my level. And now, as I look at the candidates in the field, I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed. I picked up my life because I know how important representation is. We know how important representation is. I know how much it meant to me to see a woman of color, someone who was raised by a single mom like me, in the presidential field. And the work that she did showing up every day is not, though she is not our nominee, didn't go to waste, because when you lift up the people around you, when you invest in young people, young women, women of color, people from different backgrounds, you're building up that next generation of leaders. And when she invested in me, she invested in someone who is going to be president one day.
How important, you now have a race where across Republican and Democrats, it's 3 older white gentlemen that are the potential president. How important is the VP ticket for you?
I would say it's one of the most important pieces as I make a decision about this election. Yeah, thank you. I believe that when we have 3 rich old white guys running for office, it is their responsibility to look at how and who they surround themselves with, right? I worked on the most diverse campaign in the field, period. And I was a part of that diversity. And it was diverse not only in the way that we looked, but in our experiences, in the life experiences we brought to the table every day. And it showed in our policies and the way that we conducted ourselves on social media and our messaging. And I think that these candidates in the race, as I look at who to vote for, will be held accountable to surrounding themselves with people who come from diverse experiences.
Deja and Jordan, both of you are so inspiring in how you take action, right? Yeah. A lot of people, I think, in this audience across generations have things that they care about and they're passionate about. What's a simple piece of advice for them to take action and get involved? Yeah. How can they do it? Jordan?
Well, probably, I say just like make sure to like find people that, I don't even know. I think just surround yourself with different point of views, like from everywhere, because they're the type of views that you need, because you already know your views. You don't need more of your views around you. You need different, like, you need it all. Like, so you can learn more, you can also just supply to more people, because your view's not gonna be perfect for everyone.
It's a great piece of advice. Deja?
I think I have 2 takeaways for you on this. The first is I want to ask, I see a lot of different faces in this audience today, and I think all of you are probably working in your respective fields, embracing ambition in the way that that means for you. And I want to challenge you all as you go back to work, whatever that looks like, to ask yourself, how am I showing up for young people? I'll repeat that. How am I showing up for young people? And also ask yourself, when was the last time you asked young people, how can I show up for you? Because there are young people, not just the 2 of us, but across all of these different issue areas, across fields that are doing amazing work, who are leading in thought, who are pushing boundaries. And so as you want to get involved, think about the people that surround you and consider how you're bringing young people into that work. And then the second thing is that activism is very personal. It's something that's personal to me. It started when, like I said, I was homeless in high school, and the sex education I was receiving in Arizona was just not enough. It wasn't good enough. It was last updated in the 80s, and I asked myself, what can I do? This is an issue that personally affects me, so I challenge you to look at what issues are personally affecting you. And then I said, if this matters to me, it'll matter to the people who care about me. And I started bringing friends to school board meetings, and we started telling our stories, and after 6 months, we won. And so the way that you can start to get involved, if that's the question you're asking yourself, which I hope it is, I would challenge you to get personal. Get personal using your personal narrative, your personal networks, and the issues that are personally affecting you.
I love that. Get personal, and how are you showing up for young people? Jordan, Deja, thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Tiara Fletcher.
I am a rocket scientist. Growing up in a small town outside of Atlanta, Georgia, my view on life's possibilities were limited. But thanks to the influencers in my life, my parents, family members, and teachers, I eventually saw limitless opportunities for my life. They pushed me to not only understand what is possible in this world, but to understand what is possible for me to accomplish. As a young girl, I did not see many women, and definitely not many women who looked like me, in the history books that they gave us at school, or even the books that I could look at in the local library or bookstore. When I decided to become an aerospace engineer at the age of 11 years old, that's when my desire to seek out African American females in history became greater. Thankfully, I came across the biographies of Bessie Coleman and Mae Jemison. They became the evidence that I needed to see of what is achievable, and they became my heroes. With their images at the forefront of my mind, my goal became nearer as I remained focused throughout my schooling and stages of development to someday design aerospace vehicles that will change the world. Every class, program, research study, project, homework assignment fed into the ultimate goal of becoming an aerospace engineer. When I entered into the doors of advanced courses in high school, the dream seemed further away as I became the only one in many classrooms, the only female, the only African American, the only person of color, the only African American female. My mentors changed my perspective and pulled my dream closer to my view. Although I was the only one at the time, I was breaking down a barrier for the future. At the age of 11, I decided to become an aerospace engineer. At the age of 22, I became a rocket scientist. I've worked on multiple programs, including NASA's Space Launch System, the largest and most powerful rocket ever created in history. Now, at the age of 25, I'm an engineer, a STEAM advocate, business owner, author, teacher, mentor, wife, and mother. Like many of you women here and the ones who are streaming live, we wear many hats, and we wear them well. Let's continue breaking down barriers, creating new frontiers, changing the world so that the young girls of today and tomorrow can see themselves in the history books and continue the cycle of greatness. We are powerful. We are groundbreaking. We embrace ambition. Rock it with the Fletchers.
Please welcome to the stage Gabrielle Raymond McGee.
Embrace Ambition is all about empowering women and girls to confidently own their dreams. While you listen to today's stories, think about how you can apply Embrace Ambition to your own life. Don't let the conversation end in this theater or even after Women's History Month. Use today as your own personal launchpad and allow yourself to dream big. Our ask and our challenge is that you share your own stories of embracing ambition with the world. We are counting on each of you to lead these conversations in your hometown, in your businesses, in your families, and most critically, in your votes. For more than a decade, the Tory Burch Foundation has been on a mission to supercharge women entrepreneurs. As we know, funding women-owned businesses is the greatest investment the world can make. But as we heard earlier, the actual dollars invested in women don't match up. Our programs are designed to change this. The Tory Burch Foundation has endless resources and tools online and off for launching and growing your business. If you've already launched your company, we hope you'll apply to our Fellows program this fall to scale to new heights. Or maybe you're dreaming of starting a company, but you're waiting for the perfect time and you don't know where to start. Well, I'm here to tell you two things. First, there's no such thing as perfect timing. And second, the place to start is on our website, so check it out. Yes, check it out. Thank you. Today's lunch is going to be interactive. As you head to lunch, our ushers will pass out cards that were created by Lean In. These cards teach us how to fight bias and confidently lead critical conversations. There are different cards with various scenarios, and our challenge is for you to meet 3 to 5 new people and discuss as many of these cards as you can before lunch ends. And remember, this is a safe space to ask questions, share ideas, and learn from each other. And now, before we break, it is a great joy to introduce my dear friend, 8-time Broadway star, writer, activist, and self-proclaimed mama's boy, who is currently starring in the Broadway hit Tina, Daniel J. Watts.
We never really had the how to be with a woman chat. We used to cross-stitch, me and my mama, when I was still a little boy, and Cliff Huxtable was my idol, and I had to sneak to watch A Rage in Harlem, and I wasn't yet aware of my capabilities to not only tell great stories, make delicious scrambled eggs, but also overstep my boundaries. We used to cross-stitch, me and my mama, when I was still a little boy, hearts, butterflies, 4-leaf clovers, jack-o'-lanterns, Santa Claus faces with brown thread, and stockings. My mama taught me how to cross-stitch, how to create the outlines first and then respect the boundaries, because cross-stitching has rules. Much like most things, some rules aren't law, more like guidelines, particularly if you want your work to be neat. Like rule number 1, always keep your hands clean. Rule number 2, never touch anyone else's work without permission. Rule number 3, follow the chart. But most of all, 4, be consistent with your stitches, because if you aren't, though it may look nice on the surface, you can flip it over and reveal a mess and disarray underneath. When the other boys found out that I was cross-stitching with my mama, I stopped cross-stitching with my mama and focused more on sports. Something about girl stuff, called me names, might have crossed the line once or twice. I forget, I blocked it out. Sticks and stones and whatnot. You know, boys will be boys. They're funny. Not boys, but lines, or rather boundaries. These lines we create to keep things separate or in order, or to keep out the unwanted. Funny, not funny ha-ha, but funny interesting that we teach girls about cross-stitching and boundaries, but not to boys. When boys are encouraged to explore foreign territories, girls are learning about needlework. Side note, I heard a story about a woman who once stitched her husband into their bed sheets for having to tell him one too many times about his behavior. She proceeded to throw a pot of boiling water on him. See, boys are always allowed to grow up to become conquerors and told that nothing is beyond our grasp, not land, not riches, not women. As a boy, I was always adventurous and never cared much for boundaries, hopping fences, climbing trees. I think that's why my mama was teaching me how to cross stitch, how to respect space. Or perhaps she hoped it would be my go-to whenever I didn't know what to do with my hands. I think I might have graduated college before I really took into consideration the ramifications a harmless touch from my hands might have on a woman, so I have to apologize first to anyone who else's lines I might have crossed without permission, or to my mama for missing the metaphor, for letting peer pressure and general senses of boyness cloud my better judgment, because boundaries are not relative. There is no difference between them in football or baseball or basketball or wrestling or cross-stitching. And women won't take crap forever. Ask Mother Earth. She's pissed. I don't know who told man he could do whatever he wanted with her body, like one day she wouldn't retaliate for centuries of inappropriate behavior. She would be justified in burying man alive. Oh, the grace that comes with only being expertly stitched into bed sheets. Thank you.
That concludes our session. Please join us for lunch and shopping.
Ambition, it's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I realized that men were celebrated being ambitious, and when women were ambitious, it was a negative.
My parents, they migrated from Egypt to America. My dad would always just remind me, like, this is your life now, but having ambition, it can help the entire country back home.
To me, ambition has to have purpose.
Because you never know. One little thing that you say can affect someone in this gigantic way.
I can change lives of other people who didn't get the chance that I did.
You know, I often hear people say, oh, they're just one person and they can't create change, and I totally disagree with that.
Your character is how you treat someone that can do nothing for you.
It just takes one person.
I believe in that ripple effect.
Embracing ambition means standing by your ideas.
Showing others what's possible.
And including men in the conversation.
Embracing ambition means being confident.
Embracing ambition
means empowering other women.
How do you embrace ambition?
Why is ambition respected in men and criticized in women? We may think ambition in women is a good thing, but because of a lifetime of cultural stereotypes, we react negatively. That's unconscious bias. But can unconscious bias really limit women's success? Well, when asked to draw a leader, the vast majority of people, both men and women, draw a man. When we imagine positions of power, we erase women from the picture. Today, only 5% of CEOs are women. It's time to challenge cultural stereotypes and outmoded mindsets. The world is a better place when we support one another's ambitions, whatever they may be. Together, let's question the biases that hold people back. Voice our ambition proudly, without apology. Model ambition for our sons and daughters. Our ambition is to challenge double standards to help achieve women's equality. What's yours? I'm Mindy Kaling, and I embrace ambition.
I'm ambitious. I will not hide it.
We will not hide it.
We embrace ambition. Women are made to be ambitious.
I will dream big.
Big, without hesitation.
We will take risks.
Not live in fear.
We will rise together.
Rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
for our daughters
and our sons.
I will help women around the world,
the whole world,
to succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough,
strong,
powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word. I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them.
Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office.
Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives.
Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition.
Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams.
Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition.
Will you? I'm ambitious. I will not hide it.
We will not hide it.
We embrace ambition. Women are made to be ambitious.
I will dream big.
Big, without hesitation.
We will take risks.
Not live in fear.
We will rise together.
Rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
Be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
For our daughters.
And our sons.
I will help women around the world.
The whole world.
To succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough.
strong.
Powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word.
I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them.
Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office.
Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives. Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition. Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams.
Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge. Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition.
Will you?
Please welcome to the stage, Sylvia Earle.
So, I come here as a Jersey girl. I fell in love with the ocean when I was about 3 years old, got knocked over by a wave, and the ocean got my attention, and it has held my attention ever since. Isn't just the great fun of being out in, on, and under the ocean? It's life in the ocean that captured my imagination as a little kid, and I still have that same sense of curiosity. Kids ask me sometimes, how did you get to be a scientist? And I say, you know, it really is pretty easy. You start out as a little kid, we all do. And what do little kids do? You ask questions. It's who, what, why, where, when, how. Just don't ever stop. To be a scientist, do what scientists do. You observe carefully, you report honestly, and you never stop asking questions. And here's the thing, anybody can do it. Everybody should do it. And it doesn't matter how tall you are, how short you are, how old you are, how young you are, what color you are, whoever you are, you should do what scientists do. Observe carefully, look at the evidence, and then act on what you see. So I tried to follow my own advice, and I don't think I will ever quite grow up if I'm lucky. But I grew up enough that by 1970, I had credentials as a scientist. And while I was at Harvard, there's a notice on the bulletin board during the time that there were astronauts flying high in the sky. You know, that first view of Earth from space was in 1968 when the young Bill Anders looked out the window of the spacecraft while making a circumnavigation of the moon and took that picture called Earthrise of this miraculous blue planet, our home. Everything has changed since then. In 1970, when there were footprints being left on the moon, there was a notice about being an aquanaut, to live underwater for 2 weeks. Nobody bothered to say that women need not apply, so some of us did. Big surprise when our credentials turned out to be, you know, comparable with some of the guys. And so it came down to the question of the head of the program, whether to let women become aquanauts. After all, there were no women astronauts for another 15 years. So the idea was a little novel, but Jim Miller, head of the program, had a good marriage, had a good mother, I think. And he is said to have said, after shrugging his shoulders, well, half the fish are female. I guess we could put up with a few women. And they did, but they couldn't really get their minds around having men and women living together underwater. Now, this is 1970. Astronauts since then, you know, mixed teams. We ride on airplanes. We're here in the audience. There are men and women out there, I think, both. But to stay underwater in 1970, they were talking about hanky-panky on the reef. But anyway, they let us go, but they had to just have a women's team. But we weren't aquanauts, we were the aqua babes. We were the aqua chicks, the aqua belles. We were even called the aquanaughties. I love that one. Didn't matter what they called us, just so we got to go. And since then, I've lived underwater on 10 different occasions, men and women together sometimes. And I've had a chance to spend thousands of hours underwater. I've used more than 30 different kinds of submarines. So cool. I'm sure every one of you has been up in the sky, probably 7 miles up in the sky, but only on 3 occasions have people been as much as 7 miles down. The deepest place is the Mariana Trench. It's not that deep when you think about it, 7 miles. But, we're just at the greatest era of exploring the ocean ever. We've only seen maybe 10% of the ocean, really beyond the surface. And just as in the early days of aviation, a century ago, it was novel to be able to go down in the submarine. Maybe in another few years, it'll be easy. You know, you'll have a Hertz rent-a-sub or something. Or whatever it takes, we've got to get out there and understand the blue part of our own home. As a witness to the ocean, a witness to the greatest era of change that this planet has ever experienced since the middle of the 20th century. And you think about what we could not know 50, 60, 100 years ago. How surprised would our predecessors be if they could land here today and pick up that little cell phone that we're all addicted to, or have images come out of nowhere right there in front of us, that we could speak to people on the other side of the planet. There's so many things that we now have that give us superpowers that our predecessors would envy if they could only see what the world has become in a positive way, but they would also be horrified if they could see how we've consumed this blue planet, how much we have taken from nature to foster our prosperity. There are only 2 billion people when I arrived, only 1 billion going back to 1800. Now, you know the numbers. We're going to be 8 billion soon and projected even more by the middle of this century. So how are we going to accommodate ourselves within the natural systems that keep us alive? That's our challenge. So 100 years ago, we began protecting nature with national parks. Only more recently have we begun to do a similar thing for the ocean. I mean, 100 years ago, we were still taking birds in large quantities for food. We changed our ways. We take a lot of chickens, but most birds we respect for other reasons. We have to look at wildlife on the land and in the ocean with new eyes, with new respect. Take care of them as part of our life support system. Right now, only about 3% of the ocean is really protected, where even the fish are safe. Think about it. We now know that protecting the land works. We know that protecting the ocean works, when recovery is possible if we stop the killing and start the caring. So a few years ago, 10 years ago, I started an organization called Mission Blue, the idea of establishing protected areas around the world, hope spots large enough to save and restore the blue part of the planet. So, embracing ambition, I think we all have the opportunity to embrace the biggest ambition that all of us, any of us, should have. Sort of the headline for our lives. We have to take care of the planet. We have to take care of the natural world that makes our existence possible. As never before, we know what we could not know before. We know about climate change. We know about how we've really taken down the wildlife. We know that protection works, not just because we care about elephants and tuna fish and whales and all of that, but we care about the future of our children. Thank you for all you're doing to make the world a better place, embracing the ambition. Now is the time. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Dambisa Moyo.
Hi, everybody. Gosh, did we have too much to eat? I don't see you hear much enthusiasm. Hello. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and to participate with you in this Embrace Ambition opportunity and really discussion on how we can continue to progress. For those of you who don't know me, I was born and raised in Zambia, Southern Africa. Any Zambians in the house? No, no. Africans in the house? That's more like it. One of the poorest countries in the world. Now, I'm not here to give you a whole story of what happened to me, but at the time of my birth in 1969, unfortunately I have to tell you to make the story good, at the time of my birth, blacks in my country were not issued with birth certificates. That law only changed in 1974. Now let me tell you what I've been doing for the last 50 years since I found this out. I subsequently went to Harvard to get a master's in public policy, and then I went to Oxford to get a PhD in economics. I worked at Goldman Sachs and Wall Street for 10 years. I've written 4 books on macroeconomics, and I now serve on a number of multinational corporate boards. Now, I'm really here not to boast or brag. I mean, I'm just getting started. I'm only 51. I'm here to tell you 3 things that have been guiding principles for me that I hope I can leave you with as you think about your own careers and lives. The first point is that no does not mean never, it just means not now. Now, if you take a step back and hear what I just said about my background, you might think I've had lots of yeses and the doors were flinging open. My life has really occurred over the 70s and 80s thus far, and at that time, the doors were not open for women or for minorities. So I did have to adopt the practice of when the door got slammed in my face, rather than feel like it was the end of the world, I had to take the view that it was a no, not meaning never again, it just meant not now. So as you think about your careers and your lives, when you get those no's, which you are going to get, don't despair. Double down and try and figure out another route, another way, so that you can achieve your goals and success. The second point is that we are not entitled to feedback. Now that's an important thing because we live in a world where in order to progress and to develop our skills and to become better, we need feedback. And sometimes the feedback, especially on social media now, is kind of vicious. But we do need constructive feedback. And I urge you to not only open your arms and your heart to get critical feedback, which is really imperative, but it's really going to be the foundation and the driver for your future success. Why is that important? Because sometimes the feedback is not going to come from somebody that you might expect it to. Some of the biggest champions and supporters of my career over the last 50 years have been people who don't look like me, who are not from my country or from my continent. People who are men, not women. People who are white, not black. And if you don't open your minds and your hearts and think to yourselves, actually, feedback is really important, even if I disagree, then you aren't going to succeed because people will be scared to give you feedback. In another way, when I get critical feedback, even if I disagree with it, and even if I don't even follow it, I still send flowers and boxes of chocolates and say, thank you for taking the chance to give me that feedback. And as women and as minorities, we have to be particularly sensitive that we're in a world today where people might be scared or reluctant to give us feedback, but we have to remind ourselves that we desperately need that important information. The last thing I want to say, which is the third point that's been really defining in terms of my own success, is that when that fateful day occurs, the knock on the door to say, here is an opportunity, make sure you are ready. Don't spend your time and energy getting so angry that you are focused on what I would call the short-termism of the offense. Think about how you're going to develop your skills. Continuous learning is my guiding compass and principle. Am I learning enough? Do I understand the counter-arguments? Even if I disagree, why is somebody else who seems smart and accomplished taking a different perspective than I am? I think we live in a world today where we're very dismissive and we get very angry when we don't get something, or we think it might be discrimination of some sort, and it may very well be. But don't forget to arm yourselves with the skill set and the experiences so that you force those damn racists and damn misogynists to have to think hard about the reasons why they shouldn't give you that opportunity. Sometimes I see resumes and applications for jobs and for school places from people when I think to myself, this person would be great if they just focused and doubled down on developing their skill set rather than getting all upset and angry. So I leave you with those 3 points, and I wish you so much success and joy in your lives. It is a great life. You're living in here. You're in 2020. Enjoy it, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Please welcome to the stage Kathy Engelbert, Bianca Valenti, AJ Andrews, and Carrie Champion.
How's everybody doing? Good?
Yes.
So we were backstage all paying attention, locked in. I am just honored, first of all, to say it is such an honor to be here today with these amazing women and talk to you all. This panel, I have some rock stars here. We're going to talk about pay equity, but not necessarily in just the form of monetization, but in terms of respect and what we do in sports. So I'm going to have each of the ladies just identify who they are briefly, and then we'll dive right in. I'll start with you first, Kathy.
Yes, great, Carrie. Thank you. It's great to be here. Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA.
Hey, I'm Bianca Valenti, and I'm a professional big wave surfer.
And I am AJ Andrews. I'm a professional softball player and the very first woman to ever win a Rawlings Gold Glove.
Woo! By way of background, I'm a sports broadcast journalist. My name is Carrie Champion, and AJ will say she's the first woman in the 56 years of existence of that award. So that is huge,
all that.
You guys, huge. I'll start with you first, Kathy. Kathy and I have a relationship. We've been able to chat a few times. I have seen the comings and goings of the president of the WNBA. You have the title of commissioner. Why is that? Why was that so important to you in terms of your background and where you came from, and why you wanted that same title that Adam Silver has?
Yeah, so I was never into titles for sure, but when you're trying to signal that this is a major professional sports league have commissioners. They don't have presidents, they have commissioners. So this was a signal, a seat at the table, and an empowerment around the role. And it was Adam who came up with the idea to make me a commissioner. And I couldn't be more pleased as to the seat at the table it gives me with other commissioners of other major sports leagues, mostly male sports leagues, and to be able to really network in that community and find out what's working, what's not working as it comes to really elevating the WNBA and these elite women athletes.
The beauty of this panel is that a lot of these women are the first. And when you are the first in many areas, you have to be a trailblazer. You have to deal with a lot of uncomfortable situations, and you have to learn to I guess, maneuver in a way in which has not been done before. In terms of your background, can you tell everyone what you did prior to becoming the commissioner of the WNBA?
Right, so the basketball is my second career, and by the way, it's a pretty good second career. My kids think I'm cool now. But I spent 33 years at a firm called Deloitte, very, very advanced as far as women's initiatives and gender equality, and became the first female CEO of any major professional services firm. So as I was wrapping up my time there, I said I wanted to do something different, something with a women's leadership platform, and something I had a passion for. And I had played college basketball, and my father was drafted into the NBA in Detroit Pistons in 1957. So had some basketball DNA in me, and it was just time to do something where I thought this had a huge women's leadership platform, and we just announced our groundbreaking collective bargaining agreement, and guess what? It does have a huge women's leadership platform.
Yeah, so it comes full circle. This is amazing, so congratulations. I'm going to put a pin in that. I know, yes, right? Bianca, talk to us. So your world, I would think, is much like the world of sports, is very male-dominated. Talk to me about how you've been able to shatter stereotypes and be the first in your world.
Yeah, well, I fell in love with surfing when I was 7 years old, and that same week I decided I wanted to become a champion. And then when I was in my teens, I realized that girls didn't have the same opportunities as the boys, and that like crushed me at the time. And so now that I am a more mature surfer, we've been able to win equal pay for all female surfers. Yep, my friends and I created a group called the Committee for Equity in Women's Surfing, and it turns out that when you catch really big waves, like the height of this ceiling, that people's minds open up and realize that women can do anything.
Wait, you know what? I'm pulling an audible here. Do we have the video of Bianca? I saw that there's a video that we had of you in a wave, and if we do, yeah, there we go. Look your girl out. Just average day at work.
Like it's nothing.
Wow.
Get up.
Thank you. That was actually my equal pay wave.
I love it.
I got that wave the week after we won equal pay.
Yeah.
And you earned your pay now.
Yeah, that was like the victory lap.
Bianca, you talk.
But we still have a long way to go.
Yeah,
so.
a long way to go. You talk about equal pay, but let's talk about equal respect. Do you still feel, as someone who, I mean, that's amazing what we're watching here, but do you feel as if you have the same respect as your male colleagues?
You know, unfortunately, no. From my colleagues who I'm surfing in the water with every day, yes. But it's kind of like they will view me as an exception to the rule. And so, yeah, we need opportunity to compete in all the same high-profile events, and we need the same media exposure, and we need all of the support from the leaders in the industry and in the whole entire world to get that.
And that's why we're here today, to bring some attention to it. And I think that it's definitely overdue. AJ, we have to talk softball.
Let's do that.
In so many different ways. I've been a fan of yours for so long, and I've watched you grow, and you are elegant on and off the field. So this is an opportunity for you to talk about what you were able to do. Golden Glove, the first person to have it, the first female to have it. Talk to me about that experience and how it all came about.
For me, I always strived from college, playing at LSU, to now being a professional athlete, to live as an example of limitless possibilities. And being able to win the Gold Glove was truly that time where I could have that opportunity. And from that moment, it was a time where it was historic. I was able to break that barrier for women in sports because before 2016, when I had won, it was considered impossible, right, for a woman to win that award. And now I want young women, I'm excited young women can look at it as impossible, as nothing more than just a challenge. And to know that the only limits that they ever have in this world are the ones that they place on themselves. And for me, it was something that truly drove me to continuously work towards my passions and my goals as the first woman to now be able to walk through that door so other women can walk through more doors. And the next time someone wants to suppress your dreams or tell you can't do something or say that you can't go for your plan A because it's never been done, you say plan B would only distract from my plan A, and it hasn't been done yet.
All right. I love the yet of it. And backstage, you and I did discuss this. There are so few softball players that we are familiar with in terms of popularity and attention. And there are a few that get it. We've had these moments like with Little League and Monet Davis, Lo Chamberlain, and I've mentioned these names to you, people who are sometimes highlighted on specific networks, ESPN and such. Why do you think that there is a lack of attention to what you all do in softball?
I think we're always being compared to men. And so men are easily given the attention just because of what they're looked at as being heroic or something that's not human. And so you have these athletes that are they're getting the praise that they so rightly deserve, but women we're being compared to when we don't get the same media coverage, we don't get the same respect, and then when we do get the media coverage, it's not to the same level that a male is. So it looks like people have this perception that it's not as exciting, that's what you'll hear, or that we just don't have, the interest isn't there. And with college softball, my personal sport, college softball has had higher ratings than the male College World Series for the past couple of years. And it's been proven that softball is a sport that wants to be watched. 1.8 million viewers were watching in 2015. Last year had the highest viewership, and that was more than 2015. So it's proven softball is a sport you want to watch. I think that it's now a point where people need to celebrate us as athletes. Knock down those stereotypes, celebrate my muscles, right? Whether it's in the media, whether it's brands, whether it's fashion. Know that I am someone that is a strong, powerful, dominant woman, and I should be described as such.
You celebrate it.
And it's the framing.
I hear this often, and I love all the women who are like, keep going. I hear this often when I interview a lot of female athletes. They said, I'm an athlete. There's not a difference between what I do. I'm a huge fan of the WNBA. I live in Los Angeles, go to a lot of games with the Sparks.
Yep.
And the game is exciting. And there's something about, there's a back and forth, a pull. And especially when we talk about, travel accommodations and pay equity. And you came in 7 months on the job, and she was able to broker a deal that I think is really on the forefront of changing the respect level of which many of your athletes will have. Can you tell everyone about that?
Yeah, first we tripled the top pay of our top players, tripled to over $500,000. Yep. That in and of itself is amazing. But as I came in, I did a 12-city tour, I looked at assessment of the league, the economics, and we didn't have the right economic model, and this is what I was hired to come in and look at. And these are two amazingly elite athletes, but they don't get the media coverage. Less than 4% of all media coverage covers women's sports, and less than 1% of all corporate sponsorship dollars goes to women. So that's whether it's an endorsement of you as an individual athlete or a league or a team, and team sports is even worse than individual athletes. So this is a broken ecosystem. I think the quality of the game, and obviously the quality of softball, the quality of surfing, quality is there for women. It's the ecosystem around it. So what we tried to do in our collective bargaining agreement, which we just announced in January, 8-year deal, long-term labor piece, but really bet on women.
Yeah.
Really do a holistic, it wasn't just pay, it was also full maternity leave for as long as you need it. The whole fertility benefits, travel upgrades, child care stipend, but most important to me, quite frankly, and it was all important, was the average tenure of a WNBA player is, let's say, 8 years. They're all college graduate, they're 30, and now what do they do for the next 30 years? And so it was off-season employment and placing them in broadcast roles and coaching roles and with corporations who will become sponsors. So it was really a holistic view to say that WNBA is the place for these elite female athletes to work year-round, league marketing agreements, but lots of money. The owners have been extremely doubling down and betting on women and betting on making this a sustainable long-term model, because we're tipping off our 24th season in May.
Yeah.
Had a very active free agency period. We need to build big rivalries. We need to build household names and value in the franchises, because that's how you get the media deals and the sponsorships, when you drive that interest in rivalries and sponsorships. 40 years into the NBA, by the way, the NBA was on tape delay. They didn't have billion-dollar TV contracts.
Yes.
And they had one big rivalry come around, and that was Magic Johnson and Larry
Bird.
Bird.
Yeah.
Boston to LA, covered coast to coast, and everybody got interested in, and then Michael Jordan came along a few years later, the marketing phenom. So that's our goal, is not to replicate that, but is to find those household names, market them, use our sponsors and our partners. ESPN's been a long-time partner since the beginning of the league and is helping us expose the world, quite frankly. We have 20 global players now in the WNBA. We're global now. Yeah. And so it's such an important time with the women's empowerment and the women's movement to drive all of these athletes. And I do believe our collective bargaining agreement will be the model for other leagues.
Kathy, huh?
Yes.
7 months on the job, guys. Like, I'm really impressed.
A lot more to do, though.
A lot more to do. But what she talked about, I think, and I'll ask you ladies, is I think a lot of it is you do have to have that one person or that one superstar that drives the sport. So for basketball, it's LeBron or Anthony Davis or Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? So you're tuning in to see these rivalries and whether or not these guys are the players. For you, Bianca, specifically in surfing, you don't get the same immediate attention. So how do you and how are people you're working with, because you talked about the program you've developed, try to get that attention and let people know that you're just as amazing as any other male who's the best in the sport?
Yeah, great question. So what I noticed was that not only do I catch huge waves, but the second I started using my waves to speak up on behalf of creating equality, people started paying a lot of attention. And I don't know if anybody saw the cover story of the New York Times Magazine in 2019. That was the story of my friends and I getting equal pay by having California rule makers and gatekeepers rethink the way that they were giving permits for our public resources, because surf competitions happen on public lands. So if you're having an all-men's event and no women are included, that's like against our Constitution.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yeah. But so I really like what Kathy's talking about. She's creating a template for all the other leagues to use. And like what we're doing, we created a template for all the other states to use. So what I'm wondering is like, how can we all come together, like softball, basketball, surfing, snowboarding, everybody, boxers,
soccer, yes,
divers, and level the playing field together and all really unite and do it faster.
Yeah, amen. That's great. So AJ, I have to ask you, we talked about you now being pro, and you said that you wanted to do other things, perhaps broadcasting, because it doesn't necessarily pay. In your perfect world, what does your contract look like for being a professional softball player for you? What does it look like in terms of taking care of your family? And she talked about maternity leave, not being penalized for having children.
In my perfect world, it would look like the performance you see on the field, right? Major League Baseball players get paid per their performance. If you're excelling on the field, you get paid more, and I feel that should be the same landscape for women in sports. My perfect world, softball players, professional softball players wouldn't have to have second jobs in order to sustain their lives. They wouldn't have to retire early simply because softball, their sport that they should be able to dedicate all their time to, they cannot financially do so. And so I would want it to be a circumstance where we're not forced to put our bodies through so much going overseas, which I know is the same in the WNBA, where you have to do extra in order to get still not even half of what the men are getting. And yet we put in the same amount of work, we work just as hard, and we play just as hard, and we look better doing it. But we don't get paid the way that we should.
And maybe, Carrie, I can just comment, because AJ makes such a great point. This is about the way we get valued, whether it's we get valued because we put a patch here, we have a placement on the court, you get valued for attendance and media hits and social media hits, and we get thrown into a spreadsheet or an algorithm that's that was devised for men's sports. Yeah. And then they take a discount on females once you spit out the algorithm's outcome. And so my goal really is to work with those people who are coding in those spreadsheets and that algorithm, because I assure you, no spreadsheet ever yielded a good answer for women or women's sports, and certainly not the WNBA. So I've seen these spreadsheets now, maybe my finance background, I'm like, I want to see numerators, denominators, I want to see the black box, because I assure you, that's where we fall off, and you don't get the support that you can get paid what you deserve, because that algorithm spitting out a value that's below where the men are.
Ladies, we're going to have to wrap here in just a moment. Bianca, they all talked about in a perfect world what it would look like. Kathy gave the model of what she's doing and so much more work to do. AJ said she looks good, so she should get paid good. and I am a fan of that. Talk to me about what you would like to see in your world.
I mean, yeah, I would love to not have to work 3 jobs to support my surfing, because that's pretty much what I do currently. But I guess by the way, after we earned equal pay, the tour was canceled. So never got to surf in the event, but did get all female athletes in surfing, equal pay, so that was a big deal. But then as an athlete who wants to just compete in an event and not getting the opportunity, you're just like, crap, you know? So I guess what I always come back to every day is just to try to ride a better wave every day. And I think that's something that every single one of us can do no matter what we do. If it's in the water, on the land, you can wake up every day and make a choice to ride a better wave.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. AJ, Bianca, Kathy, please give it up for these trailblazing women. Now let's ride a better wave.
Please welcome to the stage, Sakina Huda.
When I was 5 years old, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor. The doctors told my family that I had 2 weeks left to live. Miraculously, With prayers, my tumor went from a stage 4 to benign in a matter of days. But I needed surgery. After my surgery, I could not walk, talk, sit, or hold my head up. At only 5 years old, I knew this was not how I wanted to live the rest of my life. I was determined. Every day, I went for physical and occupational therapy. The doctors thought I would never be able to function again. But I proved them wrong. Against all odds, I graduated from high school and then from Muhlenberg College. Now, in my young adulthood, I'm bringing that same determination to challenging stereotypes about Muslim women. My family built a mosque in Central Florida called Masjid Al-Hay, which was completed in 2017. It was my honor to invite the fashion model Halima Aden. Halima is the first hijabi-wearing model and an inspiration for so many young girls in the Muslim community. My goal is to continue beating the odds and show the world who a Muslim woman is and can be. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Diane von Furstenberg and Jason Bolden.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, everyone.
She was wonderful.
I know, that was impactful.
I tried to grab her.
Hi, everyone. I am here with the iconic, mesmerizing, talented designer, philanthropist, Diane von Furstenberg.
Hi.
So I want to talk about the woman behind the brand. We know you grew up in Belgium. It was very different, where you saw yourself didn't look like the other girls. And you found this confidence at such an early age. Where did that come from?
Well, if you want to go back to Belgium, then I think we have to go a little further. I'm going to imagine occupied Belgium in 1944, and a young girl, 21 years old, who was doing resistance, got captured and sent to the concentration camp, where she spent 13 months in Auschwitz and in Ravensbrück. Survives it, and when she's found, she weighs 49 pounds. And so she is shipped back to her home in Belgium. Her parents cannot believe that she's alive. And her mother feeds her a little bit every 10 minutes, so she gains the weight. And after 6 months, her weight is back. Her fiancé, who was in Switzerland, comes back. They get married, and the doctor says to the woman, you can absolutely not have a child, because if you have a child, you will die, and your child will not be normal.
Wow.
And sure enough, 9 months later, I was born, and I was not normal.
Welcome. Welcome, DVM, to the planet. Welcome to the planet.
So that's
the confidence.
Well, it's not the confidence, but it's where I comes from. I come from real ashes.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't supposed to be there, and I was there. And then my mother really, really did not ever want me to be afraid. Fear was not an option. If I was afraid of the dark, she locked me in the closet. Today, she would get arrested. But she made me fearless.
I love that.
And so that's how it all began. And then I grew up as a little girl. I did look different than any other girl. I did look different. I had black curly hair, and all my friends in Belgium had blonde, straight hair with bangs. So I did look different. And, but I remember in front of the mirror, my mother had a big vanity in her bedroom. And I used to stare at myself for hours. Not that I thought I was beautiful, because I didn't, but because I realized that I had control over that image.
Wow.
If I made faces, she made faces. If I turned around, she turned around. And that's when I realized, oh, I have control over her, right? So that also was a very important thing. So people ask me, what did you want to do? You know, what did you want to do when you grew up? And I did not know what I wanted to do, but I knew the kind of woman I wanted to be.
That's fantastic.
I wanted to be a woman in charge. And that means a woman who can pay her bill, a woman who can do exactly what men do. And why not, right?
That's great.
And so that's what I wanted to be. And I was lucky. I became that woman. And I became that woman because of a little dress. Just a little simple little dress.
That's also the dress that actually changed my career.
Right.
8 years ago, my first major carpet was with a dear friend, Gabrielle Union. And she asked me to bring her something from a vintage store that I owned in Soho. And I had this vintage DVF dress. And she wore it, and it went everywhere. And now I'm sitting with the icon. So thank you for that moment.
Thank you. So anyway, for that little dress, you know, people say I made that little dress. The truth is that little dress made me.
Voila.
And so as I was gaining confidence, I was going around to stores wrapping wrapping women, and I realized that I was sharing this newly acquired confidence. And so I established this relationship with women, and that was it. Okay, that was a long time ago, because I am now an old woman. And by the way, I embrace it fully. I'm 73 years old, so you know. And
right now, what does the 73-year-old Diana want to see shifting on the planet? Like some of the work that you're doing right now, you're shifting the planet. Like, what else would you like to see?
I mean, really the goal of my life right now is I wanted to be a woman in charge. People say, who is your customers? I said, the woman in charge. So in charge has always been this platform. And so this summer, I thought about it. What does it really mean to be in charge? Because I don't want it to be aggressive, because we don't want to be aggressive. We still need men. So to be in charge is first and foremost a commitment to ourselves. It's owning who we are. You own your imperfection, they become your asset. You own your vulnerability, it becomes your strength. So owning who you are, that is being true to yourself is the most important thing. The relationship you have with yourself, the most important relationship in life is the one you have with yourself. Once you have that, any relationship is a plus and not a must.
I love that.
And then there's a third part, which is someone gave me this advice, an old man that I respect so much. His grandmother, who survived the genocide in Armenia, told him. And that is, the only thing we have total control of is our character.
Wow.
We can lose our health, we can lose our wealth, we can lose our beauty, our family, even our freedom, but we never lose our character. So, the character, the relationship with ourselves, owning it, all of this is a little house that you put inside yourself that is the core of your strength. And that is what being in charge is.
Wow.
And then once you are in charge, then you can use, like, you know, I am in charge. So I can use my voice, my experience, my knowledge, my connections in order to help others to be in charge. And so if you ask me today, what is the mission of my life, is to go and push the button in every woman and make them realize that all the strength and all the confidence is inside them.
So if anyone in this moment, so I guess the most amazing takeaway from that is, like you just said, use that button that everyone has. So if it's turned off, you want everybody to push that button and turn it on and realize that you are in charge and you have the power to turn that button on, right?
That's right. But it requires practice.
Yes.
That means you have to be honest with yourself. That means you can't be delusional. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's much, much easier.
I love that.
And then, by the way, also, you know, people look at you and they think you're successful, and you are successful, but that doesn't mean that you don't feel like a loser at least twice a week. Only losers don't feel like losers.
You drop.
By the way,
best
that
gems.
works every time you say it. I mean, even to myself.
So, Diane, I would also love to talk about the foundation. And recently, you did a lot of great work in what you did in DC with the awards that you were giving away and some of the honorees. I would love to talk about some of those women.
Well, a few years ago, my son, we have a family foundation, my son said, you know, it would be nice for you to give an award. And because then you could give money and exposure to women that you respect, that are not known. And so at first I was a little shy. And so when we started with Tina Brown, the Women in the World Conference, I launched the DVF Awards on the second night. Mm-hmm. And this year was our 11th anniversary. And this year we went, and instead of doing it in New York, we did it in DC. And the Lifetime Award went to Ruth Ginsburg, Supreme Court. And that was such an honor, because you see, and it's very important that you give the Lifetime and the Inspirational Award to people who people really respect and know, because then you get the exposure for the other people who do amazing work, but you know, won't get their name in the press. So you have to understand that. So it's very nice. It's really, and what we give these awards, we give money and exposure to these women who have had the strength to fight, the courage to survive, and the leadership to inspire.
I love that. I love that.
And then there's another lady, a very famous lady that I've been involved with, and her name is Lady Liberty. Oh. And Casual.
The casual lady.
And well, but it all came that they wanted me to be so much on the board of Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island, and I wasn't interested in being on another board. And then the man who wanted me read my book. I wrote a book called The Woman I Wanted to Be. And in my book, I have a little thing that my mother wrote to me. She said, God saved me, right, my mother who survived. Mm-hmm. God saved me so that I can give you life. By giving you life, you give me my life back. You are my torch of freedom. Wow. So I was born with this torch of freedom, so in my hand, which is also a responsibility, by the way. And so this man from the board said, your mother said that, you have to accept it. And so I accepted this job, and what I had to do is I had to raise money to build this museum on Liberty Island, and I'm not very good at raising money, but somehow Lady Liberty is magic, and I really did raise $100 million. Ooh. And I also wrote a book and a beautiful documentary. If you want to see it, it's on HBO, and it's called Lady Liberty, Mother of Exile. And it's very nice.
Well, I'd like to say that your necklace, you're in charge. It sounds like you're definitely in charge. And I think the takeaway today, I would hope everyone, including myself, I now want to take even more charge of what's going on in my life. So I hope that what we've talked about today.
And remember, the first step and the most important.
Don't be delusional.
Okay. Commitment to
yourself.
Commitment to yourself. It's yourself. Listen to everyone. No. Hear everyone and listen to yourself.
There we go. The perfect takeaway. Thank you.
You done?
I think so. I'll just wrap it up. We got some time.
We have another minute 45.
We have a minute.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
Tell me everything.
He is a very, very, very stylish man. So what does style mean to you?
Style for me is, it's so funny that you had that conversation about the mirror. The style for me is confidence. And when I do some of my fittings, a lot of times, I bring a mirror. Not for my clients to actually see what their reflection is once they try the clothes on. I make sure it's like more of portrait style. So I'm like, this is what's important. Everything is not valid. It's a bonus. It's a bonus, but this is what's very important. So for me, it's confidence. Doesn't matter what shape, what size, what color, where you're from, what you have.
Well, but that's the thing, is if you accept, if you own it, right?
Yeah.
You have a big nose. Own it, all of a sudden say, oh, she has such an interesting nose.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's all about confidence. So I lean into confidence. That's my thing for a kid who didn't have a lot of exposure and things like that. So how I got into rooms was just my confidence. And I was always sure in my choices.
Did you have a strong mother?
Very strong mother and grandmother.
See, that's the answer.
Well, it all
it's
comes from a strong.
mother.
Yes. So for me, it was, you know, my journey with my mom and my grandmother, and now I'm here with the icon.
Women.
The icon. GBS. This is great. This is great, and we thank you guys, and we hope that you all take charge.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Bakar.
What's up, New York? Gonna sing a song for you. It goes. Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, now it's on me, yeah. I mixed a lot of love with a lot of trust, and I found you. She liked petty crime, she had green eyes like Mountain Dew. And where she go, I'll never know, her friends bounce too. Ooh. I guess it's their loss, but they'll never know it will amount to, yeah. And would you be my light, be my yellow? PYT walking down Portobello, put a smile on his face at the end of the day. MDMA helped us fly away. Who'd have known you would save my life? Who'd have known you would fly my kite? Could you tell, could you tell? Could you tell, could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, now it's on me. Yeah. 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 Hey. Yeah. And I remember we was all alone. Late night, you would call my phone just to check if I was best, cause we late night. And I remember we was in the park. Late night, made love on the grass, got my head in the couch, cutting all my stars. In my ear said the world was off. Went to hell and back just to heal my wounds, cause it gets like that. Wrong side of the moon, no Tutankhamun, you're my Cleopatra. No side thing, don't need a backup. Need a real one, don't need an actor. A last one safe, think you want a bathtub. Come and be my girl. Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was on me. Yeah. And shouts out to my mum for being the most ambitious woman I know.
This session has concluded. Please take this opportunity to shop our marketplace, showcasing 16 women entrepreneurs, as well as our Tory Burch pop-up shop.
Ambition, it's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I realized that men were celebrated being ambitious, and when women were ambitious, it was a negative.
My parents, they migrated from Egypt to America. My dad would always just remind me, like, this is your life now, but having ambition, it can help the entire country back home.
To me, ambition has to have purpose.
Because you never know. One little thing that you say can affect someone in this gigantic way.
I can change lives of other people who didn't get the chance that I did. You know, I often hear people say, oh, they're just one person and they can't create change, and I totally disagree with that.
Your character is how you treat someone that can do nothing for you.
It just takes one person. I believe in that ripple effect. Embracing ambition means standing by your ideas, showing others what's possible, and including men in the conversation. Embracing ambition means being confident.
Embracing ambition means empowering other women.
How do you embrace ambition?
Why is ambition respected in men and criticized in women? We may think ambition in women is a good thing, but because of a lifetime of cultural stereotypes, we react negatively. That's unconscious bias. But can unconscious bias really limit women's success? Well, when asked to draw a leader, the vast majority of people, both men and women, draw a man. When we imagine positions of power, we erase women from the picture. Today, only 5% of CEOs are women. It's time to challenge cultural stereotypes and outmoded mindsets. The world is a better place when we support one another's ambitions, whatever they may be. Together, let's question the biases that hold people back. Voice our ambition proudly, without apology. Model ambition for our sons and daughters. Our ambition is to challenge double standards to help achieve women's equality. What's yours? I'm Mindy Kaling, and I embrace ambition.
I'm ambitious. I will not hide it.
We will not hide it.
We embrace ambition. Women are made to be ambitious.
I will dream big.
Big, without hesitation.
We will take risks.
Not live in fear.
We will rise together.
Rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
Be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
For our daughters.
And our sons.
I will help women around the world.
The whole world.
To succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough.
strong.
Powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word.
I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them.
Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office.
Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives.
Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition.
Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams.
Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition.
Will you?
Please welcome to the stage, Kristen St. John.
I will never forget the day I decided that I wanted to become the first female infantry officer in the United States Marine Corps. And I will always remember the night I was dropped from infantry officers course. Our class of about 50 Marines were hiking back home from training. The dirt road we were walking down was covered in snow and ice. Our packs were weighted down with gear. Our feet were bruised and blistered. Our water was frozen. We were so close to being home. But my legs seized up. I slowed down, and eventually the group passed me. When I finished the hike and finally walked into our classroom, the other Marines were all waiting. The IOC director looked at me in silence and then informed me that he was dropping me from the course for falling behind during the hike. Sitting on my bed in my barracks room that night, feeling defeated, I couldn't help but cry. Then, my dad sent me a text. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong woman stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the woman who is actually in the arena. I read the whole quote with his added pronoun modifications and smiled through my tears. He was right. It's not about the spectators on the sidelines. It's about the woman daring greatly, stepping outside of her comfort zone, walking through the fire. Life and my dad have taught me that courageous acts in and of themselves are the greatest achievements. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Wade Davis.
You all look amazing. Well, hello. So I'm here to talk about how feminism is a man's game too. Right? Now, I'm sure that some of you are asking, like, what the hell does he mean? Right? The other question you're probably asking is, how does a former NFL player start doing work around gender advocacy, right? So let's answer that question first. So back in 2012, I was fired. I was fired from a job because literally I did nothing. My boss, he called me into his office one day and he said, Wade, tell me what you do here. And we both laughed just like you all did. And he said, well, I'm gonna let you go. And then they gave me a severance. And I was like, wow, I can live off of this severance and my $400 a week and I'll be okay. And a friend of mine said, why don't you do something with your life and maybe go volunteer at an LGBTQ organization? And I was like, maybe. Like, I wasn't open about my sexuality yet. I hadn't really told anyone that I was a former NFL player who was gay. And I didn't want to be the fourth or fifth person who did that. But I walked into this organization to volunteer, and I walked out an assistant director of job readiness. Now, there were women there who had multiple master's degrees and PhDs and many years of service in this industry. But for some reason, just playing in NFL, I got to skip steps. Some of you know what that might feel like. So I arrived there, skipping steps, and I was also an idiot. And I'll explain more about that later. So I was, as I mentioned, a director of this organization, which meant that I was in charge a lot of the time. And at dinner time, I was in charge of making sure that all of the young kids ate and that they left there happy and smiling. But one of my colleagues, she disagreed with a directive that I gave. And I looked at her and I said, sweetie, calm down. I told you I was an idiot. So she looked at me and she said, don't you ever call me sweetie. But what us good guys do is we go, wait a minute, you know what I meant. I'm not sexist. Sweetie's a term of endearment, right? So we come up with all these excuses instead of owning the harm that we caused. Luckily, I had a supervisor, a woman named Lillian Rivera, who called me into her office, and she asked me one grave question. She said, what do you think would cause Erica to respond the way that she did when you called her sweetie? And I gave her some really moist, silly answer, and she laughed. she reached behind her desk. She grabbed this book. Maybe you've heard of this author. Author's name is Bell Hooks. And the book was called Feminist Theory from Margin to Center. And she said, I want you to go home and read that. So I was like, great, feminism. Never heard of it. Feminine's in it. It's for women. I'll figure it out. It's gotta be easy, right? So I go home and I read it in 2 days. I'm like, great. So I walk back into her office and she says, so what would cause Erica to respond the way that she did when you called her sweetie? I went, blah, 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 blah. She said, read it again. I was like, shit, right? So I go home, I read it a second time. I'm like, this time, I got it. I know I got it. I go back to her office. She asks me the exact same question. I give her a different stupid answer. She laughs even louder and says, oh my God, we're gonna be here all day. Read it again. So I look at her and I say, just tell me what you want me to know. Just tell me, because I don't get this feminism thing. And she says, if I tell you, it won't become personal. It won't become personal. So I go home with her thoughts in my head, and I read this book a third time, and about halfway through I realized, wow, this book is about me. Feminism is not just for women. It's a man's game too. It becomes a man's game when men realize that the elimination of gender inequality benefits us too. It becomes a man's game when we understand that our liberation is tied to the liberation of women. It becomes a man's game too when we realize that we are also harmed by sexism and misogyny. It becomes a man's game too when we realize that my previous statements are not hyperbole. And they're not hyperbole because, well, they are hyperbole to most men because we don't get to read books about women. There was no time when someone told me that I should understand the relationship between Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass the same way that I should Susan B. Anthony and Ida B. Wells. No one ever told me that I should know who Grace Hopper is just the same way that I should know who Steve Jobs is. No one ever told me that there are 5,913 statues in America right now, and less than 400 of them are of women. And of that less than 400, over half are fictional characters. They're goddesses and ladies of liberty. No one ever told me that I needed to understand that Claudette Colvin's history was important, that because she was a dark-skinned, unmarried, pregnant woman, that she was not deemed respectable. And how could I ever understand that when people are fighting to keep Hillary Clinton out of the history books? Now, how would I ever understand these things when I thought that it was a different game? But because I thought that playing this game meant that I could only cry when stars like Kobe Bryant died. How could I play this game where I thought that a woman could emasculate me, that I never knew who Audre Lorde was, who said, if I define myself for myself, I will not be crushed in the imaginations of others. Because I have to know that I define my manhood and masculinity for myself. Therefore, no woman can take it from me by being her authentic self. I needed to know all of those things, but no one ever told me that it was a man's game too. No one ever gave me a James Baldwin quote that when he was writing a letter to Angela Davis while she was in prison, he said, Angela, if they come for you in the morning, they will come for me at night. I didn't know what the asks were. I didn't know that the ask of women was not that men show up perfectly in our allyship, but that we stay in it. That we remain steadfast, that we must understand that when we say things like, sweetie, we will get a fierce critique and you must continue to come back and to keep fighting. The ask wasn't that I use my privilege as a man to empower women, because there's no such thing as a men's empowerment group, because it's axiomatic that men have power, but yet we believe that we need to empower women. Women do not need to be empowered. They need men to get the barriers out of the way that they face, and they will show you how powerful that they are. Because the ask of men is that we do, as Dr. Cooper says, we do the emotional labor to understand that sexism is an oppression that men face also, that it keeps us in boxes. And that we must also understand that we're not your allies women. I'm going to say this slowly. Men can never be the allies of women. What we can be is your solidarity partner. And your solidarity partner means that I deeply, deeply understand that when men do the work alongside of women to co-create a world that is free of gender inequality, that we benefit too. Therefore, I am not your ally. I am your solidarity partner. And that means that I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that both of us are free and that both of us never have to deal with anything that impacts the other. Now, my ask of you is feminism still a man's game too? Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Kavya Kaparapu.
A few years ago, I read a statistic. Over the past 30 years, the prognosis for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer, has not improved. As a student, I started to ask questions. Why, despite the improvements in surgery, therapies, and general understanding of the brain, do we lose so many patients to brain cancer every year? Where is the research concentrated in? Why don't we have a quick, accessible way to determine the best treatment for a patient? What if we use artificial intelligence? The next few weeks were a frenzy. I emailed pathologists, oncologists, surgeons with my idea. The ones who did reply braced me against reality. It's a great idea, but it's very slim chance that anything will actually work here. That's okay, I thought. I'm a student. If this doesn't work, at least I learned something. I taught myself how to use AI frameworks, partnered with the National Institutes of Health and the Allen Brain Institute, and started to work on my idea. For context, the current biological methods take 2 to 3 weeks to determine the specific genetic mutations that make up a patient's brain cancer. I was able to shorten this procedure to a few seconds with 100% accuracy using artificial intelligence. This was the first in the field. My invention, GlioVision, comes at no additional cost to patients, because getting cancer treatment shouldn't require access to the most expensive, talented doctors and facilities. It should be available to everyone. But I realized that making medicine more accessible to patients means making technology education more accessible to students. So I started Girls Computing League, a nonprofit organization dedicated to teaching emerging technology to minority and low-income students. Over the past 4 years, we've taught over 4,000 students and raised over $100,000 for technology education. We started the first artificial intelligence conference for high school students 3 years ago, and at every event, we encourage students to think critically about AI and how it can be used to better the world. At our event next month, we have over 400 students who have already submitted their groundbreaking ideas, and we're so excited to help them bring it to life. My experience developing GlioVision has opened my eyes to potential innovation and crossplay at the intersection of so many fields. As a 19-year-old in her 3rd year of involvement in the field of artificial intelligence, I truly believe that age is just a number. Having a young perspective enables me to view the field as how it should be in an ideal world, not how it is right now. With the support of some amazing mentors, I've really gotten to see a full circle view of the world and how artificial intelligence can help it. So this is my challenge to all of you, AI researcher or not. Rekindle a sense of youthful naivety when looking at the world. Don't consider the limitations of what everyone else thinks is possible. Encourage the students who come to you for mentorship. Complete that circle. It will allow you to leave your biases behind, adopt a fresh new perspective, and encourage innovation and the disruptive ideas that our world so desperately needs. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Melanne Verveer and Tory Burch.
My glasses come on with Melanne. Melanne, you are one of the most distinguished women in public policy, and I've admired Milan for so many years. In fact, when I was thinking about starting a foundation, there was one person that I begged to have a meeting with in Washington, and it was Milan. Do you remember that meeting?
Oh, I remember it so well, and I'm so pleased to be here today because of all that you've achieved, melding business purpose with the purpose to have social impact and to have all of us embrace our ambitions. So congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you for taking that meeting. I always say, thank you. I always say, just ask, because you could have said no, and you were so gracious and probably pretty busy in DC, but thank you. What is it going to take to get a woman to be president, Milan?
And to ask that today when we've had the last women out of 5 candidates drop out of the presidential contest. Well, you know, we came awfully close last time, so it can be done. And in fact, Hillary Clinton got 3 million more votes than the current occupant of the White House.
I actually think that's a good hat, the current occupant of the White House.
And being the great designer that she is, I can imagine you can do amazing things with that. But we have an archaic institution called the Electoral College, and it is what it is. But I think the potential was certainly demonstrated and came very, very close. But 227 years of the history of this country, clearly we need to have had several women in the White House, not still having it elude us. But I think that it will happen. Nobody batted an eye when the candidates announced one after the other for this presidential race. And clearly there are no women standing, but I think we're getting accustomed to the idea that it is time and there's tremendous talent. And what it will take, I think, are large numbers of women in all capacities running for office, from local up through national office. And there will be an extraordinary group who will be ready to take the mantle. And it's possible that there might be a vice presidential female candidate.
That's what I was going to say. Any ideas who?
Well, I think the field is clear, and I think that's another example of the talent that's available. But that could be the way that we really get to where so many of us want to see happen.
I agree. And this is an embarrassing statistic. The U.S. ranks 76 out of 193 countries based on the percentage of women in elected positions. How is that possible, and how do we close that gap?
Well, it's another one of those challenges, but I think the subtext for today is confronting those kinds of stereotypes and norms that have really negatively impacted women. In fact, a study came out today by the UN that it was an index of social norms. And of the 75 countries that are looked at, half of the people basically say that politics isn't for women, that men are the perfect candidates for that office. So we're dealing with something that this whole gathering is really working to address. But I think we should take great heart. In 2018, we've had the women's marches. 35 women were elected to the House. We now have 24%, not 50%, but 24 is better than we were 2 years prior to that. 25% in the Senate. And I think it just goes to show what can happen. If you look at that class of 35 newly electeds, they are a very diverse group. They come from every segment of the population, every kind of background. And many of them ran because they confronted things in their own lives, medical care, or some other major problem that they saw that needed to be addressed. And they were encouraged, they embraced their ambition, and they decided to run, and they won. So, and women tend to be reelected because they prove themselves to be very good elected officials.
And I mean, women, or anyone needs to be ambitious when running for office, but particularly a woman. What are some of the negative stereotypes that women face, or bias that women face that men just don't face?
Well, you know, the one that really gets to me is, oh, she's ambitious. Now, if a man is ambitious, that is a noble trait. It's a highly valued characteristic. But somehow a woman who's ambitious, and ambitious for good, is viewed somehow as power hungry. She's viewed as, well, why should you be one who aspires to this office? And there's so many others, you know. She should be tough, but if she's too tough, well, she's arrogant. She needs to be likable. Well, what male candidate is ever weighed on likability?
Do you know, some of our entrepreneurs have told me they've Googled how to not look ambitious. And that's a word I have a big history with. I've learned to embrace my ambition, get comfortable with it. Was there a time that you never owned your ambition?
I think I've always been determined, but I've recognized that the environment may not always be hospitable, so I've tried to be non-threatening. You know, even when I was working in the State Department, we were trying to promote women's issues very significantly to deal with mostly male decision makers who were occupying the most important positions. I used to talk to them about how this can make you more effective, so their self-interest. But it was really also about my self-interest because I wanted to see these issues making progress.
A little wordsmithing.
A little wordsmithing. Communications is very important.
And something that I find interesting, there's a lot of conferences. You go to a lot of conferences. I think we all do, and there's a lot of women's conferences.
Yes.
And one thing that I'm determined to do with our team is to bring men in on the conversation around women's equality. How do we, well, I'd love your thoughts on that. How do we ensure that's a given? When I speak to fathers about their daughters, it is a given. And so what are your thoughts on that?
Fathers are very ambitious for their daughters.
Yes.
And I'm often very happily amazed at how often they'll mention, I have a daughter, which means I want to see her achieve all that she can achieve. But I think men are vital to women's progress. After all, they occupy still the most powerful positions. And I think back to that first Equal Rights Convention all of those years ago in our own history, when the men who made the journey with the women for women's equal rights, a third of the people who journeyed were men. And Frederick Douglass was one of them, the great abolitionist. And when he was asked why he was doing it, he said, because I feel ennobled. I have been fighting for my people, clearly, but it's also important to be there for the women. And today, if we look at business or politics or any area, and oftentimes much of the progress has been made because men have been there pushing it. And it's particularly true in business, I think you would agree.
I mean, women think differently than men.
Yes.
There's a reason that women should be at the table.
Diversity is an advantage. And increasingly, the data is there to uphold that in significant ways. So it's looking at the bottom line as well as it being the right thing to do.
So to have men weigh in on the conversation and all of these conferences, we won't be talking to ourselves. We need to have 50% of the population engaged. Milan, you were the first ever U.S. ambassador to global women's issues. And what do you think is the most pressing issue in terms of women's rights today?
Well, I think it's still gender equality. You know, we're on the cusp of marking the 25th anniversary of a UN conference that took place in China, Beijing, when those words echoed throughout the world. Women's rights are human rights. Women are human. But women's rights were not even chiseled into international human rights law. So that equality journey, that journey to see equal, continues. And I think based on what you're doing here with respect to norms and stereotypes, It's continuing to hold back progress. There's been progress in education and other ways, but in terms of economic participation, economic progress for women, from equal pay to really having a place in boardrooms and management. Women are the majority of graduates today, and yet there's that ceiling. And political power, because that's where so many decisions are made, for good or not.
So then, to that point, we've made progress, because if we're looking at politics today, and you just mentioned the stats on women, they will be in decision-making roles. So the fact we're talking about equal pay in this day and age is upsetting, to say the least. But how do we move the needle there? Because Lilly Ledbetter happened many years ago.
And there's a very prestigious group called the World Economic Forum. They've never been accused of being a women's organization. But they put out an annual gender gap report, and they reported that it will take 200 years at the rate that we're going for equal pay, and 100 years to close the gender gap with men. So we have a long way to go, and I just want to encourage everybody here to follow this great woman's example. Embrace your ambition, do everything you can. I co-authored a book called Fast Forward, and the only reason I did it is because we have to accelerate our progress. And the book is about how each of us, no matter where we sit, no matter what our job, whether it's entry level or CEO, we can understand that we have power, and each of us does, and combine that power with purpose, and we can change the world, and it's time.
And speak up for yourself. I mean, the idea of power and purpose is essential, and women have a voice, and together with men, I think we all have a stronger voice.
We'll get there.
So thank you so much, Melanie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you.
Please welcome to the stage, Bianca Ruiz.
Six years ago, as I entered my second year of law school in the Philippines, I was abused and raped. I became pregnant. My peers judged me, doubting that the fun dude they loved was capable of the horrors he subjected me to. It nearly broke me, and I retreated from social interactions. When my little girl came into this world, it birthed two lives, hers and a new one for myself. As a single mother, aggressively fighting my tormentor in court, people didn't expect much of me. This was the motivation that I needed to prove everyone wrong and show the world that I would not be defined by what I went through. I competed in moot courts to represent my school, passed the Philippine bar exams, began to practice law, and built an art career. With the help of other women, I climbed back up. Now, I help those who went through what I did. As a lawyer, I take their cases pro bono. And as a human being, I listen and assure them that there is a life beyond abuse. But I advocate for respect in our daily lives. I live in a patriarchal country. More than once, I was ordered to come to court in a skirt before a male judge. I was brought to meetings to engage clients as an accessory. I made it stop, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Everyone must know we are not weak, and we can never let the lies or behaviors of others doubt our truth.
Please welcome to the stage Ashley Judd, Gretchen Carlson, and Tina Chen.
I think we're right here. Well, good afternoon. This is a treat for me. I am the president and CEO of Time's Up. And I get to have a conversation now with two women who, throughout their careers, have embraced ambition. You know, as a nationally acclaimed journalist, an award-winning actress, some people we have watched, on big screens and small screens and admired. But now what they're doing is actually also talking about how do we overcome the obstacles to ambition and working towards it. And that's what we're going to talk about today with Gretchen Carlson and Ashley Judd, and it's really my treat to be able to do this. So a minute about Time's Up. So I gather from the applause, you kind of know about Time's Up. And you've heard about it. We were born in the wake of the Harvey Weinstein revelations in 2017 on the red carpet at the Golden Globes. Our first initiative, importantly, was the creation of the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund, which lives at the National Women's Law Center. In the last 2 years, we have served 4,800 people who've come for help when they've suffered sexual harassment in the workplace. And I have to acknowledge my colleagues in the legal profession, 800 of them who have been volunteering to do pro bono work or low-cost work to help these folks. We've now branched out, so Time's Up Foundation, which I'm the president and CEO of, is now doing advocacy across the board in public policy, in companies, and in culture. Because our goal is not to just deal with the aftermath of sexual harassment when it occurs, but we want to keep it from happening in the first place. And how do we do that? We have to build workplaces where everyone feels safe, respected, their work is dignified, and they are able to reach their fullest potential. That is what everyone is entitled to have in the workplace. That is what will keep sexual harassment from happening. That's what will bring us equal pay and true diversity and inclusion. That's our goal at Time's Up. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, and you can join us by texting Time's Up to 30644. End of plug. End of plug. I'm going to start with you, Ashley, because this last week has been kind of amazing. We saw, the verdict come in the Harvey Weinstein case last week. I really want to hear on this stage acknowledge Ashley for her courage, because Ashley was the first person to really allow her name to be used publicly in those allegations. And it was Ashley Judd doing that actually gave courage to the other survivors and silence breakers who came forward. And that floodgate would not have broken. Somebody's got to be the first person through the floodgate, and you were it. So thank you so much from all of us. I want to ask you, what was your thought process as you thought about, after so many years, speaking out publicly? How did you process that? How did you come to that decision?
Well, thank you, Tina. And of course, Gretchen Carlson came forward about Roger Ailes at Fox News before I came forward about Harvey Weinstein. So she had a very special role in helping to turn the soil. And, my thought process was that I had actually told my story about Harvey Weinstein to Variety magazine 2 years prior to telling it to the New York Times, but nobody paid attention. And the time was right. And the culture was starting to change, in part because of what Gretchen had done, in part because the New York Times is such a venerable institution with a fleet of attorneys, and in part because of the Pulitzer Prize-winning work of Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey, who showed the pattern, as they called it. And my thought process was, I have a God of my understanding, and I've already made the most important decision that I'll already make, which is that I think the universe is ultimately a friendly place, and as Dr. King said, the moral arc of the universe bends towards justice. And I went for a run on Peach Hollow Road in Williamson County, Tennessee, and I thought, I'm taken care of, and it may not be immediate, and it may not be fun, and it may take a long time, but I have my dignity, I have my integrity, and in my life, I like to do the harder thing. I mean, that's a good time in Ashley Judd's world. And, I reached the up with which I could not put a long time ago, and that is sexual and gender-based violence. And so ultimately, it was a pretty easy decision. I did talk to my mom, and she said, oh, honey, go get him, And I did talk to my attorney, and she said, if you can't do this, who can? And then I went to the Smoky Mountains and took a long hike by myself while the article was being published. So that's a little bit of the background there.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Gretchen, as Ashley said, before the Harvey Weinstein, there was Roger Ailes. And there was Gretchen Carlson at Roger Ailes at, remember, Fox News. Not exactly a bastion of progressive thought. And
I'm with you.
And actually, Gretchen cannot tell us her story because she is still under a non-disclosure agreement, or NDA. But you all can watch it on Bombshell, a film that she could not participate in because of that, but her story is told there going back to 2016, right? So that is really when you stepped into the fray when there wasn't a playbook for it and there wasn't anybody else out there. But I know you can't talk about your personal story, but you are combating non-disclosure agreements and mandatory arbitration now with your new foundations. I want you to tell us about that work and actually really explain to folks what it is about NDAs and mandatory arbitration that have contributed to this decades of silence that we have had around sexual harassment in this country.
Well, thank you so much, Tina. And Ashley, it's an honor to be on this stage with both of you. How much time do you have for me to explain all of this? When I jumped off the cliff by myself on July 6, 2016, I had no idea what was going to happen the next minute or the next day. And one thing that was for sure was that I realized that I was not alone very quickly. And so for women like Ashley, or 15 months before Ashley came forward, other women started coming to me. And I realized it was a pervasive epidemic. Even I didn't know that when I made the decision to sue Roger Ailes. And if there's been one constant in my life, it's been that when there's a challenge in front of me, I usually go for it. And a lot of people said to me, well, now that your case resolved, why don't you just go home and spend more time with your kids? And I was like, no, because I have to try to fix this. Now, I didn't know that solving sexual harassment in the workplace was such a tangled web, but it is. And the three of us up on this stage understand that better than anyone. But the main thing that I have put my focus into is trying to change the laws. It is my belief that if we can eradicate forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts which silence women and put you into a secret chamber, if we can eradicate non-disclosure agreements that make me not able to tell you any of the details about my case, but more importantly, the millions of other women who have been silenced because of this across the country, who maybe don't have the means and the platform that I have to get out there and talk about this, I'm doing this for them. So I have a bill on the Hill. It's been there for the last 3 years. It's bipartisan because that's the only way it's going to get done. And that is to eradicate arbitration clauses in employment contracts.
And what's it called? What's the name?
It's HR. It's the House Bill 1443. We are going to reintroduce it in the Senate in the coming weeks as well. I believe that this changes the landscape of the American workforce if we pass it, because companies will no longer to be able to say, when you come to complain about harassment, phew, she has an arbitration clause, and that means we get to put her over into this secret chamber over here, and we never hear from her ever again. And you know what else happens in that scenario for thousands and thousands of women over the last 30 years? The perpetrator gets to stay on the job. Because this woman had the courage to come forward and did nothing wrong. Now she's put out to pasture, and she might get a small, paltry settlement, but she never works again. And the perpetrator gets to stay on the job in many cases because nobody knows about it. And that is unjust. And I'm going to make sure that I change that.
So if you just happen to be doing emails or saying, interacting with your, local congressperson, House Bill 1443. Remember that. Remember that. So one of the things, and Wade Davis was just up here talking about men, and Tori and Milan were just talking about the role of men. I've been talking about the role of men publicly because guess what? 95% of Fortune 500 CEOs in this country are men. So if men are not part of the solution here in fixing workplaces, we are not going to get this done. But I want you both to address, how do we engage men? What should we be doing? And what role do men have in this movement that we're trying to force change on?
Go ahead, Ashley.
Well, from whence does this violence come? Men. And I want to be very clear that when we talk about patriarchy, it is a system in which both men and women participate. And I know that I internalize the patriarchy, I have my own unconscious bias, and I have to have radical self-investigation and to take a lot of responsibility for myself and my own unconscious bias. And here I am in hair and makeup, and why did I do that? It's because I'm participating in a patriarchal system, right? So I'm not just pointing the finger. I understand that I've ingested a lot of toxicity myself. But toxic masculinity, not only is it bad for men's health, which has been researched by the World Health Organization and the CDC, and men commit suicide at 4 times a higher rate than women do. But I think that it's just as bad for boys and men as it is for girls and women. It is just in different ways. And so we're not talking about men as a whole. We're talking about this particular man box in which men have been constrained. And that is, very well discussed in a book by Jackson Katz, The Macho Paradox, Why Some Men Hurt Women and How All Men Can Help. And we need to be very clear about our language because we omit men from that conversation when we talk about battered women's shelters, for example. Well, it's men who hit women that put women in battered women's shelters. And so we need to make sure that we're inviting men to take responsibility for themselves and that we hold them accountable from whence this violence comes and invite them to do their own radical self-responsibility and to change. And that will start to change when, for example, we're as willing to raise our sons as we are willing to raise our daughters. We're still willing right now, we've gotten more willing to raise our girls to be like our boys, but oh no, we won't raise our boys to be like our daughters. So that's a really good place to start. Or looking at an organization like A Call to Men that has a vast curriculum that can be employed in schools, in the military, and business places, and all kinds of organizations where you can just slot these curriculum in and learn about how to prevent sexual harassment, change attitudes. Women are not the property of men, how not to objectify girls and women, how to do bystander interventions. The resources are there. It's a matter of will.
I agree with everything that Ashley said. As a mother of a teenage son and a teenage daughter, the reason I jumped off that cliff was for my children and for all of yours and for everyone in the United States and the world so that they would not have to face what we have faced in our lifetime. We thought we had solved it. One of the biggest lessons I've learned is that we really need to get to our sons. We do a great job in this country of empowering our girls. You just heard in the last panel, they outpace boys in college education. But then what happens? And the only way that we can truly change the mind of the eventual man is to change it when we can form it. And I have been so heartened to watch the transformation in my son, the gift of courage that I have given to him to stand up for women. And when I formed Lift Our Voices in December to eradicate NDAs and arbitration clauses, 2 weeks ago on the debate stage, I've been asking for, and I know for 20 years women have been asking for, questions about sexual harassment on the debate stage. And they finally asked it.
It was the first time in 20 years of presidential debates.
Yes,
that question
and they finally asked it. And you know what happened? My son and my daughter were watching with me, and they cheered, and they said, Mommy, they're asking your question that's important to you.
So great.
My son gets it. And that's where I really think we have to put so much of our focus.
No, absolutely. I want to ask you both as we start to get to the conclusion here. There's a long journey here. We've talked a little bit about some of the things that it will take to change culture here and really create better workplaces. NDAs and mandatory arbitration, getting rid of them, reaching out to men. What other advice do the two of you have? One or two other things that we all should be working on? Gretchen?
One of my favorite quotes in the world is that one woman can make a difference, but together we rock the world. And I have seen that happen throughout my lifetime, but especially over the last 3.5 years. And I just want you all to know that you have power in your own individual self. You can rock the world, but together, if we decide to take this on, we can do it. And that's really the only way we're going to solve it. Back to bringing men and women together to say that we're not going to tolerate this anymore, and to see the power in numbers. And that, I think, is the toughest thing to do, to build the courage to actually stand up. But once you do it, you can call Ashley or me, and I think we'll support you.
Absolutely.
Email me, go to GretchenCarlson.com, and I'll be there for you, because it really is about us all coming together and deciding that we're not going to stand down anymore. We're going to stand up and speak up.
So I would say a couple of things to build on that. One is I think we need to look at sexual and gender-based violence along a spectrum. There are the internalized attitudes, which I previously referenced, and then there's the jokes, the street harassment, there's intimate partner violence, there's the cracks in the classroom that are so difficult to stand up to. And then, of course, there's sexual harassment, abuse, incest, which is boot camp for prostitution, as Andrea Dworkin said, and then there's rape and homicide. So we have to look at them as part of a continuum, which is something that Tarana Burke does so well, the founder of the Me Too movement, and understand that all this violence is interconnected and interrelated. And so that also means that we have a lot of points of disruption. The other thing I would say is that women really do need to run for office. Of course, we had a great wave of electing women in the last cycle. I'm, really grieving today about the loss of my candidate, which I just need time and space to do that, because I thought she was an eminently qualified and profoundly compassionate person. And I loved campaigning for her in 5 states and was profoundly moved by all the people who were so engaged on her behalf. It does make me want to run. I'm not saying that I'm going to, but it does really fire my ass up. And I hope it fires up a lot of other women. And the other thing I would say is, really building on what Gretchen said, is that we need a bonobo sisterhood. And for those of you who don't know about the bonobos, they are the great ape who is the least known. Monkeys have tails. They don't have tails. They're an ape. They're highly endangered. They exist only in the Congo, and they are egalitarian. And unlike chimpanzees, who have 100% sexual coercion and beatings from their male abusers, bonobos have no sexual coercion, no homicide, and no infanticide. And their society is peaceful, and it is underpinned by strong female-to-female alliances. And when a male does aggress, which looks like dragging a big branch and acting like some big hot guy, the bonobos let out, a female bonobo will let out a special cry, and all the females rally to her defense. And they do this whether or not they're related, whether or not they know each other, they might be from different communities, and whether or not they like each other. And that's what we women need, a bonobo sisterhood. So we come to each other's defense. And there's kind of a way to say this, like, nobody has the right to pimp my sister, and everybody is my sister.
Yes, absolutely.
I would just add, Tina, please, just to catapult off of what you brilliantly said there, that sexual harassment is apolitical. And before somebody decides to harass you, they don't ask you what party you're in.
That's right.
And this is why we should all care about this. Myself as an independent, doesn't matter what your politics are. We've seen titans from both sides fall. And I would just add to that that we can't choose who we want to believe as well. It's very disingenuous to say, I believe this person because I like or don't like the person she's accusing, et cetera. And then just that the buck stops at the top of every corporation. So if you run a corporation out there, you got to set the tone. You got to set the tone that you don't tolerate this. And in fact, you're going to celebrate women and men who have the courage to come forward. That changes the entire dynamic within the workplace. Instead of silencing the woman and thinking, oh my gosh, she's a problem, we have to get rid of her. We have to shift this 180 degrees in a different direction. So the buck really stops with those of you who have the power to be running those companies right now.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring us to a close with 2 thoughts. One is I cannot overlook the fact that it is 2020. And look up Gretchen's bill and where people stand, people who are running for Congress, what their stand is. Look at your state and local officials and see whether they're supporting expanding local protections for people, for people in the workplace or not. Look at the national election and look at where the candidates stand, because we have to vote. Whether our favorite candidate's in or not, this is the election of our lifetimes, and everyone needs to register. Everyone needs to vote. Get all your friends and neighbors and your relatives to do that. And finally, I believe, and the reason we're having this panel today, the reason you all know what something like Time's Up is called, the reason I took this job, left my happily, in the private sector work that I was doing post-White House to be in, to come back to this advocacy work full time, is I believe we are at a transformational moment. What has gone on, what both of these women started, the floodgate you opened, has not stopped, right? Usually starts at 2016, we're in 2020, our collective attention span has moved on, right? That hasn't happened because we are in, I believe, a fundamental transformational moment where we can truly shift gender norms truly shift culture, truly build workplaces, that these amazing young women that we've seen all day, that we can build workplaces today that will be worthy of them when they go into the workplace. And that's our commitment. That is something I want all of you to join in on. It's something Tori and Embrace Ambition have been all about. And thank you both for leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Yola and Mary-Kate McGrath.
Yola, should we tell them that we didn't plan this? Our sparkles. Wow, that was an amazing thing to come after. So let's just knock their socks off with our talk. Guys, Yola's having what might be one of the most incredible years. It's about a year since she launched her debut album and racked up not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Grammy noms. I'll always do that countdown for you, including Best New Artist.
Yes.
So, lady, how are you embracing the success and how are you embracing your ambition?
For me, part of embracing ambition was deciding to not participate in what I have coined a top-down brotocracy. Yes, a brotocratic hierarchy that you have no idea you're participating in whatsoever, but you're contributing to it, you're giving money to it, you are giving your time and allowing it to prosper. And the problem of doing that is that you're consciously giving, or even unconsciously giving, to a system that is designed to dispower you. And so a really important thing for me was to not just take myself out of that environment, but it was to make sure that when I decided to build an environment for myself, making that decision was massive, but and terrifying, because of course everyone that you know that's still in that environment tells you you're insane, because that's how they take the power back. So getting over that hump of the naysayer, and then choosing people to work with whose paradigms align with yours in the way that you see equality, in the way that you see skill, and constantly policing my brain that had been programmed to bias, to a bias that didn't benefit me. And so it was an internal work. And it's a continual internal work of just not always thinking that you're going to be cured of cognitive bias, that you're going to be policing that bias. And you're not going to let any gender bias guide your vision as to what you do. That's how I embrace my ambition, and especially when it comes to being a woman of color, being sure to consult my imagination first, instead of subscribing to any trope. There are special kinds of misogyny reserved for the dark-complected. And so, yes, it's work.
So what happened? What happened before, what transpired before, and how did you recognize it? How did you realize that you were in this situation? Share with us that.
I think a really big part of it was rock bottom. We talked about this. And that rock bottom, it transpires, is solid, and therefore quite a good launch pad. I was in a place, I'd been at rock bottom a good few times. I'd been homeless. I'd lost my voice, and I couldn't speak for 2 months, and I couldn't sing for a year and a half. I'd been in a myriad of situations where I was told, I didn't have the inclination to pick up guitar, so I probably shouldn't bother, as an idea of keeping me in my lane and in servitude to a kind of writing situation.
Which would make you not the star, not the owner of that world, right?
Yeah, and even in situations where I did have the ability to write the kind of main top line and all of this kind of stuff, and it was the idea that I never got the mental concept of power, that I could still do the powerful job and I could appear powerful, which is something that really happens to black women, the idea of appearance of power. And I had to maintain that appearance, that trope, and subscribe to that whilst actually not having that power.
You told me last night that someone once told you that you expect too much.
Yes, that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We talked over dinner. It was a whole thing. It was fabulous.
We said, thank God we're not going to the Expect Too Much Summit.
I know. Sorry, hi, congratulations. Welcome to this summit. You all expect too much.
Embrace just a little bit.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's honestly.
And where tell us the context. You were reaching, you were saying you wanted to?
I was expecting to be treated with the same level of respect when pursuing, let's say, a new instrument, when putting forward an idea, especially in things like business and the way that we went about things, the way we built team. I expected just the same level of respect as all the other guys that were surrounding me. And I expected to be understood, actually. For people to talk about my truth, about my life experience, and for people to go, yeah, well, I don't know if I live it, but like I'm hearing what you're saying. All of that was way too much, apparently. And so, I had to make some, I call them the life scissors. I coin a lot of things. And, and there I was, getting the topiary going, and with one degree of separation, because the paradigm can be contagious. And so I just, it was so part of, the environment that I was in that people that weren't even anything to do with the situation, 1 degree on, were affected. That was a really big part of the process, was network and being able to recognize people's minds and who was open to understanding what I needed from the music industry. So you don't get that thing, we don't know how to market you. I'm singing, listen to the singing, you'll see in a minute. And finding people who haven't got that to say, who are the I know what to do people, the I see you people. The more you start getting those people en masse, and it wasn't just all women by any stretch of the imagination. There was a brand of guy that I was talking to that just had that awakeness, that awakeness to race, that awakeness to gender, that I didn't need to be spending so much time explaining myself, which is exhausting and traumatizing all the time. And you're doing the double whammy, which is just, Well,
you said last night you weren't growing, right?
You don't grow because you're
it
so
stops
in the it stunts your growth because you're so in the process of explaining your experience, you don't get the chance to move on with your experience. And in things like music interviews, you're so the spokesperson on what it's like to have this hair. Oh, what it's like. So you're darker than Oprah? Yes, I'm darker. So what's that like? It's pretty lit. It can be dangerous, but it's pretty lit. But you get into conversations that are nothing to do with music. And once I had to pull up someone who, this was EP time, this was way back. And I'm like, he goes, who produced the record? I'm like, me. Who wrote all the songs? Me. And I'm like, have you done any actual research? Or is this just a talk on, so what's it like to be a black woman in the music industry? And then like a little side of, there's an EP there, you can look at it if you don't want it, or, you know. And so that's kind of, it's a big part of the process.
I'm so glad you've embraced your ambition because it is stellar and you are something to behold. And now, are you going to sing for us?
Yes.
Yes. She's going to do It Ain't Easier, and I love you, and we'll get acupunctures.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invite my, indeed, good friend, Andy, out. And pick up this guitar. And we're going to sing and play a song for you from my debut album that I wrote all on my Larry Lonesome. And this one's called It Ain't Easier. I'm going to make sure I'm on. I know, right? Oh, there you go. I've got monitors. It's his guitar. He loaned it to me. All right. Let's do it. All right. Like a puppet on a string, I've been hanging around waiting. Looks like you're gonna come. Let's make us a home from cedar clad and old, with our bare hands, singing harmony in the morning, curling up warm at night. Could life be that kind? I'm afraid to feel that right, 'cause I know it ain't easier. It ain't easier. Still everyone's falling in love. Everyone's falling in love. But it ain't easier. Oh no, it ain't easier, child. When you find someone to love and you think that's enough, that your work is done, you relax just too much and let a beautiful thing run to rust. No time for singing in the morning, and too late home to hold at night. Could we all be that blind to let it slip away with time? 'Cause I know it ain't easier. It ain't easier. you smile.
This session has concluded. Please take this opportunity to shop our marketplace, showcasing 16 women entrepreneurs, as well as our Tory Burch pop-up shop.
Ambition, it's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I realized that men were celebrated being ambitious, and when women were ambitious, it was a negative.
My parents, they migrated from Egypt to America. My dad would always just remind me, like, this is your life now, but having ambition, it can help the entire country back home.
To me, ambition has to have purpose.
Because you never know. One little thing that you say can affect someone in this gigantic way.
I can change lives of other people who didn't get the chance that I did.
You know, I often hear people say, oh, they're just one person and they can't create change, and I totally disagree with that.
Your character is how you treat someone that can do nothing for you.
It just takes one person.
I believe in that ripple effect.
Embracing ambition means standing by your ideas.
Showing others what's possible.
And including men in the conversation.
Embracing ambition means being confident.
Embracing ambition
means empowering other women.
How do you embrace ambition?
Why is ambition respected in men and criticized in women? We may think ambition in women is a good thing, but because of a lifetime of cultural stereotypes, we react negatively. That's unconscious bias. But can unconscious bias really limit women's success? Well, when asked to draw a leader, the vast majority of people, both men and women, draw a man. When we imagine positions of power, we erase women from the picture. Today, only 5% of CEOs are women. It's time to challenge cultural stereotypes and outmoded mindsets. The world is a better place when we support one another's ambitions, whatever they may be. Together, let's question the biases that hold people back. Voice our ambition proudly, without apology. Model ambition for our sons and daughters. Our ambition is to challenge double standards to help achieve women's equality. What's yours? I'm Mindy Kaling, and I embrace ambition.
I'm ambitious. I will not hide it.
We will not hide it. We embrace ambition. Women are made to be ambitious.
I will dream big.
Big, without hesitation.
We will take risks.
Not live in fear.
We will rise together.
Rise above the negativity.
No longer will ambition in a woman
be seen as a negative.
Be persistent.
Don't apologize.
Never give up on your goals and dreams.
We will model ambition
for our daughters
and our sons.
I will help women around the world,
the whole world,
to succeed.
You have to persevere.
Women are tough,
strong,
powerful. We have got to be a part of this conversation.
Ambition is feminine.
Ambition is empowering.
Ambition is not a dirty word.
I can think of a lot of dirty words. Ambition's not one of them. Ambition is sexy.
Ambition is very sexy.
What's your ambition?
To help women build empires.
Help more women run for office.
Empower women financially.
Help women entrepreneurs.
Create powerful images.
Change people's lives.
Fight gender stereotypes.
Equality for all.
For all of us to lean in together.
To transform societies.
Change the world.
Take the stigma out of the word ambition.
Own your power.
Own your power.
Own your drive.
Own your dreams. Own your dreams.
No judgments.
No judgments.
We own it.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Take the pledge.
Embrace ambition.
Embrace ambition. Will you?
Okay, it's etched in my brain, that's fine. Okay, so from 3 months old all the way to 5 years old. And I want to talk about my experience watching her grow and learn. It's been really amazing watching her learn the power of words, for example. Poop is one that she's really captivated by. And for the last year, daily, she's been calling me poopy face. And when she sees my displeasure, it makes her just do it more. Which is a feedback loop in action. But she learns from examples. When I dropped her off at daycare, I'd wave, and she'd wave back. And at some point, she started doing this. I was like, what is that? And I realized that she's following the example that I set when I leave, which is to go, and she's blowing me a kiss. She's learning from examples. At the time that she was born, my team at Google started our first project to build artificial intelligence. Our goal with this technology was to meet the scale and complexity of the online hate and harassment challenge. We wanted to build AI models that could spot hateful comments, and the way that we were going to do it was to show these AI models lots of examples of hateful comments. And I thought, oh, yeah, we're teaching Zeba with examples, we're teaching AI with examples. And I remember saying to our head of engineering, wow, John, I realize Zeba learns in a way that's really similar to our AI. And he said, that's because she's the I. She's the intelligence that artificial intelligence is built to emulate. Computer scientists have built the AI learning systems to emulate the brain of a child. This is Zeba at the zoo. Her favorite animal is a sea lion. And the first time we saw a sea lion, it sneezed. It's really dramatic. And she was so concerned. She was 2, she said, Mommy, sea lion has a cold. And sea lions, in perfect health, sneeze routinely to clear their lungs and their noses of liquid. So sea lion didn't have a cold or corona or any virus. Sea lion was perfectly healthy. She made the mistake because every example that she'd seen until that moment of a runny nose sneezing was someone who had a cold. So the examples she'd seen were biased towards humans. She wasn't able to understand this situation with the sea lion. Or said another way, the data that Zeba had been trained on was biased. And algorithms, just like kids, when they're trained on biased data, they make mistakes. And I learned this when we had our AI project. So this was the most inspiring and also humbling of projects I've been involved in 14 years at Google. The models, even the earliest models, were really powerful. They could spot some of the most egregious hate and insults and threats. But we also had a really serious issue with bias. These are 2 sentences that we found in comments. Put your hand up if you think either or both of these are hateful. Okay, yes, are hateful. No, good, you're right. No, neither of them are hateful. So why is it that our original AI model thought that the second one was hateful? Well, because we trained it on 1 million examples of comments, and the vast majority of comments that contain the word gay were hateful. 80% of short comments that contain the word gay were toxic, so the model mistakenly learnt to associate something negative with the term gay. And that bias repeated for every identity group that's frequently attacked online. So put your hand up now if you identify as a woman, someone who's LGBTQ+, a person of color, or part of a religious group. Okay, everyone here, you know that prejudice exists. You know that it exists online. And so you should be really worried if this is being hard-coded into your RAI. The way that we addressed this was we took snippets from newspaper articles that featured these identity terms like Muslim, gay, woman, feminist, and that were positive or neutral, and we trained the AI models again with this improved data set. And that went a long way towards addressing the bias. It's still not perfect. But the takeaway is models are trained on data. Data comes from humans, and humans are biased. So another example. Anyone here ever looked for a job opportunity online? This will, yes. this will resonate with you. Okay, so some researchers in 2015 from Carnegie Mellon wanted to understand the impact of algorithms on the experience of men and women who are job hunting. So they created fake profiles, half men, half women, and then they just browsed online job sites. They found a difference in the experience of the men and the women, even though they were fake profiles. The men were 5 times as likely to see ads for high-paying senior jobs than the women. Okay, so they found gender discrimination. But why was that? Women, what percentage of job requirements do you think women feel they need to fulfill before they apply for a job? Oh, you all know that research. That's amazing. I was like, they're not going to believe me that it's 100%. 100%. We feel like we need to fill 100% of job requirements. For men, that number is 60%. So, at the same skill level, we are clicking on jobs that are less senior and less well paid. But if we click that way, then the internet is going to learn that that's what we want to see. So in this formula of models being trained on data and data being biased and data coming from humans and humans being biased, sometimes the biased humans are us. There is a field that comprises computer scientists and ethicists and other social scientists who really care about this problem. It's called algorithmic fairness, and they are championing transparency, clarity around the data sets and the way the technology is developed, and they're advocating for inclusion of underrepresented groups in the development of AI and in the measurement of how it performs. But children are a good analogy for this because they're a blank canvas. You know, they acquire knowledge, but they also learn values. And I've never felt the responsibility to be true to my values as much as since I became a mother. You know, I want my kids, 2 girls now, to be even better than I am. Like, that's the question I ask myself. How can I raise my daughters to make good decisions in life, but to be more compassionate and less prejudiced than the world around them? So the question for us is, are we content with algorithms that reflect back to us the way the world works? Our social justice activism has to extend to algorithms. It's not good enough just to automate human behavior. We need to make sure that what's reflected back to us in algorithms is something that's better than we are. So for AI, I'd propose that we need to not just build the brain of a child, but also build in the heart. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Vanessa Woy.
Some days are better than others. Some days, the town where you and your partner live install a rainbow crosswalk for the month of Pride. On others, an individual approaches the 2 of you on the local bus to tell you that there are treatments for the cancer, your love, that plagues you. This is what it looks like when people are otherized by society. I have learned one thing for certain, though. Creating access for education and equitable discourse is paramount. As a tutor teaching English as a second language and a mentor with LGBTQ+ youth, I know that the destination is never the same distance away for any 2 people. But if we champion intersectionality, we can create infinite seats at the table. Because some days, we are working against the current, and on others, we are just trying to catch the bus safely home. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Angelica Ross, Michael R. Jackson, and Judy Gold.
Hello. My mic just fell off my head, so how are you? I'm Judy Gold. I'm pleased to be here with Angelica Ross, Michael R. Jackson. I don't know, I'm sure you know both of these people. Angelica, American Horror Story, Pose, among other amazing things. Michael R. Jackson, amazing playwright, A Strange Loop, which was critically acclaimed for good reason. You know, the first thing I'd love to talk about is coming out, because it's such a personal thing. Coming out for everyone. I'm a member of the LGBTQRC as well, and it is such. It's really a before and after of your life. You know, it really is one of those seminal moments where you are someone else before you come out. Of course, Angelica, you had a double whammy here. Your mother was an evangelical Christian.
Yes.
So, and you first came out to her as gay, correct?
Mm-hmm. I didn't have the language for it at first. And, you know, thinking about what you're saying about sort of feeling like it's definitely two different experiences. One thing, though, looking in hindsight, I think about coming out is realizing that people have got it right now about inviting in, and just the sense that I've always really was the same person. I was just growing in different wild, beautiful directions, to the left, to the right, and turning and spinning and twirling and spinning, you know. But then going into the military, I sort of was forced at that point to come to don't ask, don't tell, but they were forcing me to.
Right, and the other soldiers were the ones who forced you out of the closet.
Yes, they were hanging me out of a third-story window by my ankles, and they were basically trying to get me to admit that I was gay. And really, that obviously I didn't have the language, and it wasn't the truth for me at that time.
Right.
But I do know that as I was hanging out of the window, my life flashed before my eyes, honestly, and I just remember thinking, if I got out of here alive, that I would live my truth, that I would not let anybody, not family, I would never, ever again, because me going to the military was actually my last-ditch effort at trying to change myself. I was trying to toughen up and be,
right, of course,
be that man that they thought I was.
Right.
But just really finding out that this was not the path I was supposed to go. And really, I think life puts these things in front of you to really like smack you awake.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where I decided, okay, I did decide to sign up to the military and what have you. And yes, I should be able to, no matter how I identify, be able to sign up and be all I can be.
Well, please. I mean, I could never do, I'm afraid to join the military. Be my guest. I don't care. Yeah.
You know?
I couldn't do it. How dare our government, you know, say to people who voluntarily want to, you know, fight for my freedom, that they can't because of their gender or their sexuality. That is abhorrent.
But I think that moment really, yes. But I honestly think that was a moment to smack me awake and say, listen, you're the one who's making these decisions. You need to start making the best decisions for yourself, and this ain't it. And I also learned that when I finished boot camp and I saw the flag waving and we were all supposed to have this feeling of pride that we're going to be protecting our freedoms and country, I just realized that we weren't going to be protecting my black trans freedoms,
right?
You know, and that I knew that I would be of better use outside the military.
Right. Michael. You grew up in Detroit.
I did.
You know, a lot of, you came out, can you tell the story of how you came out? Because, you know,
we all have a coming out story.
But this is so important because of the non-representation, you know, that we all grew up with.
So I came out to my parents because I was sort of forced out by, okay, let me explain. There was a boy that I really liked who I was trying to talk to when I was in high school. I grew up in sort of like the mid to late 90s in Detroit, Michigan.
Me too.
And I went to...
The mid to late 90s part I'm talking.
And I sort of had this very interesting experience of being, coming out in a high school and a sort of across the city of Detroit around lots and lots of black gay boys. I always call that period the black gay teenage storyline of my life. But like it was a period when like there was starting to be visibility around people like Ellen coming out and Will and Grace, but we still were, it was very much undercover. And so there was a lots of intrigue and drama and sex and breakups and all these things were happening. And there was this boy that I really liked. And my dad, I think, had suspected that I was gay, but did not want to confront me about it directly. Like, he found like my copy of Elaine Harris's Invisible Life, which I literally said I was holding for a friend, like it was drugs. And then like one day, like I was like on the phone with this boy that I liked, who was telling me on the phone that he did not like me back and that we could not date. And my dad was eavesdropping on the phone call.
Oh, landline.
And so then he confronted me, and exactly in that exact moment when he was coming down the stairs to confront me about it, my mother was returning home from spring revival at church. And so it perfectly set the scene for like a dramatic, oh my God, what are you? Like, and it was a very, very negative experience at that time. We're like in a much better place now, but like, it was like a hilarious and horrifying and all the things you wish the coming out story would be.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, you have to come out to yourself and accept yourself. And then it's just, it's the struggle of, okay, now I have to be who I realize I am in the world. Now, you take it another step further and realize that you are the wrong gender on the outside. And how did that develop? You know, it's funny, I thought of this, and I'm sure people will get insulted, but when I came out a long time ago, it was very fashionable in the early 80s to say you were bisexual, right? So that, you know, you would ease, oh, there's a possibility, you know. And so that was your, like, stepping stone, and then, oh, here you go, you know. And I feel like, you know, trans people really go through this, am I gay? You know, it's like it's layered.
You know, what it really is, and again, I'm so very grateful. I really do believe, I'm wonky. Okay, so I believe some wonky things. Being a Buddhist, and thank you, Tory Burch, for this thing, because it's just bringing my Buddhism.
Oh, you got free clothes?
Oh, I'm just, you know, listen.
Is Eileen Fisher out there? I just want to say thank you. Sorry.
But you know, my Buddhist perspective has really grounded me in why I'm here, what we're here to do, and really at this time right now where so many people are either in an identity crisis, and that just isn't with gender. That just is with a lot of things. They don't know where they fit in this world. And a lot of times when we're in a world that is driven by capitalism, we get forced into bad practices of comparison that don't really work in the human level. And so what happens is we need to get back to this place of understanding that when we have children, that we watch them grow like expectantly, like a plant, a seed, and you have no idea what's on the inside. And what happens is these labels that we create, and I learned this obviously from Eckhart Tolle, but you know, these labels that we create, we get trapped in. We get trapped into playing these roles. And so when you are gay, when you are bi, when you're all these things, what happens is we run away from, I'm not straight, I'm not that, and sometimes into another label that is just as confining, gay. When I've now realized that there's some of my gay boyfriends want to be my boyfriend. Like, in the sense that I thought they were just gay, but all of a sudden now we're understanding sexuality is more fluid and things are more fluid. So now we're being forced, actually, instead of having a label to tell us, I know who you are, I know what you do. Y'all do sex that kind of way, and y'all do this and y'all do that, because you have a label.
Right.
Now I just have to experience you. And trans people, like now we say, I'm an experience. Trans is an experience. And we're just really reflecting to the rest of society how to live less encumbered by the roles and by the definitions. Yes, I am a woman. But if we want to go into other things, I'm also a trans woman. So when that is applicable, I bring that in and I teach and I speak from that experience. But we shouldn't be afraid to link hands as women together, because that is the thing that binds us together, is our experience as women.
I love your honesty, and your honesty is, you know, when you wrote this play, you talked. I mean, I've read that about, you know, you dealt with punishing yourself, and I think that that's something that we do as members of the LGBT. I mean, I just think it's a natural. Oh my God, because all you hear are negative, negative, negative. How did you stop that pattern of, I mean, and how important is it to show that gay men, you know, have this feeling of shame? A lot of it is shame.
Yeah, well, I think, like, just for context for people who haven't seen A Strange Loop, which was my musical that I wrote, it's about a black gay man who works as an usher at a Broadway show.
Which is, you did.
Which I did. Writing a musical about a black gay man who works as an usher at a Broadway show. Writing a musical about a black gay man who works as an usher at a Broadway show. And it began as a monologue that I had written, just a personal monologue that I had written when I was an undergrad at NYU, to just sort of be like, I'm a black gay man walking around in the first Bush era, why is life so terrible? Like, that was just like a personal expression for myself, and like, it then sort of evolved over time into the musical. And what it was like me sort of trying to understand why it was that I was so miserable, and like, and trying to capture that in real time. And the thing that I sort of learned as I wrote the piece, and it became separate from my own personal experience, was just that there was actually nothing wrong with me. And that was like the thing that was the loop that kept going. And like, as a gay man, you know, going through the many sort of systems of oppression that I experienced and that a lot of other black gay men experience, of whether it's unsupportive parents or religion, or then even sort of dating difficulties in a capitalist system, like all the different sort of loops within loops of that can make you feel as though there's something inherently flawed about yourself. And it took me many, many years of sort of circling through the drain of that to finally come to the place where I could look at it objectively and go, there was nothing wrong with me. And the only way that I was able to get to that place was by writing the piece.
Right.
Which was
Art.
about me
Art.
writing the
Yeah.
piece.
Now, I heard you say something fascinating about that there is no glass ceiling in tech, because no one can see your face. You can do your work at your desk and no one knows anything about you. And we, of course, all wish the world was like that, but it isn't. Can you explain, both of you, how important representation is in the media, in fashion, in the arts, in journal, in everything, for our community?
Well, I just believe that it's really important, because when we see certain technology and it's always in the same hands, let's say technology of filmmaking and movie making and television making, and if that's always in the same people's hands, then we always get the stories told in a certain way.
Right.
And so it's very important, because I think that technology is one of those things that makes the world more wicked and more wise at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so we just need those people who see a vision for a better world to take the technology in their hands and create the world they see.
Right. I love that. Yeah, everyone has a soapbox now, and it's not. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, it's sort of, this is linked to me writing the show, is that I also wrote my show because I felt in the sort of images that were out in sort of popular culture or in theater and what have you, that I wasn't really seeing anything that really not just looked like me, but spoke to the emotional experience that I was having in the world as a black gay man from the background that I came from. And so even, you know, when I saw the film Moonlight, which I thought was such a beautiful, beautiful representation of what is branded as my experience, I also was looking at something that, from my understanding, was like primarily straight men portraying that experience back to me, which was so often the experience of queer media that I was seeing with white men before that. And so I wanted to specifically create a piece that literally is cast with all Black and queer people in it, and is about a Black queer experience and the specificity of that, and in so making that specific representation speak to a universal audience as well. And so for me, representation does matter, but I also want to add this other component too that I've been thinking about as this phrase representation matters, you know, sort of pervades our world, is that I also think so does politics.
Yep.
And I think that there's a political representation that I think sometimes can be lost if all we're sort of thinking about is like whether we're just replacing something white with something Black, or replacing something male with something female. That if you don't sort of look at class also as a intersection upon all of that, I think it can sometimes be a hollow representation. And so I do think representation matters, but so does class and so does politics.
Yeah, I totally agree. We have to stop, but I could talk to you forever. And I also want to say, you know, when you watch when you watch the Academy Awards, and a straight person plays a gay person, it's always brave. Oh God, they were so brave. And it's about time we represent ourselves and we play ourselves.
Yeah. So we too can be brave enough to cast that check.
Right, exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
It's very brave to cast that check, yes.
I can't, where can people find you, just so everyone, because I know that we could talk forever and we can't.
I'm on Twitter at @TheLivingMJ. I'm on Instagram at @TheLivingMichaelJackson. It's my sick way of honoring him, even though I'm not supposed to do that. I don't know. Don't get me started on that.
God, that's next year's summit.
And my website is thelivingmichaeljackson.com.
Yes, and you can catch me October 3rd. We're doing the Trans Tech Summit in Washington, D.C., the same day as the National Trans Visibility March at the Human Rights Campaign headquarters, October 3rd. So,
and first trans woman to have two regular, series
roles,
regular.
You know, I mean, listen, that's great, but
now,
listen, I'm not about the first. Let's just be the best
amazing.
at what we do. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sonia Gonzalez.
Most Arizona families with young children spend their weekends going on picnics in any one of the scenic parks for which my home state is so renowned. Our family picnicked in the barbed wire enclosure of the Alhambra State Penitentiary. Within the confines of the prison fence, I felt incredibly lucky, eating a home-cooked meal and chattering to my dad about the events of the week. Much has been written about the impacts of incarceration on children of the incarcerated, volumes about our bleak prospects for the future. I'm adding another chapter to the story, a story in which women and girls like me, both harmed and strengthened by our experience with the incarceration of a loved one, are truly seen for our collective power and potential. My dad, upon reentry, built a business as a hairdresser and sent me to Stanford. Against all odds, I succeeded in becoming the first in my family to graduate from college and law school. Recognizing those odds, I've dedicated my career to advancing gender and racial equity through my work in the public, private, and not-for-profit sectors. Following the recent unexpected death of my father, I've been inspired to reimagine the way I support change for girls and women like me. Inspired by my dad and also my grandmother, a young widowed immigrant who started a boarding house for migrant farm workers. and my mother, who started a daycare center to make ends meet while my dad was away. I'm feeling a strong pull toward entrepreneurship. For women of color, immigrants, and those impacted by the justice system, entrepreneurship leverages our strengths, builds our collective power, and allows us to write our own story. I'm reclaiming mine. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Gloria Steinem and Deborah Roberts.
I hope we're in the right seats.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. We don't know if we're in the right seats or not, but it will work. It will work. Gloria, I got to tell you, looking at those old photos, I tell you, the fashion sense has not faded at all.
Which is a nice way of saying I'm wearing the same thing.
You look fantastic. You have been the face of feminism, the voice of feminism for so long, going back to a time when saying feminist was kind of a dirty word. Today, you see T-shirts that say the future is female, feminine artist, and things like that. Are we in a completely different place, do you think, or are you fighting the same old battles?
Well, the answer is yes and yes and yes. But, you know, we were always a multiplicity of faces. It was not just me here, right? I learned feminism from, for instance, Florence Kennedy, who was maybe more than a decade older than me, a civil rights lawyer, an African-American woman. I hope you all know, an outrageous, wonderful, fantastic woman. And it's not right that the women's movement is not seen as, actually it has always been disproportionately black women. Even the first poll, the first national public opinion poll about feminism was a Lewis Harris poll in 1971 or 2. And the results showed, I mean, they were asking about the women's movement in general and all of the feminist issues. And the results showed that I think more than 50-some% of black women supported the women and the women's movement and all the issues, and only 30-some% of white women. So, you know, what's distressing is the image of it.
Because, you know...
So, I mean, I am not the face, hello?
But we associate with you with that. In fact,
yeah, no, well, I'm proud to be associated with it, but I'm just saying that...
Of course.
I mean, no singular face is the face
You've
anyway.
been so outspoken. Right. I read someplace that you decline to be in the spotlight, usually unless there's a woman of color in sharing that spotlight with you, which I'm happy to do today, by the way. But is that true? And when, how did you
Well,
decide?
I'm not sure that I was so smart in the first place. Here's what happened. I was a writer, and I couldn't get feminist articles published, you know, in those days, because they said they would have to publish something saying women weren't equal right next to it in order to be objective, right? So I could see this was discouraging.
And we knew that wasn't true.
Yeah, right. So, and at the same time, because I had been writing in New York Magazine, I was getting invitations to speak. Okay, I had never spoken in public. It was like the last thing on earth. Does anybody else here fear public speaking? I bet that, okay, I rest my case, right? I definitely did not want to do it, but I realized I had to. So I asked a friend of mine, Dorothy Pittman Hughes, who ran the West 80th Street Child Care Center here, an early multiracial, non-sexist child, she called it that, if she would speak with me because she was fearless, and also because she had children, and I did not, and people were then saying the women's movement was
anti-family and all of that, right?
All of that.
So I'm not sure that I said to myself, we should do it, you know, as a white and black woman together in the first instance. But once we started to do it, we realized how important it was. Because we got audiences that neither one of us would have had on our own.
Right.
It just became important. So then when she wanted to stay home with her baby, then Flo Kennedy said she would come with me.
And so it became a thing. You have such staying power, and yet you have such a voice that continues. You have a new book out with a great title. The Truth Will Set You Free, but first it will piss you off. I love that. What truths do you know for sure have you discovered in your life?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. It's hard to say them short, don't you think?
One or two. Two things that you feel.
Well, we are all connected in a circle, and that was the way human beings were organized originally for most of human history. The whole idea that we have to be in a hierarchy is like 2 minutes old, human-wise. You know, this is what we were, and this is what we are. So we are, one short way of saying is that we are linked, we are not ranked.
We're all connected. I would say that's definitely a truth. So many people associate you with the Equal Rights Amendment, and you testified back in 70 when it was up for passage. It is now being considered again, and polls are showing that 3 out of 4 people actually believe that it should be passed. Do you think it will be now? And what?
Well, 3 out of 4 people always thought it should be passed. I mean,
so that's not new.
That's not new. No. And in fact, the greatest problem was, and sometimes still is, that people can't believe we don't have it. What, you mean women are not equal in the Constitution? You know, they kind of can't believe that. So in the past, and in fact, this was left over from the suffragist era, so it's even older. And we thought, oh, well, how hard can it be? It's so old, it's so obvious. And when we got within 3 states of ratification, then suddenly it stopped, and we discovered that actually probably the adversaries were the insurance industry folks who didn't want to equalize their actuarial tables.
So there was a financial issue.
So there was a financial issue. And the kind of Phil Schlafly movement was the public face. But I never met anybody whose vote she changed, actually. It was really about the finances of it.
Do you think it's about to be passed now?
Well, I think so. I think so. I mean, we'll see. Because, of course, it had, unlike pretty much every other constitutional amendment, it had a deadline, a time deadline, which is long past, so that has to be removed. And that takes the vote of both houses.
Will you feel that is sort of is it sort of your life's work? I mean, if it were to pass, would you feel?
The Equal Rights Amendment is not my life's work, no. The Equal Rights Amendment could be on paper. It's on paper in a lot of countries, and it
won't change.
It has no meaning.
Yeah. Right.
So my life's work is how we live every day, you know, and what we earn, and are we happy, and can we relate to each other? I mean, that's our life work.
Right. There's so much more to life. Let's talk politics a little bit. Today, Elizabeth Warren suspended her campaign, ended her bid for presidency, making it now pretty much a sure thing that come November we'll be looking at 2 white men to choose between. Somebody asked her today, you know, what kind of a role gender played.
What did she say? 'Cause
she sort of dodged it. She said, I will have a lot more to say about that later. She said, if I were to say, yes, it had something to do with it, people will say you're a whiner. If I say it didn't have any bearing, people will say, what planet are you living on? She doesn't want to talk about that right now, but as you look at this past campaign and 4 years after Hillary's bid, what was your thinking about the campaign as it was going along and the idea that we had such a diverse slate of characters, and now?
Yeah, I mean, gender had a huge amount to do with it, of course. Race has it just does. And I think that deeply in the case of women of all races, that we are not going to be recognized for all of our human qualities until we are no longer seen as only the nurturers of other human beings. In other words, until men are equal in child rearing in the home, women are not going to be equal in leadership outside the home. Because, I mean, you know, people would say about Hillary Clinton and, you know, I mean, my favorite was that a very smart guy I knew was saying things like, I cross my legs whenever I see her, you know, so, I mean, why, you know? And I think that because he had been raised by women, he associated female power. You know, he hadn't been under female power since he was 10. And so he felt regressed by a powerful woman without even thinking about it. So I do think that until we have democratic families, we're not going to have a truly democratic society.
And what is that, do you think? Because when you see these candidates competing, and sometimes it could be just a woman that people don't really necessarily like, maybe they don't agree with her. But it seems like when there is a situation like that, the vitriol toward the woman is so intense as opposed to the male candidate. And I'm sure we saw that, you know, with Hillary Clinton, if not with some of the women in this race. The vitriol is so much greater when they're talking about that candidate.
Yeah, it's sort of a who do you think you are, you know, kind of, you know, what are you doing out of your place? And I do think women can feel it towards other women too, because we also associate female childhood, female power with dependency in childhood someplace inside of us, and think that to go upward, we have to be in the company of men.
And women can be tough on other women, too.
Yes,
Let's be honest about that.
Right.
In talking about your life and growing up, you, I think I read someplace where you said at one point you thought that your mom had suffered from mental illness, but then later you thought her spirit was broken. What was it that you sort of drew from that experience and sort of informed your life?
Well, I discovered, because I was born after, you know, almost a decade, I think, after my mother had given up her work, so it took me a while to understand what had happened to her, because she was depressed, and I mean, there were lots of problems. And when I figured out that she had been this pioneering journalist and been not only a journalist but an editor of a newspaper at a time when there were almost none,
women,
and tried very hard to make it work with my older sister as a child and with my father, who was a wonderful human being and the most financially irresponsible person you could possibly find. So her family was against her, and also they were the mixed marriage of their generation because it was a Christian-Jewish marriage. I don't know. She just had a very, very hard time. And she ended up having what was then called a nervous breakdown, you know, which meant that she was in the sanatorium for a year or two.
Which happened to a lot of women.
Which happened to a lot of women. And when she came out, they had given her sodium pentothal, which was an early tranquilizer, which she became addicted to, and so on. So the person I knew, you know, had another person inside her. And I'm sure there are a lot of us here. I think of it as living out the unlived lives of our mothers. Probably some of us are living out the unlived lives of our fathers too, right? But hopefully we're going to be able to live out our own lives. And it just makes me ineffably sad that we have lost, you know, that there were great musicians who were singing lullabies, that there were great novelists who were writing recipes. I mean, there's nothing wrong with lullabies and recipes, but, you know, they just weren't able to do what they were capable of doing.
And did that fire you up? Did that inspire you to sort of reach for your goals more?
You know, I didn't realize that till pretty late in my life. I didn't understand. I was just busily trying not to become my mother. it sound familiar?
As so many of us are.
And I didn't understand why she had become who she was.
Right, and then sometimes we find out we are sort of our mothers, you know, at the end of the day. What gives you sort of the greatest hope at this moment in life, having seen so much change, so much tumult? What gives you hope right now?
Everything. Young people. I mean, are you kidding me? I always, whenever I'm on a campus, I always say, I just had to wait for some of my friends to be born. I'm just so glad. I'm so glad to see you. Right. And also, I'm glad to see that, you know, thanks to the accident in the White House, which is more dangerous. I'm not saying that's a good thing, okay. But thanks to seeing everything that's wrong with the country at a high level, they're visible every day, we are woke. We are seriously woke now. And when I wander around the country and see the level of energy and activism and anger, and just look at how many more people voted the other day than, you know, have voted before. Not enough, mind you, but many more than
there were a lot more than
many
people
more than
expected.
We expected. Right. So, you know, I'm not saying it's worth the danger, but I am saying that we are learning. And I think here's one thing we have learned too, which is we should have known after 8 years of Obama that there would be a backlash, because the most dangerous time is right after a victory. And, you know, we should always have known that. I mean, lynching didn't happen during slavery. It happened after emancipation and during Reconstruction. So when we win something, we have to say, okay, now we're going to get a backlash, instead of saying, oh, I'm going to relax and go home. You know, Obama can take care of whatever it is. And we do still have something like a third of the country that was born into a system through no fault of theirs that told them that gender and race and class and religion gave them a hierarchical place.
A place that they don't want to lose.
Yes, and now they know they're in the minority. They know they're in the minority. I mean, they're so clear, for instance, that in very short order, this country is no longer going to be a majority white country. Now, that sounds to me great. I mean, we're going to have better relationships with other countries. We're going to have a more interesting culture, better food, you know.
Important.
But they were born into a system that told them something quite different, and they're mad. They're really, really mad. We outnumber them. You know, Trump was not elected by the majority. We've also learned to get rid of the Electoral College, which was only wanted by the slave states in the first place. It was a mistake in the first place. And now state legislature, one by one, they're voting to give their electoral votes to the winner of the national popular vote. So at a certain point, the Electoral College becomes academic.
Right, right.
I mean, because it takes longer to get rid of it by constitutional amendment. So you know, we're at a time of danger and promise at the same time. And what matters? What matters is what we do every day. Hello? I mean, that's the whole
What you do every day for each other.
Yeah.
When you're out, and you said, you talked about campuses, college campuses, what do you say to young people today who look to you and they're sort of taking the torch now from you? So what are you saying, not only to young women, but also to young men? Yeah. What are you saying when you're out there talking to them?
Well, if we're talking torch, I say, I'm not giving up my torch, thank you.
Not yet.
No,
right? Not yet.
But I am using my torch to light other people's torches. Because the whole idea that there's only one torch is part of the reason we're so fucked up, you know. No wonder we don't know where we're going. You know, everybody needs a torch.
Right.
It's the imagery of the, that the imagery is wrong.
So you, at this moment, looking, and you were talking politics just now, looking, and we talked about hope. Are you sort of hopeful for where we are at this moment in time? You said we're woke. I mean, obviously, we gained something out of this, tumult that we've had in a country. We're more polarized than ever before. People are at each other's throats. They're not talking to each other. They're talking at each other.
I don't know if anybody else here remembers the Vietnam era and the whole civil. I mean, I'm not sure we were more polarized because now actually the majority of the country in public opinion polls agrees with all the social justice movements. And that's a huge amount of change. But there is this very upset and sometimes very powerful, and also we're more economically divided than we've ever been before. Mm-hmm. And that's very tough to overcome.
Right.
But of course I feel hope, because hope is a form of planning. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to give up hope. I mean, that means you're defeated before you even start. And also, it is, I think, one of the reasons why us older folks are useful is because we do have hope because we remember when it was worse.
Right, right.
And the reason why we need to always work together with younger folks is because you're mad as hell, because it's not right now, okay? And we need each other. Age segregation is just as bad as any other form of segregation. We need each other.
And light each other's torches. Mm. Gloria Steinem, thank you so much. Yeah, such a pleasure. Such a pleasure. Very nice. So nice to see you. I know.
Please welcome back to the stage Tory Burch and Lori Fabiano.
That was incredible.
That was
incredible.
Okay. You first. Okay. Gloria, Deborah, wow. Thank you to all of our extraordinary speakers and performers taking the time to share your stories. It was amazing. It was amazing. I would also say thank you to our audience, because this was touch and go. And I have to say, I am so happy it didn't go. I want to thank all of you for joining us and being so engaged. It's so important. Thank you to all the people live streaming as well. And all the people who applied to come. Lori said, look at her face. She read all 3,000 essays, and unfortunately, we couldn't take everyone, and hopefully we will at some point one day, but thank you. The summit is about taking action and moving forward together. We have 3 things to ask of you. We want you to claim your seat at the table. We want you to address unconscious bias when it happens in yourselves and in others, and help other women, because women are the best investment. I think we can all agree to that.
So the conversations have been started, and our hope is that you continue to talk about everything you've heard and learned in your homes, your organizations, your offices, and schools. We have this Take Action section on the app, and really it's a fantastic way to get a 101 on unconscious bias. So either on your app or on our website, we especially want you to share it with others. And honestly, by watching or being here today, we consider you Embrace Ambition ambassadors. You know, make this your dinner conversation when you go out with friends. And remember that bias is personal, and be mindful of your own biases, and help others understand that bias is really at the root of inequality for women. My strong, fervent wish is that bias is a habit that we can all break. We truly believe...
I'll clap to that.
We truly believe that the biggest issues we're facing in the world could be tackled more effectively with all of us solving them, with inclusive groups solving them, when women and all the people who've been sidelined by inequality are empowered. We're going to become better humans living on a healthier planet. The last thing for me to say, and I don't need to read this, is a gigantic thank you to Tori, who it's extraordinary to find somebody who has been so successful in business and, to use her own phrase, completely and utterly walks the walk. She is a dear friend and a hero.
Okay. Thank you, Lori. Where are you? I want to thank our sponsors again. Bank of America. How can I ever thank Bank of America? It's so wonderful working together. Simone, BDT, and the Trott Family Foundation, Fossil, SAP, and Shiseido, and all of the other sponsors. We are so grateful for your generosity. You are what made today possible, and I think it's extraordinary. We also want to thank all the partners that helped us live stream, Refinery 21, Pure Wow, that you heard them today. You helped us make bring this to life for so many people and really showed so many wonderful presentations. And lastly, I want to thank our very small foundation team. And this is kind of funny because I wrote a whole thing and Lori took out the part about her. So first I want to just thank Gabrielle McGee, Molly, Trisha, Heesun, Lo, Catherine, Monica. Okay, and that's where Lori took it out. So
yes, keep going.
I want to thank everyone in our corporate offices, to our operating team, who've been very involved with the foundation as well. My husband, my brother, and every brothers and family and everything. But I will say, when I met Lori 6 years ago, is that when it was? It was like this wind that came, and I sort of saw what the potential could be and what the reason of why I started this company was. And I finally thought, wow, this really could happen. And we had done great things, and we launched in 2009, but we've been so careful never to really talk about it because I was so worried about it being perceived as marketing in any way, and it was the opposite of what I ever wanted. And when Lori came in and shared a vision and then actually made it happen, and when you think about the amount of effort that goes into planning a day like today, but the amount of passion as well, it's beyond anything I could have imagined. And being one of my great friends, and it's like being able to work with someone that you love and be inspired by is so special. So Lori, I cannot thank you enough for bringing my dreams to reality. So,
you know,
thank you.
You know how mad I am at you right now? And we just want to say a heartfelt thank you. You do know I'm going to kill her later, right?
I actually wrote something really nice.
A heartfelt thank you to Jazz at Lincoln Center. This is my favorite venue in New York, and I hope we're always back here. And are we being ambushed? What's happening?
Look at our beautiful fellow.
Hi, I'm Damali Peterman, and I wanted to come out, Tony and I wanted to come out because this, as Lori said, was a Herculean task, and we would be remiss if we didn't thank Tori for this amazing day on behalf of the fellows, everyone here today, and everyone watching via live stream. These flowers are from Flower Box, a female-founded company that has always supported you and the power that you give to women and everyone. So on behalf of everyone, Tori, thank you for everything. Thank you.
And Tori, first, I love you both.
we love you both, all of us here. We really, really do. I'll just echo some of your comments, Tori, to Lori. These are for you and the entire Tory Burch Foundation team. All those names you mentioned, from Robert to Gabs to Trisha to Molly, Hisan, we have, it's a whole village over there. But that village requires a leader. And it really is Lori out there in the field each day as that ultimate leader, not seeking followership, but is in the business of creating other leaders and inspiring us to embrace our ambition each and every day. You're the best. No qualifier needed. Okay? Everyone, rousing, standing applause. Come on.
Love you.
Thank you.
We have one last guest. Wait, Lori, come here. You're not walking away. Let's do it together. You can tell the story because it's actually my circus better.
So all year long, Tori's had a good year, and because it included marrying an amazing man, and every time things have gone well, she starts singing the song. Finally, it has happened to me.
But also in our design meetings, when we do something right, I play it for the team. And so it's become a bit of a theme song for us.
And I'm sitting there thinking of this, and I'm like, oh my God, but I know CeCe Peniston. 25 years ago, I produced the AIDS dance-a-thons around the country. And I went out to 400, 500 performers, begging them to be part of this. It was the height of the epidemic. Nobody wanted to touch it. There were 3 women in the music industry who came forward and said yes. Nona Hendryx, Queen Latifah, and CeCe Peniston. And I called CeCe and said, CeCe, we haven't talked in 25 years, and before I even got it out, she said, I'm there. And here she is. It's our honor.
Stay on. Let's just stay on.
You're the best.
Let's sit here.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? I don't even have to ask you how you feel because I know you feel amazing.
She's amazing.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I know everybody's been so wonderful. I really want to thank Tori and Lori for having me here today, and to all the beautiful women who came out before me and embraced ambition. I just want to say big ups to you and give a hand clap for all the beautiful ladies who came out today. Because you know what, sometimes ladies, sometimes we're hard on each other. We don't love each other enough. We don't give each other enough love and enough credit, and we have to do more of that. So I'm just so happy to be here on a forum, on a stage where people say, I love you and I appreciate you, so thank you. And guess what? Finally, y'all ready? Okay, so what I need y'all to do is when the music comes on, y'all got to get up out your chairs because this is the end. So if you don't do it on this, we ain't doing it together, right? All right, here we go. Separated, yes. Are you ready? All right, here we go. I guess they wanted me to do a little more a cappella, like, did it, yeah, yeah, ooh. Oh, it is? Okay, that's all right. Okay, that's all right. We can do a little response and call. Right, y'all know that, right? Did it, ooh. Okay, look. I know y'all got some more. I know, look, for some of y'all who are younger, you know, look, this is where that came from. Here we go. Here we go. Turn it up. Come on, y'all. Okay, it's kind of doing what it wants to do today. You know, those things happen sometimes. That's all right. Come on. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. What? Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. Meeting Mr. Right, the man of my dreams, the one who showed me true love, or at least it seems, with brown cocoa skin and curly black hair. Just the way he looks at me, a gentle loving stare. Finally, you come along. The way I feel about you just can't be wrong. If you only knew the way I feel about you, I just can't describe it. Oh, finally it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened. Okay, here it goes. Yeah. Come on. Give me some more vocals in here, honey. Come on. Everybody in the front. Everybody in the middle, I want to see all y'all up there. Did it, yeah, ow. Did it, yeah, ow. Did it, yeah, ow. Did it, yeah. Meeting Mr. Right, the man of my dreams, one who showed me true love, or at least it seemed, with brown cocoa skin and curly black hair. Just the way he looks at me, the gentle loving stare. What? Finally, the way I feel about you just can't be wrong. If you only knew the way I feel about you, I just can't describe it. Oh, finally it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face, and I just can't hide it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me. Y'all can come over here on the stage. Let's come on. Hey. See, so many times he seemed to be the one, but all he ever wanted was to have a little fun. But now you come along and brightened up my world. In my heart I feel it, I'm the special kind of girl. What? Finally, you come along. The way I feel about you, it just can't be wrong. If you only knew the way I feel about you, I just can't describe it. Oh, finally it has happened to me right in front of my face. My feelings can't describe it. Finally, it has happened to me right in front of my face, and
Thank you so much, you guys. Thanks for having me. Hey!
Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's fabulous program. Please join us for cocktails and shopping.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a party.